Hey y'all, happy Monday evening. What's going on? Look, y'all, I'm finna cut this music off quick. We ain't got time for no long drawn out nothing. Why? I need y'all to explain to me why I just looked online and seen what I seen and we had to talk about it. Listen. This is Code 1130, Pimp in Distress. Code 1130. God darn it, at this point, we need to see a marriage license or something because we got to talk about this latest picture that just surfaced with Juan Dixon and his woman. Okay? Now, God darn it, we saw one woman to woman situation, but it looked like we might be seeing another one. Like, I don't know what's going on, y'all, but we got to talk about it. Then plus Carlos King had some choice words for these heifers, and I agree with some of his choice words. Some of his choice words got lost in translation for me. I'm gonna be real, but he did have some choice words, so we're gonna discuss that too. And then I'm gonna make sure y'all got a StreamYard. So if you need to vent and tell me what you think about what's going on, then we gonna do that too. Okay. Now let me greet who is in here, and then let's talk because y'all, if you saw the thumbnail, you already know what time it is. We have to discuss this. We got to discuss this. My sis is in here. Hey, Lily. Black Cherry. What's up, girl? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Good to see you, boo. U.S. Army Brett in the house. Debbie Garcia. Hey, sis. How are you? Dora. Good to see you, girl. How you doing? Okay, God's anointed daughter is in the house. Michael Alexander. Hey, child. I'm glad you here because we got listen. The family got to come together on the porch. We got to talk about this. Hey, Nina Ross. Nacho Twins mama in the house. Maybelline Reynolds. What up, sis? In the doggone house. I sure appreciate you. My good sis Marilyn McGowan is up in here. Up in here. We got the beautiful Bianca Edwards, and she telling y'all to hit that like button now. Please do the right thing and hit the like button. We sure appreciate it. We would sure appreciate it. Cool gamer, how you doing? Good to see you as always. Always cool. Queen Mermaid is in the house. Hey sis, Cheryl, you made it. We see you. We got you. All right. Who else up in here? So we can start gossiping. There go my girl Sin City from NOLA. Hey, child. What's going on? Happy to be happy you made it. All right. Stoner Gaming. Hey there. How you doing? There go Mama's Peanut. She is here. My baby is here. Morgan's Musings is in the house. What's happening? Patricia Robinson. How you doing? Okay. LaGina the Jackson. Hey, sis. Your crown fell off, but I'm so happy to see you. I miss you. Hey, Jen Jones. How you doing? Oh, Quiet Storm 87. This my girl. Child, where you been? You must have been working your tail off. Yeah, it's been a while. We missed you too. Hey, DV. What's happening? All right, y'all. The baby say like this video. The baby say like the video, y'all. Please like this video. We sure appreciate it if you would. DT in the house. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Get your food and drink now. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Okay. Listen, we got to talk. There go my silver diamond. Hey, Bookie. Dr. J 1913. What's up, sis? Alita is here. Hey, sissy. Who else we got? Ray Ann. What up, Ray Ann? Look, the family came out for some gossip. Y'all look. Hey, Shani. Ooh, you made it on time. I know that's right. 2 nights in a row. Hey, Rochelle. Girl, the picture done surfaced. Everything's out in the open. Yes, honey. I think we about to have us a little woman-to-woman situation. Oh, you got your Lambrusco? Girl, I love me a Lambrusco. Love me a Lambrusco. All the Lambrusco girls, let me get a hey in the chat. Ain't nothing. Listen, I love some nice wine now. All the Lambrusco girls, honey, put a hey in the chat. Hey, Vet. Okay. Say working at the moment. I'll be here on and off. Don't worry. Now, Lily, that's the question. What lie she gonna tell now? But before we get into that, I know that's right, Black Cherry. Hey, okay. Even if we the only two Lambrusco girls in the building, honey, I'ma say it with you. Hey, all right, all right. Happy to be happy. All right, all right. So first of all, let's talk about what Carlos King had to say because he had quite a lot to say, and I totally agree with him. It looks as though he was miffed about the same thing that we were all miffed about, and obviously with good reason. And also, I did look on Twitter, and it looks like the general consensus was that everybody felt equally insulted by the segment that was done on the Real Housewives of Potomac season 7 reunion part 2. That little skit slash sketch. Hey, Miss Thelma. Okay. So what he had to say was, and I think it's correct, that they did need a moderator, most definitely, and reasons being that way that person could ask the right questions. Not only that, he made a point that kind of slid past me last night because I was so disgusted by the way things went down and the way they soft pedaled that crap to us. But he made a very good point that Andy should have been asked to leave the stage. They're talking about something that's that sensitive and specific to people, to black folks and other indigenous people around the world, because I don't believe in that people of color crap. You're either an indigenous person or you're not. Period, point blank. But they shouldn't have had to have a conversation that nuanced and that sensitive in front of this person that is their boss. Maybe that could have contributed to what we saw as far as Wendy and Candace's canned responses to what was being said and what really went down. Okay. Now that was a very good point. And it could have left the stage. If he left the stage for Nicki Minaj, which is what Carlos King is saying, and it's a very good point, and I want to give him his credit because that part of everything that took place, that didn't even all of that didn't even hit me at one time. But when he said it, it made perfect sense and it's valid. If Andy Cohen could leave that stage when Onika came out, he could have left that stage so those girls could have had that conversation in a setting that was more conducive to real, raw, honest answers, responses, and statements. Hey, he, LEL, say right. Clear people have no place in that conversation whatsoever. What so doggone ever. It was just out of line. Doris said, I was insulted by that segment and I'm not even black. Andy should have left the stage. He should have. He really should have. Okay. Hey, Auntie Eva. So the reality for me was, after thinking about it, that seems like it was very contrived. It was almost as though he intentionally stayed there. And I think it's very possible that it was intentional that he stayed there and sat on that stage so that they wouldn't feel comfortable to just be completely open and honest and uninhibited with their answers. So that's the first problem, right? The second problem that he pointed out, that again, I just couldn't get into all of the things that were just wrong with what happened with that little skit slash sketch, because 3 to 4 minutes is a joke. When it comes to the colorism issue on that show, on Bravo Universal period, and in the world, as far as even how the audience reacts to these ladies, that needed to be like a 40-minute segment by itself. It did not need to be no 3 to 4 minute skit slash sketch. Legita the Jackson, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, I'm getting my crown back next time. I know that's right, girl, but we love you and we just glad to see you. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, he was being an overseer. That's exactly what he was doing. Hey, BJ Dez, what's up, girl? Very valid point. Very valid point. The reason I called it a skit, baby girl, was because they literally let Candace come out and read a definition. Everybody agreed the definition was correct. And then everybody had canned responses. And I want to talk about some other things that really happened since we got time to break it down. We're going to break it down, right? Hey, Ray all day. Hey, what up, girl? So not only that, the other thing that I do want to address, he addressed it, I want to address it too, is the fact that when we first met Giselle Graves Bryant on the show, season one of the first things that this trifling haggard hooker was bragging about was the fact that her dad is an activist and she has a pedigree and there's a legacy, and he worked with civil rights and he stood next to Martin Luther King and all this stuff. But then she, after that 3 to 4 minute joke of a segment, had the audacity to be sitting there saying, well, I'm glad this is over. Now that that's over, I'm glad we can move on to something else. What do you mean glad we can move on to something else? See, and this is the thing, and I want to point this out. I want to point this out, okay? When Portia was not intelligent enough to hold certain conversations, the whole world had a hissy fit. The whole world had a hissy fit. How you gonna be the granddaughter of Hosea Williams and you don't know this and you don't know that? You trying to be Portia Luther King. You do. Hey, man. Hey, Carrie Amoneke. The bottom line is this. Wow, I do not appreciate of some of Portia's behaviors, because I don't appreciate nobody messing with nobody's husband. It ain't cute to me. It is what it is. At least she was trying to be active and to try to get into some kind of activism. I don't think she really knew how to get into it in a way that, anybody was going to approve of. And let's be honest, anything she did wasn't nobody going to approve no way, because anytime a black woman is involved, there's way more criticism than accolades, and that's just that on that. But I'm trying to understand. Hey, Bella Faith, I'm trying to understand, why was there not an outrage that Giselle Graves Bryant was not able to hold an intelligent conversation about colorism? She was so quick to jump in when Mia Thornton said, I'm raising a brown girl, to say, yeah, me too. But you couldn't contribute anything meaningful to a conversation concerning colorism, Giselle. Really? Carlos had a real good point. And it made me think. So this is where my mind went. And so I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, so if this had been Portia, can we talk about it? Can we travel? Y'all want to go back down memory lane? Sing it with me. Hey, Vita from Denver, back down memory lane. Let's go back. Because when this girl, was not knowledgeable enough, everybody was sitting up here looking for Mensa level responses from somebody who is barely intelligent. Hey, Trina Taylor, barely, because we know Portia ain't that smart. Let's tell the truth, shame the devil. But everybody was looking for Mensa level responses from the likes of Toya, from the not Toya, but from the likes of Portia Williams. But then when it comes to Giselle Graves Bryant, who was bragging about her pedigree and her daddy being a civil rights leader, why was there no outrage that she had nothing intelligent to offer? Why was there no outrage that she had nothing meaningful to offer to that conversation? Not to mention the fact that the entire time she's been on the show, why is nobody paying attention to the fact that her colorism is a gross, it sits in gross juxtaposition to what she was bragging on to be her legacy when she first came on the show? It ain't making no sense. Hey, Barbara Parker, it ain't making no sense. But then, not only that, what really got me, and I had to sit down and think about it. Everybody on Team Yellow was prepared to be like the same thing I said about Ashley yesterday. Everybody on Team Yellow was prepared to be intentionally obtuse. Everybody was prepared to be intentionally obtuse, and they were going to play that. They was going to play that game and gaslight, pretend not to understand, until Karen used her position of privilege to say, absolutely not. What they're saying is right. colorism is something that has been indoctrinated into the Black community, and people have to actively not participate. If she had not said what she said, every member of Team Yellow, and let me be clear who I'm talking about: Giselle, Lord of the Rings, Bryant, Lil Robert Dixon, that large Hispanic gentleman by the name of Mia Thornton, and Ashley RoboCop Pennywise Darby. They were all prepared. Matter of fact, Ashley had already given her deflection until Karen made it clear you cannot discount that girl's experience. Toyanda say her daddy was not her. She's the disgrace of the movement. Baby, that's no excuse, because nobody made that distinction when it came to Portia Williams. And I can't help but to believe that's because Portia shows up in this world as a phenotypically African Black woman. And that is the only reason why nobody made that distinction when it came to Portia. You too dark. You supposed to be smart and strong and exemplary and perfect and speak with good English and wear loose clothes that don't show your body. Don't be sexual. It's all this. What I'm trying to say is there are all of these standards that continue to move. All of these goalposts that continue to move when the girl is Black, but when the girl is not so much, there is a different standard. Evie said, "I'm telling you, attacking Katie because she called herself biracial." Yeah, they did. They attacked Katie because she called herself biracial and sat up there and made a whole big deal. Oh, it's the civil rights leader, and he stood next to Martin Luther King, and I come from a legacy, and I have a pedigree. Girl, sure, Black Cherry say is blatant colorism. She always has issue with the darker girls. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. But she sat up there and refused to contribute anything. She tried to gaslight, and when it didn't work, the hooker had the nerve to say, "Well, I'm glad that's over." Giselle is not repentant. She sits in her green-eyed complexion, approximate privilege. Bella, what you say, girl? Say them light-skinned, light-eyed folks in NOLA are nasty. Now, don't say everybody now, because there's some cool folks, but I dig what you're saying. I dig what you're saying. Okay? Dora say, right, Seanitra, Giselle should have been able to lead the colorism topic. The daughter of a Black civil rights activist who fought alongside Martin Luther King. Sure should have. Karen had to say it. And see, this is what's supposed to happen. If your skin is lighter and you realize there's privilege and you realize that your darker sisters are being disenfranchised, you're supposed to open your mouth and make sure that what they're saying is being respected. You're supposed to use the voice that you have that's been stolen from them to stand up for them, and she did the right thing. Karen had to do it. Karen had to do it. Hey, P, what up? Long time. Karen did it. I'm glad she did it. I'm not gonna go back down memory lane on her. Because like I said last night, ain't no need in pulling that what she said that the people ain't colorist. Hell, Candace said her own silly tale. We're talking about they not colorist, but colorism rears its ugly head. Hey, at the end of the day, I can't be no more mad than the people who experiencing it. Yes, that large Hispanic gentleman. Yes, Ashley is giving us the RoboCop Peter Weller forehead. Yes, she is. Yeah, they attacked Portia in the most nasty fashion they could. Yeah, she got drugged. They went after her and her whole backside. They was ready to rip her to shreds. Giselle learned that behavior at home as a child. Her dad is like her. I'm sure things were said at home. A lot of times people learn nasty behaviors and problematic behaviors at the house. That's true. I can't argue that. That's true. But what I'm saying is look at the public's response to this trifling, raggedy, haggard hoe. The response is completely different. You say she's a reject from the swamp and she's so upset about everything. Oh, yes. That's exactly why they hate Karen. And I said what I said last night. It's a difference. The fact that Karen is a light-skinned Black woman is a whole lot different from I'm 75% clear and I'm the Creole queen And actually, we don't know what the hell she is, but it ain't black. That's the difference. The fact that Karen is a light-skinned black woman, that's why they respond to her the way they do. They do not like black women. And I'm very afraid, hey, Mr. James, that Potomac is letting us know, this franchise, that they are very anti-black women. Now, God darn it, that's what it is. And the problem is, we are their core audience and their target demographic. And all the while, they are very anti-black woman. Very anti-black woman. And enough is a doggone enough. Debbie Garcia said Ashley apologized because she got dragged. That's the only reason she gave the disclaimer. Yes, that is the only reason that she acknowledged her privilege. And did you see the looks on the mother hookers' faces when she acknowledged that that privilege is real and she acknowledged her privilege? Karen stands in her truth. For the most part, she has some times when I be wanting to really tug at the back of her wig. But for the most part, she kind of, I give her that. Black Cherry say that's why the first season Rasputia was the only dark woman. Hello. And the only reason she was the only dark woman was because she was their means of getting on the show. See, they don't mind your dark tale when they can use you for something. They used her as a ramp, as an on ramp to get onto the show. That's why she was there. But this show is definitely giving me, they are very anti-black woman. And I also feel, while I'm talking, I also feel as though they strategically chose black women that they thought would be easy to manage. And it looks like they were right from what we saw. Toyonda say, the disappointment for me is this is still a thing in 2023. For the sacrifices of Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, MLK, Robert Kennedy, and all the unsung heroes, we have to be better. Okay. I mean, like this is the issue. We can't be your target. We cannot be your target demographic and your whipping boy at the same time. We can't be both. Yeah, they used her and got rid of her. That's exactly what they did to Big Reese. And now she back kissing their behinds to attack a sister for them so that she can get her place back. Because, you know, in her mind, she has, and a lot of sisters do this. In her mind, that other sister was her problem. No, baby, them people used you. They used you. Silver Diamond say Karen was blessed enough to be in position to buy her family's plantation. That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Your people had to suffer on that ground. It's nice, and I'm sure there's a lot of other emotions attached to owning where your people had to suffer at. Barbara say Giselle is one of the most ignorant women I've seen in quite some years. And yes, girl. Hey, Allie. Carlos said they even tried Sharice behind the scenes, but because she had more money and the bodies were buried, they eased up on her. He did say that. He did. Katrina Taylor said they light-skinned with privilege, but they stupid because all the light-skinned women are broke except Karen. So that go to show you they not smart. Well, Candace told Giselle she wasn't smart. And she talking about, but I kind of am. No, ma'am, you not. Not in that grand old barn, you not. Bella says she not ignorant. She purposely nasty. Yeah, she nasty, but she's very ignorant. She's not smart. She's real. I'm telling you, Bella, she ain't smart, girl. DV say, why wasn't Wendy more vocal during that 30-second ad? She couldn't. And I'm just going to say this. While Wendy is intelligent and I like that about her, Wendy lacks the depth to really have this conversation. And I think that is rooted in the fact that her background is as a immigrant. So she's not really a part of the fabric of this country and all of the atrocities that have been committed against dark black women in this country. And I think that it's unfortunate she's having to experience it. She's having to be a victim of it, but I don't think she really has the historical depth really to deal with that conversation. I don't think she does. I'm not going to put so much blame on her. Hey, Deborah Randall, both Debs in the house. I'm not going to put that much pressure on her like you should have been able to lead the conversation. but I feel like she should have been more honest and more direct with the things that happened to her. The fact that she up there talking about, let's not use any more dog whistles. Don't sit up and talk about them calling you aggressive when you haven't done anything as a dog whistle. Say it. When you called me aggressive and you said I was antagonizing when I was defending myself verbally, and you have been physical on multiple occasions, that is a clear example of the colorist behavior and the colorism that we see on this show. Instead of her doing that, she soft shooted. That's what I didn't like. DT, thank you for the super chat. Say PSA for anyone who is new. Team Yellow is the Scissor Sisters, Giselle, Gizmo Fried Chicken, Gizzard Neck, oh my God, Wobbly, Rob Him, Nita Bass, Find a Marriage License Dixon, Pennywise, Megamind, Placenta Eater, and Mia Humperdinck. Thank you for the super chat and your clarification and them colorful names. Help us, God. Trina say, Gizzard Neck didn't even know what embryos are, and now I understand why her girls don't know the female anatomy. Right, and I think she was getting annoyed with her girls because she wasn't intelligent enough to explain to them what happens in their bodies. Those girls ask questions that a young girl would ask, like, well, what happens to your ovaries? Are they just floating in there? Or, all she had to do was just explain what happens. Like, they're removing your uterus, but the fallopian tube and the ovaries are still going to be there. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, she could have explained, like, it's a partial hysterectomy. It's not a total hysterectomy. Why not just explain to your girls what's happening in your body? And that way they can be more knowledgeable and comfortable about what's happening to you and their own bodies. But she was too ignorant. Ray Ray says, Just Hell has yet to say anything or engage in anything intelligent. She gives Hampton a bad name. So many Hampton alum pride themselves on smarts. Well, obviously not her. Hey, Noble Genius. Say Karen bust them in the mouth, though. Yes, she did bust them in the mouth last night. She did. Say, right, Wendy also works at a Clear University and CNN. She was real PC with her response. Right. And the thing is, it's like, okay, you could be PC, but you're talking about what happened to you. Be specific when you talk. It was like her and Candace both acted like they were afraid to talk. Candace gave it a little bit more, but the minute she got pushed back from Giselle pretending like she didn't understand her, Candace hushed right on up. Now, that's what she did do. If Karen hadn't opened her mouth in support of them, they would have been gaslit all to hell. LEL say colorism exists in the Nigerian community. She definitely has the depth. I bet she knows people who bleached, and I can't give her that excuse. Well, okay, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. What exists within West Africa, because we're not just going to say Nigeria. What exists in West Africa and different parts of the diaspora is completely different from what goes on in America. And this is the thing. Someone who is not an ADOS or is not a part of American Black culture would not understand that. What went on in this place as it pertains to colorism is something completely different, because there was no plantation dynamic in West Africa. America is the plantation. There were no house Negroes and field Negroes in West Africa, honey. The bleaching that goes on there may be a direct result of the colonialism that took place, and clear people establishing themselves as some sort of deities, and we're the rich, we're the best, we're the civilized. But that is a completely different experience as to what happens to Black people in this country. So we cannot conflate issues. There's no way Wendy could, and I still hold, there's no way Wendy could have intelligently led that conversation. So I'm not going to put that pressure on her. She couldn't have done it. She does not have the experience. That is not her story. That's not her path. She just happened to be here and be a victim of what is taking place. The only pressure I'm putting on her is that she should have been more direct about what she experienced at the hands of those hookers. Now, that's the pressure I'm putting on her. Legina say, Giselle and Robin don't feel like they have privilege because their lives are beyond repair. That's why they aren't going to admit to being colorist. That may be part of it too. It could be. Hey, Don D. Hey, E. Davis. Say you agree African careers have light color. Yeah, they do, but it's not the same. Self-imposed because you're worshiping people is completely different than what was indoctrinated and beat into black people in this country. Those are just two different stories. You say Ashley mama is Afro Latina. Ain't that how Evelyn said it on Basketball Wives? Afro Latina. Don D says, I'm so glad Ring's daughters are all the same color. Because if one was her, ooh, you better tell the truth. If one was her color, I'm sure she would have made differences, and made differences given she lacks emotional intelligence. She would have, that child would have suffered. Alita says, my experience as a native West African in social status, not colorism. Exactly. Thank you, Alita, for clearing that up. Because people always get the issues conflated. And there is a clear difference. A clear difference. Some of us know. Hey, Ashley. Your friend Michael. Oh, well, hey, Michael. Hey, Ashley, friend Michael. I hope you behaving yourself with our niece. Y'all hit the like button. Thank you, Dr. J. Social status, tribalism. Yeah, absolutely not the same thing at all. Trina Taylor said that's why Stewie Darby dad slammed the door. He found out Stewie Darby mom had some black in her and he thought she was clear. Oh, you think that's what it was? Hey, Tia Baller says colorism, like racism, must be confronted. Being non-confrontational to colorists gives them room to deny and excuse their behavior. Amen. Nakase, thank you again. Thank you again for the cash app you sent yesterday. That was so sweet. But yeah, it was just a bit much. And they really needed to have a whole segment. But I feel like Bravo is afraid to have that segment. Bravo is afraid to intelligently and directly confront the issue of colorism with Potomac and with Bravo in general because they know that they are guilty as sin. The things that are taking place are not things that are done indirectly and unintentionally. It is very direct. It is very intentional, and they mean harm. They mean harm. Hey, Best BK. That's right. That's right, Lita and Dr. J. Tribalism is a big issue in West Africa. It's a much bigger issue than some colorism. Because what goes on is not quite that. Not quite that at all. Somebody wanting to be lighter is not the same as you being blocked out, erased, having no representation. It's not the same. Definitely not. King Sankara say, that is the extra 30 minutes we needed. Bump Robin Muskie looking A. That's right, because that extra 30 minutes for Robin don't make no difference because she gonna lie and we know she lying. And speaking of Robin and her lies, if you don't mind, can we talk about it? If you don't mind, can we talk about it? Now, y'all seen the picture. Has everybody seen the picture? Do I need to pull the picture up on the screen so we can discuss the picture? Like, just let me know where we at with this. Because we got to talk about it. This is not going away. This ain't going nowhere. Now, Juan has been seen out with a woman, and it's caught on camera. Child, listen, I don't even know how this gonna go. DV say pull up the picture. Debbie say pull it up. All right, y'all say pull it up. All right. Hey, if y'all say so. Hold on, sisters. Let's go on get it up then. Let's go on get this done. Hold on. Let's do it. Because I want y'all to see if y'all see what I see. Because people are making assumptions and I'm making some too. I done made a few McGatner and stuff. Mm-mm. No, little cat. The girls is gossiping tonight. No. Okay. No silver diamond. The picture do not look like Karen's sketch. Okay. All right. Let me go on and share the screen. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Right, Deborah talking about the athletic coordinator. Foot. Hey, Dana Brown. When y'all see it, you tell me if it was the athletic coordinator. Right, Black Cherry. Now that's what I saw. Okay, so let's do this. Hold on. Wait. All right. For whatever reason, it will not let me share the screen. I don't know what to do to make y'all see it. Hold on. Let me switch devices. Because I know we want to get into this. So hold on. And I don't know why it won't pull up because there's no reason. Okay. Y'all give me 1 second. Oh, I know what to do. I know just what to do. Because y'all going to see this heifer. If it's the last thing I do, y'all going to see her. Trust me. Now watch this. I'm finna remove myself. Y'all watch this. Now, did y'all get a good look at that? Hey, Tasha J. No, this ain't the hotel lady. This a different one. Now, y'all got a good look at this woman. I don't know, but it looked like Juan got a type. Now, y'all, they had the laundromat together washing clothes, and they leaned in close, looking all in the same phone. They don't look unfamiliar. This don't look professional. I don't know, but it looked like Juan. Thank you, Tia Baller. Looked like Juan got a type. Now that's what it looked like to me. Okay, Mr. James, I thought it was me. I thought it was me. Say she favored a hotel lady. He got a type. He got a type. He like him a little manly. All right, Juan. All right, Juan. DT said I almost choked because I got a cousin that looked like her. Well, baby, make sure Juan don't see your cousin. I'm just saying. I want to know what Robin got on this here. Robin, what you got on it? Debbie, thank you for the super chat. Say Juan is on that free wine campaign. Juan is definitely on the free wine campaign. It's so silly. Y'all know I be playing saying free wine, but at the same time, some people really be getting mad when I say stuff like that. But I just be joking, and I'm gonna tell jokes on this porch. If you ain't got no sense of humor, this might not be where you want to be at, because we tell jokes over here. David Garcia say Juan putting up posters in Georgetown, the free wine. Thank you for the super chat, David. That's right, free wine. We got to get him a t-shirt. Hey, Miss Sparkle, it's our Mary Kay lady, y'all. Jasmine says suppose that they was washing team clothes and she the assistant coach or something. Well, what it look like to y'all? Angela says she looked like Roberto. Let me go ahead and put it. Let me just drop down one more time. Yeah, so I don't know. Morgan say manly and clear. I don't know now. Dr. J say that's why I love sitting several rows back when I'm in basketball games. I get to see the wife, kids, mistresses, and the girlfriends. I know that's right. DV say, why don't they just announce this open relationship? Yeah, do like Pennywise and Michael Darby. Just go and say it. It's open. Oh, Mr. James says she look more feminine than Little Robert. She do look a little more feminine than Little Robert. Maybe he want a softer side of life. Don D say you said free wine yesterday and he answered the call. He free. Ooh, Juan, is you free? Juan, if you come out and tell us that the wedding was fake, we ain't gonna hold it against you. We'll forgive you. Just tell us what it is. Say she looked like Robert with dark hair. They could be some kin, I guess. Dora say, well, the new girl at least is clean. She do look clean. She washing clothes. Hey, Juan, this might be a come up. Say maybe he was just paying a bill for. Ooh, that was shady as hell, King Sankara. Nano say call that cousin and ask her. We want confirmation. That's right, Nano. DT, call your cousin. And make sure that your cousin is not this girl, because you know Juan get around sometimes. Juan got a habit of getting around. He got a reputation. Oh, yes. Oh, Queen of Hearts say KS say Juan like the burly girlies. I know that's right. Hey, Miss Gigi girl, how you been doing? Say this why they need to bring Robert back so she can be dragged officially and let her dry butt go after that. He looked quite comfy with Rob Him Jr. Well, okay now. I'm just saying. Yeah, she do look strong. She giving Mel Gibson. She giving Mel Gibson, honey. This a lethal weapon. It's another one of them lethal weapons. Mm-hmm. That's right. Thank you so much, Debbie. You say she looked like a lighter Bernice Jenkins. Really, Bernice Jenkins, DT? You say that's Malik yoga taste and went, ooh, you shady and brutal. Yeah, she leaned up on that man. Ain't nobody leaned up on no man that ain't theirs. Trina say, are we sure Juan ain't batting for the other team, that he wants a man but don't want to go that route, so he just picked women as manly? I don't know. Don't start me to guessing. I don't know. Tasha J say, how embarrassing for Robert. Not even a month after they announced their marriage publicly. Child, and he out there cheating in the next room. Hey, making plans to meet him soon. Some of y'all know about it. Talking softly on the telephone, but he ain't got to talk soft on the telephone. Let's see over there in Georgetown. Zora, thank you for the super chat. Said, well, at least this one is clean. She washes her clothes. Amen. Amen. It's better than what's over there at that other house. So I wonder what Robert gonna say. I don't know what Robert gonna say, child. This don't look good for Robert. Because Robert keep telling these stories and spinning these yarns, and it ain't adding up. It ain't. Say Mia be lying. Mia B. Line got an open relationship as well. Well, I mean, it's open for Uncle G. Juan lives a single married life, so he can save that child support payment. Yes, he helping her with that show, so he don't have to pay. Maybe that's the agreement since all the money gone. Well, Robert ain't athletic. She look manly, but she look like a dude that drink beer and watch the game, not somebody that play. You say she look like she could take rock. She do. This heifer look like she in shape. Yeah, bring her A back. I can't wait till Karen and Candace get into her. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Child, they said they was washing the team clothes, Lily. I don't know now. I don't listen, don't start me. All I'm doing is talking about what the people is talking about because the picture's out. Now I don't know why they was at the laundromat rather than in the privacy of a house. Now I don't know that. I told you Juan probably likes his Bucci poked. Ooh, DT. Yep, Michael Darby was right, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Listen, the StreamYard is out. If y'all got something you want to say, this is your chance now. I'm going to get a few more comments, and you're going to have to speak now, forever hold your peace. You say that's your granny song? Yes. Listen, that's the song. Your kissing and your love making. You been faking. You been faking. He been going along with you, hoping you could still make it. That's right. After that, we need to make them shirts saying free Juan. I said it. And you, Don D say Juan answered my call. As soon as I said free Juan, he said, I got you, ain't he? Here it go. I'm free. I'm out here. Ooh. How stupid would any of our men be? Said the dizziest be at the table. Right. Thank you. How stupid would he be to be out in Georgetown? Well, girl, he clearly at the laundromat. He ain't being stupid because he ain't your man. And you know he not your man. And that's why he cussed you out when you called. Because he said, you know y'all don't go together. He said, you know that. Uh-oh, Stoner Gaming got something to say. What you got to say about it, boo?
I want to know what Rob him gonna say now.
I want to know too. You ain't the only one.
I petition that she come back. I petition that she come back next season so Karen can get her.
I don't want to bet. I want her to sit to the house and stew on this one.
You know, he was down there.
Tia Baller, girl, I can't. Tia Baller, I don't know whether she worked there or not. I'm just saying this picture don't look professional. Now y'all can take that, glean from it what you may. But that picture don't look professional. Now, Stoner Gaming, since you up here with Auntie, do these people look like they just professionally hanging out to watch some team clothes, or it look like something else going on here?
They look like cuddle buddies to me.
You ain't lying. Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you ever linked up on somebody that you work with like that?
No, that's called sexual harassment. That's called inappropriate.
Okay. Leslie Love got a theory. Look at this. Leslie say it's a possibility that Juan is releasing these stories. Juan might be trying to this might be his escape plan.
You know what? You might be right. You might be right. He like,
Leslie, you might be on to something.
Let me go ahead and leak all this so she could leave.
Leave me alone. Stop telling me I got to be on this show. Oh, Dora, thank you for the super chat. Say, what coach at college level is watching the team unit? Child. Nobody.
None.
Nobody. Hey, Jasmine Billings.
Nobody.
Okay. Nobody. Who is ironing these jeans? Nobody. Ooh, this a mess, y'all. Hey, Shannon say Lil Robert probably gonna claim the chick is either a coach at the school or one of the female basketball players. That's gonna be her excuse. But she still can't explain why that woman is linked up on that man like that.
But look at
I
her
don't care what she do for a job.
Look at her eyes. She like, why you filming us? Why you taking our picture? That ain't if you
like coach, why you in our business?
Right. If she a coach, she'd be like, what's up, yo?
She'd have hollered at him. It wouldn't have been, oh, well, you over here interrupting, our quiet time. See him say, my parents own a laundromat, and I'm just surprised this didn't get out sooner. The tea travels fast through the whole neighborhood. We seen cheaters, both men and women, get caught by the other. And I used to watch that show Cheaters when Greco was on it, and I wanted to know why people kept tricking at the laundromat. Now, can somebody explain that to me?
Like, out of all places.
What is that about?
Everybody in the hood.
I don't understand. Thank you. It's washers and dryers at that school. You ain't gonna tell me it ain't nothing. I know it's something else.
Definitely.
Lord have mercy. Barbara Parker. Hey, Red Majestic Diva. Barbara say Rob might say this his sister. If team clothes need to be washed, they're washers and dryers at the university. Now, Barbara, she could say that's his sister. Hell, after all, she his sister. Oops.
Now, you know,
I'm just saying.
He got staff. Robin is staff.
That's his sister. That's his foster sister. Y'all ain't gonna get me to say nothing different. David Garcia, thank you for the super chat. Says Keith Sweat said nobody. Okay, so she might be able to say that's his sister. Hell, she is. They're in a brand new house. Why is Juan at the wash house? Child, locker room staff wash the uniforms and towels. Right.
He was washing their clothes.
The team managers and stuff. Not no goddamn coaches and whatnot. Hey, Miss Jersey girl. Juan don't care. Juan say, I'm out here. I'm outside.
I'm gone. Catch me outside. How about that?
You say he outside. That's what the children say. They outside.
He outside.
Child. This man is literally gonna have Robert Dixon on an explanation tour. She gonna have to explain every photo, every chick, every screenshot, every escapade. Listen,
and he don't care.
If Pokey do a side piece remix, Juan gonna be in the video. He left home to be with his side piece. Yes, honey. Juan single. Juan say he's single. He don't care what he did for that show. That was just for entertainment for TV.
Right.
He left home to be with his side piece. Don D said, I think many more pics gonna come out and Rob will have stupid excuses for all of them. Well, I want to hear what it is for this one, because the last time she told us that he got out of his bed during the pandemic to pop up and run all the way over there and pay a hotel bill and leave and not get no pocketbook. And she didn't even believe that.
Right. Yeah, some random
some random girl that he don't even know like that. He just decided, because he's such a good Baptist, to just jump out there and pay.
And they're gonna lie about that $4,000 Zelle, and they don't even have it on Canada.
Yeah, ain't no such thing as a $4,000 Zelle. It's a $2,500 limit in that girl in Canada. And as soon as she pointed out that that's dumb because I'm in Canada and we ain't got Zelle, then I heard she tried to switch it up and say that it was PayPal or something. Like, girl, you already done told a dumb lie. Too late. Yeah, Mia was hunching on her sister too. That's true. That sister stuff don't hold no weight. Not with this crew.
Not at all.
Okay, Trina up here quoting Miss Trina, talking about single again, back on the prowl. I thought it was perfect. I don't know how. I'm through with y'all. This is crazy. Don D say, playing guess that excuse. The machine broke, the staff quit, and they volunteered to wash the team clothes. Well, what other lie could it be? I like that game, Don D. Guess the excuse. Y'all give me another excuse he could use. I'm gonna say that the machines, somebody stole all the washing machines. Bring me a suit. Somebody stole all the washing machines from the school, and they was at the laundromat, and all the team managers quit the same day, and his shoulder was cold, and that's why she was leaning on it. Hey, N Rose. Child, you did. You done missed everything. Say, can you see Robin Reigns cutting people off their podcast? Because I'm going for it. You know what? I hope you call them. If they let people call in, call them and ask them about it now.
I don't know. I hear the stupid lie.
And listen, I like the game. Guess the excuse. Debbie Garcia, thank you for the super chat. Say that's his real relationship. Ooh, you think he done broke up with a girl in Georgetown and this the new girl? Child. Robin explanations. Juan said she was out of laundry detergent, so he went down there to give us some soap. Yeah, that's a good one. That seemed like something Robert would say. He might just have a kind heart and a generous spirit. He wanted to give us some quarters for the dryer. Quarters for the dryer. That's what this is about. He got a kind heart and a generous spirit. Her mom is a fan of the show, so he took the picture. Yeah. I don't know why they was sharing the same phone and leaning together, but okay. Vet say, we going over team plays on my phone. That's why she's so close, Rob. That boy ain't told no lies. Robert made them lies up herself. Juan wasn't me. Child, Juan don't look like he hiding his face. Ray say, ooh. I know what happened. Robert failed to pay the water bill, so he was washing his son's clothes because he only there for his boys. Now that might work, but she ain't gonna tell that one. Dr. J say, didn't the person who took the pic say it was their personal clothes? Child, that's what I heard.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
It was their personal clothes. It wasn't team clothes.
That's what I thought too. So he was just taking a picture with a fan. Robert might say that. That's true. But the fan ain't smiling and he ain't smiling and looking at the camera neither. But I can see Robin telling a lie that's stupid. I could see it. I was showing her our wedding photos. Well, why ain't nobody smiling? you was half smiling in them. Yep, y'all could at least like grinned a little bit when you pulled the pictures up. She was consoling Juan after Robert is seen looking like wide receiver on RHOP. Can't believe he has to be tied to Robert forever. Golly. The way the photo was taken from a surveillance camera, the owner put this out. The owner probably tired of the lies. That's right, Leslie Love. Free Juan. Ray Ann 26 say, I want Juan to be happy. It seems like Miss Trunchbull put Giselle first. That Miss Trunchbull be taking me out because I forget that y'all call that lady that. Debbie says she lost her quarters on the way to the laundry on the laundromat, and he gave her his credit card to start the machine. Yes, in case the receipt show up. Yeah, the people saying that those was not no team clothes, and I couldn't see them taking no team clothes to no laundromat. Juan was barely smiling in them wedding pictures, but he wasn't even pretending to smile. They not looking at no wedding pictures. Say it was wash day over at Juan's, and that's that throw on your workout gear and let's go. Or maybe this one actually work out. Hey, Edwin Pena. Child, it's too much. And Robin had to stay home and dry the clothes. Then Juan coincidentally ran into her there. Okay. I can see it. Rings and Robert is the real relationship. I'm through. Y'all really believe them ladies go together? I just be laughing at y'all with that. Do y'all really believe Robert and Rings go together? For real? What you think, Stoner Gaming?
I think they go together.
Y'all really believe them ladies go together?
I think they go together.
I mean, it's possible. I ain't saying it ain't possible. I mean, look who we talking about, but dang, that's crazy. It's possible though.
Think about possible.
It. Black say she do. Like, I really don't be knowing how to take that. I'm like, are we joking? Y'all really believe that? So y'all really believe them ladies go together? Okay, so if that's the case, okay, if that is the case, see, Ray think like I think. They just stupid together. Cause I'm like, in this climate, the world we live in now, they could easily live their lives out in the open and ain't nobody gonna bother them. Hey, my essence.
Look,
Hey.
I peep this. Like she don't ride for nobody as hard as ride for Giselle.
I understand that, but that's still, I don't know. To me, I just feel like for no other reason in this day and time, why would anybody be in hiding when everything goes? That's all I'm saying. Maybe I'm oversimplifying things. Hey, Fifi, what you think? What you think about this essence, this whole picture fiasco and everything?
Oh, well, I haven't seen the picture, but I would like to know if this is a third woman or one of the two others already mentioned, because Juan is out here slinging, like just slinging it all around town. Like, what are you doing?
Listen, that is a
Like,
single man. Why he can't date?
I know, but I'm
What
just
is
saying,
it?
like, he just got married allegedly
Juan say he ain't married. We ain't
on
seen
tele.
no
He got married
marriage
on
license to
television
prove
at
otherwise.
that.
Well, I mean, people have. I mean, it's a storyline for a TV show, so he can't live his real life because he helping with a storyline.
Yes, exactly. That part.
Yeah, that don't make sense. If you play a doctor on TV, do you have to stop and do open heart surgery?
Stop, Seanitra. You know they're supposed to be in a real relationship.
Yeah, but don't nobody believe that. Give her. I mean, y'all might believe it, but I don't. Cause he say he don't go with her.
Yeah,
That's what he say.
He needs to come out and speak then at this point. Like, I mean, because remember when Monique exposed Giselle, it was written in black and
Right.
white. Like, the text messages, like, this is for TV. Like, Juan didn't even
Well, how we
get
know,
caught
like Leslie.
denying.
But essence,
Mm-hmm.
what if Leslie Love is right and Juan is the one putting these pictures and stuff out in these stories? Maybe Juan is this is Juan putting it in black and white, so y'all leave him the hell alone.
I believe it. That I feel like is possible.
Because you know, men do that. Even the men who are in real relationships, when they be cheating and they start leaving stuff for you to find, some of them want to get caught. I feel like Juan want the public to see it so he can be left alone.
Yeah,
Leslie Love, I believe, is right. Like, I hadn't thought about that before tonight, but ever since Leslie Love said that, that makes sense to me. Ain't it possible?
Sorry. Yes, I've been thinking that too. That Juan is the one dropping hints and stuff to the blogs, like, and I think I just want to know who this person is in the picture. Like, who is that?
Well, she clearly ain't the girl from Georgetown because she worked over at Coppin State. And apparently he was supposed to be messing with the chick in Georgetown before he started working there. So it can't be her. And she looked too young. And I don't know if it's the girl from Canada, but I doubt it because they say this girl works at Coppin State. So this clearly is another girl.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, Juan.
Listen, that's a single man. You post a date till you find the one. He got caught last time on the okie doke. Maybe he want to date around.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, he want to move around just a little bit.
I mean, I definitely think
around.
that for sure with multiple people. So,
oh yeah.
At this point, I think an annulment is coming. Did they pass the mark where they can't get an annulment?
I don't believe it ever happened. You can't annul something that didn't happen.
Oh yeah. Ah, that might be the next piece of tea to come out though. Juan and Robin Dixon get an annulment due to cheating allegations.
But you can't get no annulment when it ain't been filed. Nobody has found a marriage license, and people have been looking. You have to have a marriage on file to file for an annulment.
Right.
Where is the marriage?
Child.
That's all I want to know. Where the marriage at?
So where are they at in this picture? I'm a little bit late. Where are they?
They at a laundromat washing their clothes,
Personal clothes.
hugged up.
For real?
For real.
Yeah.
They in a laundromat?
Okay, hold on. You could, even if I pull you down, you could see the screen. Let me
I
show
can
you
see it
this.
a little
Watch
bit. I
this.
can see it.
No.
Oh,
Watch
oh.
this. Hold on.
They
Okay,
want.
did you get a
Oh,
good look at that?
yes, not a laundromat. That is scandalous.
Yeah,
Laundromat. Personal clothes.
We know what they was doing
yeah.
in the laundromat, getting rid of all the semen.
I
Like,
don't, baby. Somebody might have had love in the spin cycle. I don't know. Hey, Nacho Twins, mama.
Hey, just a little bit of housekeeping real quick first. If you're in the bushes, you're in the chat, make sure you hit the like button. And I want to just call in really quick
Okay, that's
because
right. She said, y'all hit the like button, please. You sound a little
you just
muffled. You got your finger over the microphone?
nope, let me take off my headset.
Is this better?
Must be the head. Much better, because it sounds like you had
Okay.
a sock over your phone.
My bad. Something you just called to my attention. So the papers ain't been filed
Okay.
yet, right? So today's the
Right.
27th of February. They had
Yes,
until the
dear.
end of February to get it all filed and have it be finalized at that 6 months grace period or whatever. This is all by design, sis.
Yeah, that
It's
would
all
explain
blown
it.
up. It's all blown up for the deadline.
Yep.
That's why it's getting out. It's intentionally being put out so they can explain it away.
Absolutely.
Oh, darn done cracked the phone.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry, Macho Twins mama done cracked the
You're all
phone.
right. You're all right.
Oh, I got excited. I'm sorry. See, I got too excited. You done figured it out. You know I'm always looking for the bull crap.
Listen, I think that's what it is. You even had me call in while I'm driving. I'm being safe, though, I promise.
Okay. But this is
All right, I'm gonna drop
crazy.
down now.
she
Okay.
learned that from Giselle, but
Mm.
but Giselle wasn't able to do it right because Monique was on her behind.
Well, Giselle went pissing people off.
Right.
I mean,
And see,
is
with
it
this
just
situation,
me?
this wouldn't even be a thing if Robert look, this wouldn't even been a thing if Robert hadn't pissed Karen off.
Yeah.
That's what kicked all this off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sticking up for Rasputia.
Mm-hmm.
Yup. And Karen said, "You better have your ducks in a row by season 8, because I'm coming for you." It's them in the laundromat for me. Come on, Rob. You know what though, Seanitra? It might very well be Juan feeding all this to the internet, because it's more and more evidence every time. Like, first we got an interview.
Yep. You know
Like,
what?
now we
You
got a
right.
photo.
It's like a screenshot wasn't enough last time. So let's do this. Because
But
I
Got a
don't
this,
believe
receipt
Juan
with my
told
name
none
on
of
the
them
receipt.
lies. Because I don't
What
believe
did you?
Juan told her none of them lies. None of them lies that she came and said on Watch What Happened Live. I think she made it up herself. You might be on to some essence. Maybe he dropping more and more that she can't explain away. Like I ain't
Exactly.
tell you no story about that last one.
Yeah.
Let's see what you say about this.
Yeah, because look at his expression in the photo. He ain't
He looked
surprising
comfortable
nobody
and
there.
relaxed.
He
Yep,
called
he
he
don't give a
called
damn.
somebody. He called somebody to take that picture. Cause
And she looking like, "You sure you want to do this?"
This is the thing that's funny to me. When men is sneaking and they know they got a woman, they don't look that comfortable. That man look comfortable.
comfortable is all outdoors.
He ain't
That's a
saying
hot mess.
he's not saying while the clothes in the washing machine, let's wait in the car. Mm-mm.
Right. He like, I'm out with my lady. I'm going ahead and chill right quick.
Mm-hmm.
This is good. I love this for Robin. I love this for her.
Me too.
I'm ready to hear. I'm ready to hear the excuses.
This ought to be good.
I'm ready for the
Oh,
tell
yeah.
all. I'm ready for the tell all. I hope Juan and his sons individually write a tell all, and I'm gonna read it too.
I don't want them boys talking on their mama now. I don't approve of stuff like that.
No. They don't gotta talk about their mom. They could just talk about reality versus reality television, like what they see versus what is on
They
TV.
don't
That would
need
be
to be
cute.
talking about nothing involving their mama. That's not cute.
All right. All right, let's Juan do it then. Let Juan do it.
Yeah, let the grown people stuff stay with grown people. And them children
When
don't
they
need to
turn
be in there.
18.
No, that's still his mother and that's still their mama and daddy. That's not cool.
Yeah, true that. All right. I wouldn't write a tell all about my mom neither, so you're right.
Mm-hmm. For real. Barbara say, if I didn't want to get caught and my picture was taken, I'd hide my face. Right. And that boy's not hiding his face.
No,
He
he's
works
fresh out
he
there.
works at the university. I don't think he going away to work like that. I know he works there, but I don't think the man just going away to work. I think he live over there where he work, and he dates over there where he work. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if you like Robin privated her Instagram, but if you follow Robin, like when people were saying that Juan don't live in that house, all of a sudden there were pictures of Juan in the house.
Mm. Now
And
let
he
me
still
hit
ain't
you with
look
this.
he still ain't look happy in none of the pictures. So
Let
I
me
don't
hit
know
you
why
with
she
this.
put them up.
Child, ain't no telling where she got them pictures from. But get this. Why we don't never hear Robin saying, "Oh, I'm going away to be with Juan for the weekend"? Well, you know he work up there. I'm going where my husband at.
Right. Cause
You know what I'm saying?
he don't wanna up there.
But that's what I'm saying. Like they trying to sell us this fake story, but you don't even have the elements.
None.
You don't have the elements in place.
You think he
Well,
gonna
you
get
know
her
I'm not
pregnant?
gonna be there this weekend because I'm gonna be where Juan is. It's always Juan can't be here because he working, but it's never. Well, I'm not gonna be here this time, child, because I'm gonna be with my man and let the camera crew follow her up there. It ain't never that.
Never.
Oh, ain't been to one game.
Nope, not one. Look like they would have invited the girls, the team, you know, the crew would have been there for that, or at least to get some shots of them outside the game and coming back out of the game. Nothing. He can't even get the people tickets, really.
And the thing is, Coppin State is a smaller school. You would think, oh, yo, come up here and give us some publicity. Come see our basketball team dominate. Nah, we don't see them up there at
Thank
all.
you. Nothing at all.
Perhaps
Nothing
they knew about the scandal. Maybe they knew about that scandal on the back end, and they said we can't have this on the television.
No, that ain't got nothing to do with none of that, baby. She ain't one time said, "Well, I'm leaving the boys with Mama, or me and the boys going up here with them." Callie Nola say they got so mad at Wendy because she outed this fake relationship last season. Oh yes, hey Callie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean, if you go back to when Robin called him, that wasn't outrage because Karen put him out there. It was like, yo, why y'all talking on my woman on the show?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't none of that outrage was because Robin was upset. That was because, yo, y'all going too far. I don't mess with y'all. Don't mess with my woman.
Don't be bringing up my woman. That's why I said she should have been embarrassed that he ain't never been that hype about her, but he was ready to fight somebody about Miss Georgetown. Hey, Nicole. Hey, Ali.
Baby, this too
yes,
much.
child.
Go ahead, Juan. Just
never
living your
pictures
truth.
of them outside. Mm-hmm.
She's pretty though.
Who is?
The lady in the picture. Yeah, Juan. Oh, Juan. I'm about to call that poor child Juan. Robin is really a hard.
Ain't nobody else seen that strong faced woman and call her pretty. All we said was that Juan definitely has a type. He like a masculine.
I mean, I think she looks. You know what's so funny? Like
she
Robin
look
really
clean.
is
That's about it.
masculine. Like She like Robin really. I don't know. Robin really is manly. Like seriously, like all jokes aside, because
This
when you
one
look
is
at
too.
other females, yeah, like she
Juan
lacks.
got a type. Juan has a type.
But at least she don't look. At least she don't look like Vera.
Yeah, she don't look like Vera DeMilo, but she show it. She's a lethal weapon. You say
Oh,
what you
hey,
want to say.
Callie.
Hey, Kelly.
Hey, y'all. Y'all, I've been saying for the past few years that
What's
Robin
up,
and
girl?
Juan are not real. I have been saying it for at least 3 years. This is not real. This is a fake story.
All of us
You know
been
what
saying it.
I think what happened is that Robin was in talks with the producers because she knew Cerise, and Cerise was trying to get her on the show. And she happened to, at the time, Juan was probably staying with her for financial reason or to help her with the kids. And that's when they concocted this fake story, and they've been riding on it for 7 years. I believe the cast knows that it's fake, and it's like an unspoken secret. And that's why they have this hatred for Wendy, because Wendy said it on camera last season. And I think that is why they are so like they just can't stand Wendy, because they feel like, why would you bring that on camera? You know, we all agreed we ain't gonna get up here and say that this relationship is fake. And that has always been my theory. As
well, I'm gonna say this. Well, this the thing. In the beginning, they was being honest. They were divorced, but they were still living together for financial reasons. Now that was honest. Everything after that was the buffale. When they went pretending like they was gonna get back together and they was dating, and you know he proposed, that's where it got fake. They started off real with him. They broke up, they divorced, but they was just living in the same house. I believe that authentic.
Yeah.
When that boy had that hot mic moment and he said, if it wasn't for Carter and Corey, I'd have been gone. I want to spend my life with somebody. I want to share my life with somebody.
Yeah,
that was
not
authentic.
He's there to help her with those kids.
And everything after that
relationship.
Yep, everything after that. Yep, everything after that was that buffale.
And I think Giselle added on, because if you go back and watch the first season, it was Giselle who was saying, well, where does Juan sleep? Does he sleep with you? It was Giselle who added some spice on it, like she's been doing. And that's how Robin got herself down this rabbit hole. Because she could have been just like Dolores on New Jersey. Like, this is my ex, we best friends, but I still date, and he lived his life and I live my life. But Robin told this lie and she couldn't get out of it. I think they're gonna get rid of her. I think she already had a feeling they was about to get rid of her, and that's why they released that story about Juan in that hotel room and stuff. I think Robin was behind that because of the timing. Because it just came out.
I don't think she was
right
behind
after the reunion. It came out right after the reunion, and it also came out right after that episode.
No, it didn't.
It seemed like they were wrapping her up.
Look at him. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Because that girl had exposed that stuff on Twitter beforehand. It was resurfacing after the reunion. And the fact that she went on that podcast to talk about it directly after the reunion wrap. That's why she's in so much hot water, because this mess did come out while the show was still being taped. And it was hid. And nobody wouldn't have said nothing if she had left Karen alone.
So it came out on Twitter and nobody grabbed it. I guess like nobody saw it. It wasn't like I guess she just tweeted it.
No, not Twitter. No. Not Twitter, sis. TikTok.
Okay.
TikTok.
The whole thing was always a little suspicious because of the timing. And then why did she go to this random man on TikTok? Why not go to one of the bigger bloggers that cover housewives? And also, if this woman is doing this for attention,
no, ma'am.
Okay.
Listen. That ain't what happened, Kelly. She reached out to all of the girls on the show. She reached out to Andy Cohen. She inboxed them other women during this taping. This was not after no taping. This was during the taping. And her and Giselle and her both are set up there talking about, well, we thought the other girls was gonna say something and then we was gonna address it. No, ma'am, you should have brought that out because according to her at part reunion, everything that happened should be on camera. So why the hell was this not on camera, madam? It was hid real good, and nobody wasn't gonna say nothing.
Okay, now I understand. The reason
and
why I was
and you know what else, Kelly?
Yeah.
They made up that stuff they made up all that crap against Chris Bassett to deflect, hoping nobody would bring it out. And when they pissed Karen off, trying to jump her verbally, Karen too.
But I also think that they got a little unspoken thing amongst the cast that we know this relationship's fake, but we're not gonna bust you out on TV and get you fired.
Well, Wendy already did that.
Yeah, and I think that's why they got so mad at Wendy, and I think that's why.
But this is the thing. When it came, but this is the thing. But this is the thing. When it came from Wendy, it could be wrapped up as an insult. But when Karen did it the way Karen did it, and from the Grand Dame, then it was like, oh hell no. Then we gotta pretend to call Juan and act like Juan done all but cussed you out and said, I'm about to hang up on you. All of that, because Juan already knows it's an understanding we don't go together.
Right.
Yep.
You see how this go? This was a mess.
I wonder why Candace and Chris, I mean, it's one thing to be verbal, but I think that this is definitely defamation. And I don't see, like, I don't know. I don't feel like they're going the extra mile to really like make them pay for what they did. Maybe we'll see it next season. But
I think because they really want to be on the show, and I think that they know if they go that far,
but they can't really go after Giselle. But she's being very careful. Giselle is being very careful to say he didn't do anything. He did not do anything. Yeah. I was just uncomfortable. But that's why she's being careful with her words. You can't go after her for defamation because she's not defaming. Huh?
What about when they said that he grew up?
What about what?
You saw how like you saw how on the reunion how they try to say that him groping Deborah. Oh, I was saying they try to say that
right. But here's the thing: she can still weasel out of that because she.
Oh, is there a delay?
I think it was a little bit of a delay. I'm not sure why. But this is the thing. She can still weasel out of that because you heard what she said. She's saying, I thought that's what I heard.
Yeah. It's a lot of vague language. I personally, and a lot of people have said this as well, I think Giselle should have been let go for this. I just really feel that they have let go other housewives from other franchises. So I'm wondering if the problem with Potomac is that they don't have other people that they have scouted. And so it's not as easy to replace these women. Because I have watched the other franchises, they get rid of them. They don't just keep them people on there forever, for the most part. So,
but people who live in this area, the ones who actually have money, are not to be on the show. You got to find people who are willing from this area to be on the show.
Or you got to get somebody like Kenya who's willing to move. Because see, Kenya actually moved to be on Atlanta.
Kenya needed money real bad at that time.
Yeah, that's true. She was going through a slump.
And if we being real, if we being real, we don't need another broke person on Potomac. We need another broke person on Potomac. That's too much.
We don't. I definitely think that they need to bring some new people on, and I agree those people need to have some money, whether if they're athletes' wives or people that are new to the area or whatever. They definitely need to, because this franchise is really lacking the lifestyle that we usually see with housewives. Like we don't see any of that.
I just think that,
to be honest, the girls in Atlanta don't look broke like this.
No, they don't. Not at all. You see the Rolls Royces, the Bentleys, the mansions, the designer clothing, the parties. They are, to me, when I think about Atlanta, I think about Miami, Beverly Hills, New Jersey. This is not a housewife show. This is like something totally different.
It's bootleg.
Yeah, this is almost
This
like
is me
watching
trying to come.
a
This is good
knockoff
times.
of a housewife show.
I like Karen though. I
Just
really
looking
do.
out of the window.
Yeah, I think Karen could fake it and blend in anywhere. Like I think you could put Karen on Beverly Hills and she would just blend in.
Yeah.
You know, I think
She would
she's the
blend
only
right
one
in.
that I would say is a typical Bravo housewife. These other women, I'm sorry, I don't see housewife. And like I said, I watched almost all the franchises off and on. I recently just gave up on OC like 2 seasons ago. But even the beginning of OC, like 20 years ago, the people were not broke like this. They might.
Yo, y'all are killing me with the broke like this. Potomac really, Giselle, oh my God, like she looked so bad at that reunion. She looked horrible. And no,
Now you ain't got a clown pimp juice. We done already laughed at her now.
Yeah, I think
I know, but I'm just thinking about
it. I think they need to do what they did with Jersey. Get rid of 2 or 3 people and bring 2 or 3 new housewives on. I really do. And the ratings are not great for this show. So there is an argument to do that.
Well, Ali, thank you for the super chat. She says, I don't know how Carlos King was able to find real couples for Love and Marriage DC, but Potomac can only find Robert and Giselle. Hashtag a mess. Well, he did find that. Well, there are fake couples on Love and Marriage Huntsville. So, I mean, anything's for the super chat.
Well, I know that most of these shows have something fake on them. My problem with Potomac is that I think that pretty much everyone has some level of a fake storyline, and they're not even interesting fake storylines. Like, I agree with you guys. Ashley is not getting the divorce. Where is the divorce? Tomorrow is the last day of February. Where is this divorce?
Ain't no divorce now.
And not only
I need the paperwork.
I know a lot of people have been digging into Michael's background, but I'm just going by what we've seen on the show. And a lot of it is just Ashley verbally saying that Michael has all this money. We do not see a lifestyle from Ashley and Michael the way that we see from the other Bravo housewives. So to me, they're
well, this is the problem. Michael is one of those. Michael, hold on, but Michael has the money because Michael is over there colonizing and taking advantage in the continent. So his money is recorded. His money is on record. It's not that Smeagol doesn't have money. Oh, the Precious has money. The problem is the Precious has Ashley on a very short leash.
You're right.
The Precious has Ashley on a short leash because his escapades in Somalia say otherwise.
Well, then they should not.
But the thing is, you're not going to see that house. Yeah, it's not on the show because he's not going to let her spend money. He has this girl wearing clothes from rainbows and dots and 579 in the mall and Fashion Nova.
Housewife fan. This is not what Housewives is about. It's not. And I'm just, Potomac to me cannot exist in a universe of their own because they're part of the Housewives franchise. And I'm sorry, they cannot
this is the Green Acres. This the Green Acres edition.
I mean, whatever. If Michael got money and he won't give Ashley no money, whatever, well, then Ashley can't be on the show. I really think that they need to come in and revamp this show. And maybe if they have to get some people to move to Potomac, maybe that's what they got to do. I definitely think Mia needs to be going. I think Mia completely created this fake life to get on this show. I don't think she lost anything because I don't think she ever had it. I think this was all trumped up things to get on Housewives. And they've had other housewives that have done that, but they've gotten rid of them. So this is why I don't understand why Potomac specifically, they cannot just get rid of some of these people. It doesn't make any sense. Like they've had people on Beverly Hills.
They're not getting people who are willing to go on their show. You have to look, Kelly. Everybody who this show sees how families are attacked, how they try to slander people. They tell sex lies now since Mia's gotten there. A lot of people don't want to be bothered with that. It's low class. Hey, cover girl.
Brought the show down. Oh Lord, because Mia really has that stripper mind, and I know that there are women that are dancers that don't think and act like this, but she's a stereotype of a stripper that married an older man. I mean, Erica Jane didn't even act like that. Like Mia, I find Mia to just be gross. When she was saying that she watches her husband have sex with white women because he likes white women and all of this like weird. I mean, from the day Mia got on this show, I was like, this woman is gross. And the more she talked, the more I realized, I'm like, this is not real. Like, this is some type of brand ambassador deal that you have with this joint clinic. And you guys have fluffed up this fake life because your husband owned a little bit of these franchises. And this was all just a facade to get on this show.
Yep. She's really gross.
I'm hoping that Mia is gone because Andy kept repeating that she no longer lives in Potomac. And I'm wondering if that is code speak for you're no longer on the show. You know what I mean?
But ain't nobody in Potomac but Karen. Like literally nobody's in Potomac but Karen. And at one point, nobody was in Potomac but Monique.
But they never actually verbalized that. But Andy said it. And that made me think that that was his kind of way of saying, like, you've left the show. You know? Because he said you no longer live in Potomac.
That's wishful thinking.
Oh, no. She do too much detriment to Black women. They can't let her go.
Yeah, they like the fact that
her. And I think she scammed the producers. I really, truly think that she scammed production to get on this show. And that's my only reason why I think they might let her go. But if Robin and Mia are there, I'm out. I've dropped some of the other franchises. I'm only really with Miami, Beverly Hills, and Atlanta at this point. I tried to pick New Jersey back up, but I think Teresa and her family need to go and the show needs to move on. Because it is.
Well, girl, what they're saying about New Jersey, it look like Melissa and Joe finna be gone, is what it's looking like.
Yeah.
They need to be.
That's what I'm hearing.
Now,
because they saying, well, apparently, you know, they still feuding or whatever. Teresa got her wedding. They're not coming to the wedding. They're not, you know, whatever. Even Margaret Large tells she even going to the wedding after all of the slander she tried to do against Louis. And, you know, it's just little stuff that's being said here and there. And somebody alluded to the fact that maybe Teresa saying that she's not going to film with them if they come back, or she's not speaking to them or whatever. And, you know, without Teresa, they left the whole season off when she went to prison. So if she not going to talk to them, how they going to be there?
Yeah, they need to go. If not all of them, they probably won't ever get rid of Teresa, but they need to go because that storyline needs to go. This show, to me, is stuck in a rut.
Becca.
Oh yeah, they just leaked messages between Melissa and Teresa, and they were disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, to me as a viewer, the show just seems very repetitive and stuck in a rut with this story of Teresa and her brother not getting along. It's like, can we please move on? Like Dolores, they got her a new man. Other people have left the show. New people have come, but we're still stuck on this same thing with Teresa and her brother. And it's like, okay, time to move on. Let's get rid of one of them and let's bring something new in.
I'll tell you ain't seen the message.
Well, here's the thing: the way it's looking. Yeah, I saw him. But the way it's looking to me, Teresa has moved on from this narrative. It looks like Melissa and Joe are hanging on to this narrative and trying to be like, you know, pit bulls about it. But Teresa appears to have moved all the way on. She had with her new family. She's like, this the family I needed, and honey, she gone.
I think sometimes it bothers people in general for a woman, especially a woman who is Teresa's age, to be able to pick up and move on and just get a new man and move on. I think it kind of bugs people a little bit. And with them, I don't think that they're going to be able to. You know it does, girl. Yeah, I don't think that they're ever going to be able to move on. And I think that they need to just get rid of them at this point. You know, Orange County is almost a whole new show. I don't even think they got any OGs left. Yeah, Dallas didn't stay on long. Atlanta, who do we have? We have Sheree. I think that's the only OG, right?
Yep.
Because Candy is not an OG. Candy replaced Deshaun.
No, she's not. She came on
Yeah.
after.
Yeah,
Sheree
she
is the only
replaced.
one that's been there from the beginning.
Yeah, and Sheree even left for several seasons. So
Yeah,
that's
and
what I'm
Sheree
saying.
even
So,
left for several seasons.
Yep.
So that's what I'm
Yep.
saying, left for several seasons. Yep.
so this idea that they just cannot get rid of Robin is, to me, is like, I don't understand. I think that a lot of people who feel this way are people who don't watch the other franchises, because they
Right.
get rid of people on these shows. They got rid of Lisa off of Beverly Hills, and that shocked me. But I think Lisa might have had something to do with them bots, because I was shocked that they got rid of her. Yeah, they got rid of
Becca
her.
M. Becca M, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it, sis.
Yeah, Kyle's the only one left on Beverly Hills.
But yeah, they do. Kelly, you're right. They do get rid of people.
And I think Potomac, it's time for them to start doing that on Potomac. I mean, they got
they get rid of people. I just so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Potomac ain't working. The integrity of the show is gone.
And Melissa, the show is pretty good. Are giving chips on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the New Jersey husbands. Like after this, that favorite set of husbands, Atlanta husbands, because the Atlanta.
Oh, you're breaking up.
And now New Jersey's got the best.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it'll come back.
My bad.
A little bit of an internet fluke.
Y'all go ahead.
I like seeing the husbands hang out on New Jersey. I've never watched it until this season, but it was refreshing to see all the men like get together like that.
I think because those women have men. Like, because we're also looking at people that a lot of them, not everybody on the show, but a lot of them are actually from a different culture. So they actually, you know what I mean? So it's not like just two husbands on the show. You know, a lot of these housewives shows, you have a bunch of single women and maybe two married women. So there's not enough men on the show to even have that type of a thing, because they kind of tried to do it on Miami, but it just kind of fell flat, because I think you only had 3 men. Yeah, you only had the fireman guy that's married to Gertie. What's his name? Anthony, Nicole's baby daddy, and Alexia's new husband. I think we only had 3 men. So that really, and they did same thing with Atlanta. We got 2-3 husbands. So I think that might be why we don't see this on the other franchises, because a lot of these women ain't got no man.
That's true. That's true. But I just, I'm just saying, like, straight up, New Jersey is my favorite set of husbands ever since they disbanded the Atlanta husbands, because I know they tried to like recreate the vibe with Tiny Tadrika, but it didn't come off the same. It's real whack and corny. It's just 1990s black romance drama type vibe. Like, it's real whack.
That's because Tiny Todd ain't.
Tiny does not have that much of a personality. He's not.
He doesn't. He is not a Greg Lee. He is not a Peter Thomas.
No.
Right.
He is none of those guys, honey.
No. Todd don't have that type of a personality. It's just, if it wasn't for Candy, he would not be on TV doing anything. Maybe he might be behind the scenes.
He don't have a personality, if we could be honest.
They're perfect. They perfect for each other.
I think what makes Candy interesting is that the fact that she actually is working in an entertainment industry, and those are usually end up being her storylines, or her mom being crazy.
But now, Kelly, Candy ain't interesting worth a darn.
No, her own is not interesting. She has to attach something else. Like, she has to attach herself to some sort of production, or her group, or her mom. Is on her own, and I'm sorry to say this, her daughter is just as boring. She ain't interesting either.
Well, she doesn't have to be because she's not a housewife. She's just a young girl and a beautiful young girl at that. And what we saw of poor Riley was her mother like not going all the way, but to a certain extent, kind of, in my opinion, putting that man before her. I
Yep.
Oh,
don't
I
want
thought
to
you were
say
talking about escape.
Well, I don't know if it's that or if it's just that Riley is grown. You know what I mean? Like Riley
but
is
she
like 20
did,
years
but
old.
Kelly, she did that before the girl was grown. When she married that man,
That
Mama
is
Joyce had to stand up in the paint for that child.
That's true.
Yep.
Yes, she did.
Candy was willing to put that sneaky garden gnome before her baby, her
I think
firstborn. At that.
yeah,
Because they're freaky like that.
but
I don't care nothing about
know,
no freaky.
I
Your
don't think
baby
it's
comes
that.
before everybody.
Yeah, I
I
don't think
know.
it's the freakiness. I think what it is, a lot of women who have money are willing to pay for the illusion of love. And
But
they know
but
that the man
Callie,
ain't right. They just don't care.
it's whether he ain't right or not. If a man ain't right and you want him, I'm not mad at that. But you do not put that man before your child. There's no excuse for that.
That's true.
At
And
Yeah,
all.
that's what
my
Candy
parents
was
would
willing to
definitely.
do. Yeah,
Yeah.
Callie was coming across not Callie, Jesus, not you, because I know you wouldn't do that. Candy was coming across desperate as hell. Like, oh my God, this garden gnome is ready to marry me. So, the hell with everybody, including my goddamn baby.
It's almost like she felt like, well, my mom will take care of my daughter, so I don't have to worry about her. It's
Yeah,
that
and
type of attitude. Yeah.
that's exactly what it was given, but it was really like some back burner type stuff. And I remember that whole situation when Mama Joyce told her, "You got a real good girl here." And she was like, "I got two daughters." She said, "But you got a real good girl here. This is your baby. You don't bring somebody else up to her level. That other child,
She
you
has a
can
mother.
right. Her mama is
Yeah.
not dead. You let her mama call her good girl. This is your girl. Now that doesn't mean you can't love the other child. That doesn't mean you can't do for the other child. You know what I'm saying? As women, sometimes with natural nurturers, it happens. But God doggone it. You only doing that because that child belonged to that man. So you ready to give her Riley's birthright.
That's true. You are very right. And I also think that I don't know if Kayla was over 18, but if she wasn't 18, she was very close. I have
Mm-hmm.
dated men with grown children. It should be a different relationship because we are all adults. Like I don't look at them in like a parental role or as even a child. This is a grown person.
Child,
We
bump
can
that.
be cool and we can be cordial with each other, but I am not trying to adopt you. You're already grown.
No, I feel you on that.
You
Now
know?
the person, I agree with you on that. And
Yeah,
the truth of the matter is, he should be looking at his baby like that because no matter how old your baby get, that's your baby.
exactly. But
But
not
when
can't.
it comes to her child, even the fact that he was comfortable enough to have an attitude about the apartment that Candy got her, that he was comfortable to have an attitude about her getting a Porsche for her 16th birthday. Candy should have doused him with a cup full of gas and struck a match. Instead, she kept that evil garden gnome in her house.
Well, I can say I don't have money like Candy. I don't have much money at all, but I will say that I don't understand how women find it easy to date men with less money than them because I can tell you
I
they
don't
are
either.
jealous. And they are worse than women when it comes to jealousy. And I have never experienced that until like the past couple of years. I ended up getting a promotion. Now I have a decent salary. I have never seen men act like this before. And I'm like, if this is even a minute of what Candy is dealing with, there is no way. I'd rather be by myself.
Hello.
There is no way in the world.
I mean, look how she did the will. Like your
Yeah.
daughter should be taken care of first before anybody.
And let me tell you something else that bothered me. Why the hell was Kayla even there when it came to planning for Candy's money?
Right.
She ain't had no business there. That ain't your child.
She's not a child at all. See, that's another thing. I think a lot of times people do this to try to get money out of you. They will position this young adult person in your life almost as though they're a child that needs to be taken care of. But this is a grown ass person.
But this is the thing, Kelly.
You know?
Let's be honest. He didn't do that. He didn't want Candy to spend so much as a penny on his child because
That's
he
true.
wanted all the money for himself. And he tried to
Right.
make her feel guilty for taking care of her child. And he neglected his own daughter and didn't support her financially, trying to prove to Candy that she was wrong for supporting her child.
Yes,
You're
he
right.
did.
Absolutely not.
You're right.
The minute he said something, and then when they were planning the trust for her estate, when he got mad and stormed out because he was not going to be in charge of what Riley got, that was the second time that Candy should have doused him with gas and struck a match.
Right.
Instead, she should
Yeah,
have been winning.
it's a lot of it's too many red flags with Todd. And I have to be honest, and I know a lot of women ain't gonna want to hear this. I really don't know if it is possible to have a healthy relationship with a man with less money than you. Because men, their ego, and they just start getting jealous, they start acting funny. It just ain't like they show in the movies at all.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
Yeah. Like you said, Candy came across a little desperate. And I also
Very
think
desperate.
that Candy was probably almost 40 when she married Todd, if not 40. I kind of feel like at that age, like you already have a child, maybe you guys could have just been separate with everything. But see, then
But
Candy had those kids. And
but
so
now let
that meant,
me say this in Candy's defense, and I loathe to defend her because she's most times indefensible. But in Candy's defense, y'all know that there is a special kind of pressure that's put on black women. She ain't got no husband. She ain't got no man. She ain't never been married. That's the kind of stuff that goes
oh
on. And
yeah.
I think that Candy was feeling that pressure. And I think that she made a move because this guy was ready to, go ahead and pull the trigger, so to speak. And I just really, whether I like her personality or not, I wish she hadn't done that because I feel like she's better than this man. I feel like he
Mhm.
definitely brings nothing to the table, not even looks. He ain't even nothing to look at.
He's not even
And
tall.
and his attitude is horrible.
Oh, it's terrible. It's
He brings,
horrible.
and I feel like he's very sneaky and he's very devious and duplicitous. That crap he pulled a couple of summers ago, where he kept going online talking about that I'm tired of being daddy daycare. I felt like he was sneakily trying to set her up so that if they
Mhm.
split up, he could try to get her children and get child support. That man
Yep.
is disgusting.
And you know what? A lot of people don't understand that he's older than her. And for him to be older than you and still have less money than you and be playing these little pranks and games and then talking about he wanted another baby, most people his age are not thinking about having babies. Like that, all of that seemed like a manipulation because at the age that Todd was, you're kind of, especially if you already have a child, you're kind of past that point where you're worried about having babies. So
He
my
wanted babies so he could have bargaining chips later, girl.
exactly. My antenna went up on him because I'm like, what 45-year-old man is worried about having a baby?
Well, in America, no. In America, not so many. Other places, yes. And I see the comments. And Ali, Candy could have got a man with money. Janet Jackson got more bread than her, and Janet went and found a man with more money than her. So
No.
if we telling the truth, it's possible. Rihanna was dating somebody with more money than her. Then she went and settled for this strange looking little boy that she had this baby with.
But you know, he manifested Rihanna. And I keep telling people manifestation is real. He said he wanted a woman to take care of him and take him out. And that's what
Y'all are
But this is my thing. It don't matter. At the end of the day, this is what ladies have to realize. It does not matter what a man wants. And I know that's hard to hear because everything in our society is so male centered. It does not matter what a man wants. A man can want you all day. It's up to you as the lady to accept him or not.
Right.
that is true.
I've had way more proposals than I've had marriages. You're supposed to decide You don't just say because somebody made an offer, let me grab the first thing smoking, because if I don't, I'm never gonna get another chance. That's not the way to look at life. If that person cannot benefit your life or enhance your life, why the hell are you doing it? Like, it's better to be single. You know what I'm saying? I'm not single, but I encourage single women, don't be in a hurry. You don't owe anybody anything. Don't let nobody pressure you. If that man is not worthy of you, if he does not add value to your life, if he don't respect God, respect you, and love you like God loved the church, honey, leave that trash where it's at.
You know,
And I mean that.
and I also think that I understand being lonely and you might want companionship, but don't close yourself off to other people. Just date somebody casually. You do not have to date them exclusively. You can still be open to meeting new people. That would be my advice, and that's what I do.
Well, the
I'm
thing
not,
is,
no, we're not in a relationship.
you
I'm
date and you take your time, Callie. That's all. Date and take your time. Don't go chasing men. Allow men to chase you. And if somebody's worth your time, give him a little look. See what he's about. If you see something that don't look right, leave. He is not the last man that's gonna approach you.
Yep.
Good God Almighty, these men are everywhere. You got to step across them to get to the mailbox. You don't accept the first dusty with a you know what that walks up on you. You don't do that.
And can we? And then you doing these cringy swing videos like.
Ooh.
I hope
She
she's
looks so desperate.
with escaping
Yeah.
SWV. I hope she stay with escaping SWV and don't come back to Atlanta.
No, they filming. She on the show. And I think the show is wrapped, I believe.
I hope she stays after this season. I hope she don't come back. I hope she fall in love with her new job and don't come back.
The thing is, for them to get rid of Candy, I think they would have to find another Candy.
What does she do?
She's rich. And see, they want housewives to be rich and they want them to be married. So I think that is why they like Candy.
Well, they definitely don't want the black ones to be rich. Now, let's tell the truth. Crip, thank you so much for the super chat. Say Giselle is like a great tree whose old age can be determined by the sheer size and numbers of its rings it possesses. Thank you for the super chat. You so crazy. Miss MO1 says, I know a woman who emptied her child's education fund to bring a man from another country, and the man ended up with her full card. That's giant level stupid. Nikkei say, I put worthless men on layaway and focus on my healthy boundaries. I know that's right. Go ahead, y'all.
Man. Well, I don't know. With Candy, this is the thing with Candy. I think that Candy knows full well that Todd ain't no good. I just think that she likes the illusion of love. And I found that a lot of women who have money do this. And I didn't know this until I started, working in finance and I started meeting women that had like a lot of money. They would pay these men. And they knew full well what they were doing, but they just wanted the companionship. But
Callie, this is not a rich woman issue. This is a black woman issue, because we see black women who work 9-to-5 jobs, barely paying their rent on time, who are still paying for Ray and Pookie's child support payment, buying their reefer and letting them drive their car. This is a black woman issue. This is an issue of not recognizing your worth and demanding better for yourself. And the problem is, it's such an epidemic that even once they reach millionaire status, they're still reaching down into the gutters and the buckets underneath the gutters to collect trash.
I know a bunch of nurses that make oodles of money, and they're basically just raising dusties.
Girl, listen, now you know I was a nurse in the state of Florida, honey. And let me tell you something. It's a lot of nurses taking care of dusties.
Well, I mean, it wasn't until recently, because, I was broke and struggling. It wasn't until like the past couple of years that I really started meeting these men that either expected me to pay for things or they would start getting jealous of things that I had. I had never experienced that before. My family from Louisiana, we old school. Women ain't supposed to be paying for nothing. Men open the door, they pay. It's the Southern thing. You know what I mean? But these men out in LA, are just, they're horrible.
Have you noticed the correlation of all this started with the manosphere?
Oh,
It's
is
like,
that what it is?
I
thought it
think
was me. I thought, well, maybe because I'm not struggling anymore, I'm now attracting men who want something from me.
Let me tell
That's
y'all
what I thought
something.
it was.
Broke, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Broke, dusty men existed way before the manosphere. Broke, dusty men existed before the internet. I'm old enough to remember. There have always been broke, dusty, and busted and disgusted men who lived on women who worked harder and provided better.
Well, I guess it's more that they're more, I guess,
They're
not
just more verbal
not
because they
ashamed
have
of
a
it,
platform now.
because growing up, I used to see like the broke dusty men used to dress up as if they were going to work, get on the train and go nowhere, and then come back home to look like they were doing something.
Yeah.
It's like that's what you saw. But the reality is those men have always existed. There have
Oh, no, I
always
know that.
been men. There have always been men who lived with women and they did not provide. And I mean, I'm talking about all the way back to the 30s, 40s, and 50s. There have always been trifling. There have always been trifling Black men in this country. Always.
I guess it's that the men of today lack no shame. At least, they would pretend that they were doing something. But now it's just like, yeah, you have to pay. We got to go half, or you got to pay for me. I'm the prize. I'm like, wait, what?
And to be honest, I don't exclusively date Black men, even though I do feel on a lot of levels I have more in common with somebody who's from my same background. However, I will say when I have dated men that have been either from the Middle East or Eastern Europe, this never comes up.
Yeah, you're right.
It's never, ever an issue. Ever.
But now I'm gonna say this too. Let's be real, transparent, and clear. Now, there are dusty men of all colors. Well, how do they say in court? Evidence, or what do they call it? Exhibit A. Chris Bassett. There's always dusty. Look at that. Look at that Spanish boy that Janet Jackson was with. Dusty. So there's dusty in every color. Like let's not make any mistakes about it. There have always been dusty men, and dusty men come in every color. The problem is what I see happening is that Black women, by and large, fall into this whole attitude and mindset that Black men are of this protected class and we have to coddle them and make excuses for them. Whereas a lot of times it's not so easy to coddle and make excuses for men from other demographics.
Good point. I will say that this coddling and all of this stuff, again, my family is from Louisiana. I'm the first generation to ever be born outside of Louisiana. I was not raised like that. I was typically raised in an environment where men make more money than women, and that is just how the world is. And men typically are the providers. I did not grow up around a lot of women who had a lot of money unless they had got it from a man that they married.
Well, I grew up in the same environment, but I still saw what was going on. My father had a little store in town, honey, and I saw a little bit of everything. And that's why I can tell you without flinching that dusty, entitled, underachieving Black men have always existed. Plenty of them too.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we just see it more because the internet it's so easy. It's like now we have a bird's eye. We can see everybody, so we can see people that wouldn't even normally be around us.
Yeah, and they're so vocal about it. I'm like, dude.
But because one of the reasons why I have a lot of friends around me, I'm going to be 43, that are getting a divorce or want to get a divorce, but they can't because they're financially trapped. And this is why I say at this day and age, I don't really believe in marriage because it usually ends up ruining people financially. And they don't really get out of it what they think they're getting out of it. And a lot of these men want to get married because they want a financial partner. It has nothing to do with them being in love with you or wanting to really have a loving relationship with you. They just want someone to help them buy a house or help them start their business.
You're right. A lot of these men do want help, but I would say this: make your decision the way you make it. If you don't want to be married, don't be married. I wouldn't tell any young woman if she wants a husband not to have one. You can have a husband, but
Oh
be discriminating. Take your time. Just because he offers, don't take a yes. You're supposed to negotiate your contract, just like you do when you go for a job. Because a man asking you to be his wife is not some trophy. He's asking you to do a job, to wear his name, whatever the uniform is,
Okay.
raise his children,
Okay.
keep his house clean, cook his victuals, warm his sheets. And if somebody's asking you to do a job, you need to be negotiating pay. And most Black women are afraid to do so because of this mindset that, oh my God, nobody else is going to offer.
Yep.
You know what though, Seanitra? There's a thing. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. It's called hypergamy. I
Yes,
think that's how you say it.
that's right.
Very popular.
Hypergamy.
Very popular amongst my generation right now. Oh Lord have mercy, you can't tell them nothing. And
Well,
I appreciate
I
that.
mean, they say it's popular, but their behavior says otherwise.
wait.
It may be a popular
It's
statement.
a certain
Did
sector.
you
It's
say
a certain sector.
hypergamy?
Yes,
No,
hypergamy.
I honestly, Essence, what I see are women that are like Candace. Beautiful, young, educated, Black women who should really be able to get almost any man they want, marrying men that, like Chris, with 2 and 3 baby mamas, no decent job, bringing nothing to the table. That is what I see in real everyday life. I don't see nobody marrying up.
They're not practicing hypergamy at all. That's why I said
Yeah,
hypergamy may be a popular talking point amongst the youngsters, but it
it's
sure is not being
not.
practiced.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I know some younger people that have married men with assets that they don't
Yeah,
have.
but that's the thing. Some, but the majority is not making that move.
Yeah, no,
It's
I
just
said
not
it's
happening.
a small sector, a small sector.
No, I really think that Candace, even though Candace is not that young, Candace is damn near 40, is more of a representation of what I see the
Yeah,
younger
they're marrying trash.
marrying trash. I've
Well,
seen it in my
it's
own
more so the
family.
people who are intentional, like you were saying, Petra. The women that are intentional with sifting through men and getting what they want based on like what works for them as far as being a wife.
Find someone
Right.
who respects you and who cares
Exactly.
for you. And I think another dangerous thing that's being taught to our young Black girls is this nonsense that love is enough. That ain't nothing but a lie from the pits of hell. Love is not enough. You cannot eat love. Love will not put electricity in your house. Love will not pay your rent. Love will not pay your car note or insurance. Love will not give you death benefits. But it's like when it comes, every other group of women on the planet are encouraged to practice hypergamy except Black women. When it comes to us, we're supposed to practice plantation love games where we're going to help, Joe Boy who's running away from massa and even feed him with our titty if need be, because he can't provide for himself.
Yeah,
Gone are the days.
we're supposed to build them up.
Yeah, the lies. Your
And
mammy's supposed to build you up.
Exactly.
Unless your,
That's what
unless
I
your,
always say, Seanitra. I'm like, where are his parents? His parents are supposed to teach him how to make money and make sure
yeah, I'm not your
he
mother.
got his certification or whatever it is that he needs. You're not his mother.
The truth of the matter is, I'm not your mama, and I'm not gonna play with you.
Yeah.
I am not your mother. If she didn't do her job, shame on her. Nor am I your father if you know him.
And I wonder if young Black men are being taught that it is important that they know how to make money and make it in a legal way. You can't do anything in jail. I mean, you're just going to ruin your life. That is not a road you want to go down. But I just wonder if that is something that is even being taught, because I don't have kids and I'm close in age to my nephews. So I really wasn't able to be an influence on them because we're so close in age. I'm more like an older sister to them. But I do wonder, is that something that is being taught, or are they just saying that if a woman expects you to have anything, she's a gold digger, stay away from her? And I feel like that's the only thing that's being taught. I almost feel like no one's teaching these young men that it is important that they are able to make money and have a career or own a business, whatever they want to do to make money. That is important. You're not going to have a decent life if you can't make money.
Callie, I don't think it's been taught. the focus has primarily been on Black girls. We were told, "Oh, you're gold diggers, you're this." So you have a
Yeah.
whole generation of black women saying that I don't want to be a gold digger. I want to get my own. So they go to college, they get these professional jobs. Now they're here with these professional careers, and the men lag behind, and they're complaining like, "Oh, you're masculine, you're this, you're that." So I think we need to just shift the focus on them and basically do something similar. Like, why was it education stressed so much on Black girls, and while everyone just completely ignored Black men?
Well,
So
they did, but sis, they didn't ignore them. They babied them and coddled them. What they did for them was make excuses for their shortcomings. And the question would then need to be asked, if being educated, starting businesses, and being financially buoyant is masculine, you're supposed to be a man, right? Why are
exactly,
you not these things? Why are you
exactly.
not these things? Because at the end of the day, if you were these things, I wouldn't be pressured to be so much of these things. Why are you not these things?
We're compensating for what
That
we don't
part.
have.
That part.
See, here's the funny part, right? God is cute. God is funny. In my opinion, he was the first comedian,
Hmm.
but he was also a heck of a scientist and a mathematician. There has to be balance in this world. There's balance in relationships. There's balance everywhere. Those traits of being providers, innovators, creators, and protectors, those are things that traditionally may have went to men, but it has to exist in one way or the other. And when the men lack those traits, the women will automatically compensate for it because they are the leaders. Whether we like it or not, you're the leaders. So when you decided to become decidedly feminine, maybe some of those traits that should have been masculine fell to us because you, after all, you refused to do it and somebody had to.
Yeah.
Hey, hey,
Well, also, I mean, I was raised, well, I was raised by both my parents, but they were divorced
Same.
here and there. My dad was always like, okay, you have to pick a career, you have to go to college, you're gonna need to make such and such amount of money. Is the career you're picking gonna pay that much? You know, I mean, your 401k. I mean, all of this stuff my dad went over with me. You know, that I have to have a will, life insurance, everything. My dad went over all of these things with me. And I'm wondering, is this happening with Black men?
It's clearly not. And the thing is, even if you have parents that are saying it to them, they're not accepting it because the voices they're hearing on social media, online, everywhere is telling them, no, 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 you don't have to do anything. These women are expecting too much by expecting you to at least do the minimum. So what you need to do is you need to get a passport and go get somebody from a third world country and give us $60. Now that's what's going on.
And
And
then this,
women are not supposed to take care of men. But see, here's the catch
yeah,
22. Here's the catch 22. By them being ultra feminine, women became more capable. They became envious and resentful. And so now you have women who are more intelligent and now they're looking for men who are better providers than them. So now that we've become great providers, we want men who can provide better than us. And where does that live? Where does that leave Leroy, Ray Ray, and Pookie? In the gutter,
yeah.
catching Spirit Airlines to the Dominican Republic, and then the cash apps to get home.
What when you started talking about the I guess the passport bros, the picture that man
Mhm.
came in my mind.
Yes, the guy Rello who caught Spirit Airlines to Dominican Republic and then had to go live on YouTube to beg for cash apps to come home. That's where it leaves Ray Ray, Pookie, Biscuit, and Nunk Nunk. They have to catch a plane somewhere to give a girl $60.
And
Because
here,
because
yeah,
by and large, we have built incredible daughters, incredible girls. They're gorgeous, they're smart, they're educated, they're innovators, they're business owners. They are everything. Are our girls are the ones that, like, they make our hearts swell up in our chests, even when we're not the ones who gave birth to them. But once these girls become so magnificent, and we're telling them find men who are in a better position than you, the Ray Rays and Pookies have to take Spirit Airlines to Dominican Republic because who's left? Unless they want to go grab somebody at the trailer park. I mean,
hey, fam, I'm gonna drop down. I gotta go to work in the morning. I just want to say
all
I
right.
love y'all.
Love you right back.
Bye.
Good night.
Y'all have a good night.
Yeah,
But
Seanitra, I think
real,
you're right. I think
that's
that,
what happens.
yeah, a generation ago, that woman who was maybe on welfare and struggling, willing, to date this man that was living in the projects with her, that woman then raised a daughter to go to college and get a degree. And so that
That's
woman
right.
is now becoming extinct. Those
Well, you
women, almost don't exist anymore.
Okay, but let's be real with that. So what do you think happened? That woman knew how she felt, how she struggled, how bad it hurt, and she saw her precious girl and said, "My girl can't go through that." So then it flips right back to the generational dust of these men, because that man didn't even realize that what was happening to him was bad, and most of them ran off and didn't even raise their boys to say, "Hey boy, this didn't feel good. It hurt when I couldn't provide for my woman. It hurt when I couldn't put her in a house, and I don't want you to ever feel that type of shame and dehumanization." They weren't there to say that to their boys. And so again, we're back to Spirit Airlines and the Dominican Republic and cash apps to get home.
Yeah, because by and large, if you just take race out of the equation, men still make way more money than women on average. It just is what it is.
Not these over here. No, ma'am.
Well, no, it depends, because there was a study done
where it's like 98% men.
Yeah.
I'm like a dot when I walk in the room. If I see another woman, I'm like, ooh, another girl is here. Thank God.
Yeah.
And my mom was the same way before she retired.
If a black man and a black woman have the same educational background, that black man will make more than that black woman.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, but that's, mind you, that is
there. They're just not trying to get them.
There's not a lot of them, but they're there.
They don't qualify. They don't. A lot of them don't reach that level. So it's like if he does, that's Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah,
that's Neo in the Matrix.
It's not a problem of job shortages, and I'm going to be honest, it's not even a problem of racism, because most of these companies want a black face because there's not a lot of black people in these positions. They actually will be more likely to hire you as a black person because they're like, at least we can say we got one black person working here. So it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of they're not trying to get these jobs.
Well, this is the thing. It's not just that they're not trying to get, they don't prepare themselves to get said jobs.
Yeah.
And then we have a whole tidal wave of dust, dust storms that will pop up on the internet and then lambast and criticize black women for working jobs that they're not even prepared to get. Oh, y'all got these jobs and y'all bringing us down by taking these jobs. And it's like, no, baby, they didn't take them. They were just prepared to get them and you weren't.
Yeah, that is some really...
Yeah, and I can speak to that because so many people go to college, but not enough of them prepare an exit plan to where they have job offers after graduation. And it was something lightly brushed over in my college experience, but I made sure I kept my eye on that particular prize. But I know so many different men and women that graduated and ended up at like McDonald's, not McDonald's.
Oh no, it happened to me when I first graduated.
Carvana. They might end up at like a Carvana or something like that because they didn't apply. They didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't really put themselves in a position to be in those spaces. Where
it's deeper than going to college, especially for most of us, because most of us do not have the connections to get our foot in the door. So it takes us a little longer.
But the connections are available if you put
yourself. I actually had to go back to school and get another certification after I got a degree.
But there's nothing wrong with continuing your education.
Yeah.
But now let me ask Ali this question, because this is what we here for. Mm-hmm. Ali, what did you think about the girl that Juan was seeing at the laundromat?
She said that was his coworker.
I mean, people screw their coworkers all the time. Can you explain why they was at the laundromat washing personal clothes and she was leaned up on his shoulder?
I haven't seen that picture. I only saw the picture of her saying, I guess on her story, she posted that, "Oh, get a life." I saw that. I didn't see the one with
wait. Hold on, y'all.
But
let Ali talk. Ali, you saying Robin said get a life?
No, that's what the girl said. She put it on her
Ooh,
story,
Oh,
get a life.
oh,
And
okay.
she said to get a life that they're co-workers because she had her I guess school uniform or the school jacket. But
girl,
Juan
you
is a
just
lowdown.
hold on.
I don't know.
Ali, Ali, you said you ain't seen the picture, girl.
No. I haven't seen her laid up on him because I heard about it. Because some
No,
people
she
they won't
seen
post it for some reason because she's
I'm
a
gonna show you.
civilian in a
Hold on,
picture.
I'm gonna show you, girl. Hold on, I got you. Hold on, don't go nowhere.
Because
I'm
I
gonna
Not
bring.
think
even alive.
Hold on, Ali. I'm gonna bring everybody down where you can see it. Okay, hold on.
mhm.
All right.
She looked like she has acne.
But she also,
Now,
facial wise, reminds me of Robin.
hold
I
on,
Yeah, I
hold
was about to
on.
say that. I'm saying Juan clearly has a type.
yeah.
That's what I said, Ali. He got a type, girl.
He
He got
clearly
a
has a type.
type. We sitting up here looking at you with your type of girl. She leans all up on the shoulder, child.
I
Leans
don't
all
know.
on
Juan is
the
really trying so hard to lose that $150,000 a year job. Like, why? Like, that's
shoulder.
he's.
They're not doing anything that they could be fired for in this picture. They're really not.
All
Uh,
I'm saying is, I don't think he's gonna get fired, but I'm just sitting here like, Robin, girl, this whole fake marriage story is not. It ain't coming together, girl.
mhm.
But
I
who's to
think
say
she
she
got
can't
out of it.
turn around and say, "Oh, he made me feel uncomfortable," or a lot of things can be drawn from that picture. So
You
I
right.
wouldn't put myself in that situation with a workmate. That's all I'm
And see, this is the thing. Like, I get that they supposed to be co-workers, and I also know that people are oftentimes have they work wives and work husbands and all that. And I also know that BS story about washing the team's jerseys at a private laundromat, that don't make sense because the school has washers and
saying.
dryers.
Hmm.
I was
Plus,
gonna say, don't they have a
plus,
laundry service for that?
plus, plus, they have team managers that wash the clothes and stuff, not no coaches. Plus, why was y'all at this private laundromat washing private clothes and leaned up on each other? Was Juan cold? Was you trying to warm up his shoulder? What's going on, mama?
But was it Juan or Robin say that Juan was no, it was Robin. She said, "Oh, Juan was out buying clothes for the team at Zara, and when he was with a
Mhm.
woman, and people said that he was cheating." And then I thought according to NCAA regulations that they're not supposed to buy clothes for the team. They
They're
can
not
get in
supposed to be
trouble.
giving them gifts at all.
Yeah, that's considered a gift. I know the players can
That's
now make
why
money
Coppin
off of their
State in trouble right
likeness.
now. That's why
I'm sorry.
Coppin State in trouble right now.
Y'all, Robin
That's why
is lying. And
the
Robin
basketball
should have
team is
gotten
in so
out of
much
this
trouble.
lie seasons ago. She should have said that her and Juan broke up. It's over. New storyline. She kept holding on to this, and I think they're gonna get rid of her.
I think so too. I think the reunion is going to be her swan song.
Bye, Felicia.
I think it already was the wedding episode. I think they were already wrapping her story up before this even happened.
But you know what?
I
After the reunion, I think Giselle should go more so than Robin
I agree.
I would
because I
love
think
for
she's
her to
Yes.
guilty
go.
of everything.
I would love for her to go, Ali, but I just don't believe they're gonna do it.
I
No,
I
they're
know.
feel
not
like
gonna do it.
I
I
feel like best case scenario, the best thing we can hope for is give me Robert. If you ain't gonna give me Giselle, give me Robert. I need her gone.
I think if Chris made a bigger fuss legally, I think that maybe in a season or two she would have been gone. Because I think what happens on these shows is that it takes years for these things to go through human resources. I think that's why Michael's no longer on the show. I think Nene might have gotten a little bit more trouble than we thought she did. I just think that it's a slow process when they do these sorts of things that are HR related.
But this isn't about being HR related because at the end of the day, number one, there's nothing Chris can do because Giselle has been very careful and like she said, it's semantics. He didn't do anything to me. There was nothing inappropriate. I just felt uncomfortable. She was careful not to blatantly accuse him of doing anything to her. So there's nothing Chris could have done legally. Secondly, This ain't about going through HR, because at the end of the day, these people are contract players. If they don't get a contract, they don't get a contract. There's no guarantee of a contract next season, and none of them to know they're gonna have a contract next season. So they don't need years to get rid of Robin. They don't need years to get rid of Giselle. I just need Robert gone, because Robert did way worse than Kenya Moore, and they fired her. So with that being said, I need the exact same thing to happen to Robert Dixon, or I need Kenya Moore to get all of her money from the season that they fired her wrongfully. That's what I need to see, like real tangibles. And if not, then we need to make noise online, because this should not go down. You cannot give preferential treatment to the 75% clear girl. You can't do that.
No, not at all. You know, someone called me a coon because I said she was a white woman with a black recessive gene. I'm
So,
like,
okay,
I'm like, that made me a coon.
Wait, Callie, wait. Ali, how does that make you a coon?
I
Because
have no idea. No
Yeah,
idea.
okay, so now let me say this. It would have been more coon-like for you to be trying to act like this girl is completely black just because you're in love with recessive traits. Now that would have been coon-like.
Agreed.
All I could do was laugh. I'm like, oh my God, these Robin stands, where did they come from? Because they've been quiet for years.
Well, I don't even think that they're Robin stands. I think what you're seeing is that that nasty undercurrent that happens in our community that's just in love with proximity to clearness. They love that proximity. They love to see people who are clear and clear adjacent cosplay as black people, because then they can live in a fantasy that blackness doesn't mean what they resent about themselves. That blackness also means something that's not black at all. And they're angry with you for challenging that assertion.
And then when you call them out on their hypocrisy and even bridge the gap, the relationship between colorism and racism, because I was on another channel, basically colorists and racists say the same thing.
Because
racism doesn't exist. Colorism doesn't
they're
exist.
sisters.
You know, reverse colorism, reverse racism. I'm like,
colorism.
you guys have privilege.
To recognize that colorism is the little sister of racism. Colorism exists because racism created it, and that's the bottom line. Racism and clear supremacy created colorism, and it is all based on your acceptability in relation to your proximity to clearness. That's what it's about.
Yeah,
And Karen gave the most intelligent and honest answer about it, which is that it has been indoctrinated, and you have to actively not participate in it because it has become a part of our experience here. It just is what it is, because this is the plantation. America.
I always refer to my daughter. My daughter's biracial. She looks exactly like me. When she was younger, everyone would say, "Oh my God, she's so pretty," and I got triggered by that because I look just like her. But the only difference is I was darker and had kinkier hair, so I never got any of those comments or like, "Oh, what's wrong with your hair?" You know, like that. And it's just colorism is just so ingrained in us. They didn't even realize they were saying these horrible things to a child, but then when they see a child that looks exactly like the same child, you were saying those horrible things, but they have curly or straighter hair and they're lighter complected, they're like, oh my God, she's beautiful.
Yep.
But that's the thing. It's like it's the fact that, again, it has been indoctrinated, and like you said, it's so ingrained that people do not realize the biases that they have. And when you point it out, I feel like the people who become the most defensive, argumentative, and combative are the people who are aware, and they do not want to stop that behavior, and they don't want it challenged, and they don't want it called out. Some people really just don't realize what they're doing.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think because Giselle is a little bit older, Giselle is in her 50s, and I feel like colorism was a little bit more accepted.
Yes, a little bit more. Girl, it was encouraged.
Outwardly be colorist and say colorist remarks and not get checked. And Giselle is from that generation. She is.
Yes, she is. I mean, a lot of us were around back then.
Yeah.
It wasn't just more acceptable, it was encouraged. It was encouraged.
The thing with Giselle is that I think that I think that she knows how she feels, but at the same time, her daughters are brown skinned, so she's kind of like in a bit of a pickle. You know what I mean? But I also feel when it comes to Candace in particularly, the fact that Candace was able to get in the same place that they were without having to sleep with a man for money, I think was a trigger for most women on this show. I 100%.
Everything about Candace triggered them. Everything about Monique triggered them because Monique married the money and they were mad at her too. So like I said last night, it's not about how they got the money. She can make up any excuse she likes. What she doesn't like to see is success and affluence and a good life on a Black woman. She doesn't want to see that. She feels as though she should have had it and it didn't work out for her. Because Monique married the money and she was mad at that. Ever since she heard that girl had 4 houses, she been pissed off. Then then you got little Candace, and little Candace came from wealth and affluence because both of her parents are wealthy and successful, and that pissed her off. And so it's like, okay, well, don't get it from a man, don't get it from your parents, don't get it from generational wealth, and then in walks Wendy Osefo. Okay,
who's working for it?
Who got 4 degrees and got it off the muscle, and you're mad at that too. So it doesn't matter how that Black woman came across her success. Giselle is angry at seeing successful Black women. It don't matter how you got it.
You're right. That is what it is. I think that Giselle is one of these people who is now older and realizes that they have made a lot of bad choices in life. And instead of her doing what a lot of the housewives do and say, well, I'm one housewife and I'm going to make myself rich here, damn what happened in the past, she's become bitter. And it's like, Giselle, like, this is your opportunity. Like, you could turn this around, but instead of you doing that, you're making up false accusations and having fake relationships and doing all this weird stuff. She's her personality, I just can't get with.
She's socially awkward. She is socially awkward. She's disingenuous. Like, she's just unpleasant, just all around unpleasant.
And she's one of those women that, yes, they're beautiful on the outside, but they're so ugly inside, and you could just see past their beauty. It's just like, yeah, you're not as pretty as you're supposed to be because your insides are just so bad.
Yeah. Well, I also think that Giselle has aged the way that she has aged because her ego is so big. She did not take care of her looks.
Yeah,
I think
she thought it was gonna just last by osmosis, honey.
Yeah. Her and Mariah Carey are the same age. Exactly.
Well, I mean,
Mariah Carey.
Let me be quiet because Mariah Carey don't look like nothing either.
No, Mariah Carey is not like a beautiful girl, but I'm talking about age-wise.
Honey, if we talking about age-wise, you put her up against Angela Bassett because Mariah Carey ain't nothing to write home about.
Older than them.
But that's my whole point.
A lot of people want to say it's because Giselle's light skin. Mariah Carey is basically a white woman, and she does not look that old.
But girl, if we're gonna go with light skin, because Mariah Carey is not light skin, Mariah Carey is a non-Black woman.
That's what I'm saying.
If we're gonna go with white woman, if we're gonna go without a light skin, go to Lena Horne, honey. Lena stayed pretty for years, gorgeous.
Yeah, Halle Berry's not bad either.
Halle Berry looks great for her age.
She's older
too. She's got recessive genes, but she didn't start aging like spoiled milk.
And then, Regina Hall is 52 as well.
I know Regina Hall is gorgeous.
Hold on, and then take a look at Nicole Murphy. That's another biracial lady, and she aged good as hell. I be like
her abs are everything.
Well, I think she's on keto diet. Because there's no way she can have
it doesn't matter what kind of diet. It doesn't matter what kind of diet Nicole Murphy is on. The point is she's biracial, she has recessive traits, and she takes very good care of herself, and she does not look like farting in church on Christmas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
good great.
And Marjorie Harvey too. Is that her name?
Marjorie Harvey is not biracial. Marjorie is older, and Marjorie is not biracial.
She
Yeah,
aged
yeah, Margie,
very well. She aged very well also.
Yeah, she takes very good care of herself and she looks great.
no,
So
Giselle does not take care of herself. That's
that's
why she aged
and we agreeing with you. She didn't take, and she
Yeah.
still doesn't. This is the same woman that we saw in the nail shop putting a foot rag on her face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So imagine
During
what she's
COVID.
skincare.
Ugh.
No, she aged this way. It has nothing to do with her skin tone. She did not take care of herself.
Yeah, she didn't take care of herself.
She did not moisturize. She did not stay out of the sun. She did not
Because
drink
there's a
water. She
well,
did not do
according to,
Botox.
but
She did
hold on now, hold on, Kelly. Because according to her, she told them girls just this year at Robin's little musky field day, I got it. My mama told me to stay out the sun. She
yeah,
prides
now
herself.
because she looks so old.
No,
My
baby.
mom probably
No,
did say,
ma'am.
girl,
No,
I think you
ma'am.
need to stay
No,
out
ma'am. No,
the sun.
ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No ham, no turkey. That heifer been dodging the sun her whole life because she's scared of getting a tan. The sun,
I've seen her with
the
tan.
sun,
Yeah.
the sun is not her enemy. The sun did not do this to her. This is from years and years of bad eating, bad drinking, bad living. And the old people used to say, sin disfigures. Giselle been out there hoe hopping. And one thing about hoeing, if you hoe too much, it's gonna show on your face.
I avoid the sun. No, wear sunscreen.
I wonder if she ever smoked cigarettes.
Yeah, if you smoke
Because
cigarettes
that's what
at
it kind of
80,
looks
you
like
would
to
do.
me. It looks like someone who used to smoke. Because when people are
Well,
smokers, their skin wrinkles up in a particular way.
Yeah, it's like when people say black don't crack. I said if you smoke cigarettes, it definitely
Yes,
cracks.
it does. If you smoke cigarettes. That's
well,
smoking. That's why
I
back
don't
in the day,
know. I
people
don't
so
know that.
old.
Know that to be true either because I've seen black ladies, and some of the older ladies, they eventually quit smoking. But I know some of them for a fact who had been smokers and they still did not age like spoiled milk.
But
Oh,
do
they
you?
were
But I
lucky.
realized the older women didn't smoke like these menthol Newport cigarettes that they do now. Because I remember my aunt; she used to always smoke Virginia Slims, and she looks great. She stopped
Virginia
smoking, but
Slims.
those were her brand of choice.
Yeah, now Ali, you got a point because a lot of them old bras, it was Virginia Slims and Benson and Hedges.
Yes, but these
Those were the
Newports got these
ones.
girls looking crazy.
Girl, these Newports got them looking like they've been on a level 10 prison yard, just rough.
No, I just wonder if that's what it is. Just because Giselle looks damn near old as her mom. So I'm like, damn, girl. I mean, she got me paranoid. I'm looking in the mirror like, oh, I hope I ain't.
Yeah,
You know?
she looked really bad at the reunion. Like she really did. Like
She's only what 53,
and she's sagging.
She's not that old.
Well,
But the thing, but the thing is, like, looks aside, stop being so miserable and evil. Because sometimes, and I don't care what nobody says, sometimes the pleasing personality will make you beautiful. I know some
Oh, yeah.
ladies that, their features might not be classically what someone would call aesthetically pretty, but their personality is so beautiful you can hardly tell.
Yeah.
It's just, why be so miserable, evil, and awful every day of your life? Like, it's like you're going to give yourself constipation. You just look like you got hemorrhoids every day. Can you be pleasant one day? Must every day of your life be unpleasant?
I don't understand why she didn't look at being on this show as an opportunity to now reinvent herself and now have things that she's wanted instead of her being jealous of people like Candace and Monique. She should have said, look, this is my opportunity to make my own money.
She doesn't want to work for anything.
Yeah, she tried, but
that's one reason I can't get with her. I can't get with her because she doesn't have anything to have that sense of entitlement. I can see if she had married some big multimillionaire, billionaire, whatever.
But Kelly, what don't you understand? She feels like her complexion and recessive traits should have entitled her to those things.
And I also
just by the nature of how she looked, I should have had it.
I also think her access to Erica Lyles and being the, I guess now ex-wife of Kevin Lyles would be her way into that upper echelon, because they started Every Hue together, and I barely saw the women promote it. I'm like, this is your brand, and you only spoke about it like once or twice on the show.
But Ali, Gabor was not joking when he said that stuff was literally on the floor at Target here in Los Angeles, because I saw it too. It was on the clearance and then it had fallen on the floor, and that was the only time I had ever seen that product.
But was she even
So
promoting
Gabor
it?
was not trying to be funny. That stuff was literally on the floor at Target.
Yeah,
I mean, it was on clearance as soon as they put it out. Like, it was, no one bought it. And I think it's because people don't like her. See, that's the thing. You have to be likable to sell products, or you have to be quiet and never talk like Lori Harvey. See, Lori Harvey, we don't know what her personality is. So would I buy a lip gloss from her? Probably. I ain't got nothing against her, you know, because we don't know who she is. But once you start going on these reality shows and people see that you're not likable, you are no longer good as a spokesmodel, because who's going to buy something from people that nobody likes?
Well, this is the thing. It's like, you have to remember, and that's just for everybody, even past reality shows, because you never know who's watching you. You are your own brand. And the way she represented her brand, she was not a good brand ambassador for her brand. And she didn't think about it when she was telling lies and saying nasty stuff and attacking people's husbands and talking about their genitals and all these little nasty things that she did. And she didn't even think about the fact that your target demographic for the audience on this show is Black women, and you spend your time attacking Black women. Well, baby, the audience that you're trying to sell to, that sees your brand and views your brand, are the same Black women that you're attacking, and you're attacking people who look like them.
Did you see her on Sherry Shepherd's show and how, like, I don't know. I couldn't, when she was saying, "Oh, those people, they don't pay me. They're not paying my
Yeah,
bills."
her and Robin, to me, have no respect for the viewers, no respect for the fans. They are not grateful at all. And to be honest, I personally am probably going to stop watching the show, because I know they're not getting rid of Giselle.
They're never gonna get rid of her.
And like I said, I find Mia to be appalling. And yeah.
The thing that got me when Giselle made that ignorant comment about, oh, they not paying my bills, it was literally ignorance. That's why I say she's nasty, but she's also very ignorant. She's not bright. She's not even smart enough to realize that what she said was absolutely categorically untrue. These people on social media are your demographic. These are the people who watch their show. They absolutely pay your bills. If they stop watching, your bills stop being paid. But she's too ignorant to realize that. She didn't realize you're insulting the people who have to support you.
Yeah, I agree. There's this no graciousness. There's this no, like, well, I love the fans. I'm so grateful to be here. There's none of that.
She lacks intelligence. You're looking for grace when intelligence is missing. See, people who hate your guts are smart enough to put on a good show when the camera starts rolling. There are people who, I have worked with people who will say, and no names will be mentioned, don't ask me, who will say horrible things about people. And the minute that camera turns on, hey, everybody, I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
What's
Look,
that guy?
all my fans, you guys are great. That's a level of intelligence that she lacks.
Was James Corden, the guy on the Late Show? There's many stories about how horrible of a person he is, but when that camera comes on, he's like America's darling.
Yeah.
And she's not smart enough to realize that when people buy products from you, they're buying you. You're selling yourself to the people. If you yourself are something that is just a big bowl of nasty and don't nobody want none, it doesn't matter what you have. It's seen as that same big bowl of nasty. You cannot sell without selling yourself. And Giselle is not marketable. She always walks around looking like she's holding in gas or smelling something, making faces, attacking folks, telling lies, loud and ignorant.
Yeah,
why would anybody buy that?
Like you said, people don't realize being liked gets you far. I worked with this guy. He's the one that basically taught me game in this corporate world, but he's kind of incompetent, but he's likable. He's right now he's a general counsel at a Fortune 500 company, but he don't know shit, but he's likable.
I work with people like that. Yeah.
You know, so it will get you very far to be likable.
That's right. But she's not intelligent enough to realize that. She's not smart enough to do that.
No, I honestly think that she is a person who is miserable. And instead of her doing something about it and say, wow, I have this platform, I have this opportunity to do something to change my life, she brings that misery onto this show. And I know they're not going to get rid of her next season, but I do think it's coming because if you look at the other franchises, the women who were sort of like this, they're gone. And
But the thing is,
the face of the
the
franchise.
difference, but there's a market difference here. The difference is she is there to do their dirt, and they're going to keep her there to do their dirt. Bravo, as a whole, Bravo, NBC, Universal, and the like, they are racist as hell, and they have someone who shows up as a somewhat black woman, as she says, the Creole queen, and she's willing to do their dirt, attack and slander and malign black women. And as long as she's willing to do all their dirty work, I seriously doubt that they're gonna touch her. They're gonna keep that nasty heifer right there.
But if you watch, I don't know if you watched the OC, that was Gretchen, and that
That's who I was thinking of.
Vicky and Tamara were the people on the OC,
dynamic.
and they used to do all the dirty work on there.
But you're forgetting, Ali, this is a different dynamic. They need a black woman that they can plug into this somewhat or perceived black cast that's willing to attack these black women. If they drop her, who do they have? They definitely can't bring in a clear woman to do it. They know they'll get their heads ripped off because Lanithia already called them big old racists and brought a lawsuit, and so did Mariah that they stole merit to Medicare from. So they can't do that. In order to keep attacking these black women, they need somebody who appears to be black enough and willing to go on that show and do it. And Mia's not smart enough. She'll fumble the bag and throw a drink in your eye.
Oh yeah,
Mia needs to go.
Because Mia would be willing, but Mia's even dumber than Giselle.
Yeah, she's a child. She's such a child. I think they should bring back Charisse. I know that's an unpopular opinion. But she would keep Karen on her toes. And
how is she keeping her on her toes? By running around telling ridiculous lies and bad wigs? I'm good.
Anybody but them. I would prefer to see Charisse on there than that.
But Mia just showed us on this reunion what she did with Wendy. Anyone can make up a cockamamie lie.
Anybody can. And I didn't think it was cute. And what was funny, what was even funnier, and I mean ironic funny, was Robin sitting over there going, ooh. I'm like, girl, shut up. You got real tea. You over here getting excited about fake tea. And it is really unfortunate because I tried to like Mia. I tried to feel for her because, she was a couch surfing, orphan or whatever. But she truly declassed the show. She's got sex stories and sexual deviance and sex lies and everything.
Yeah, it's not sex positivity, it's sexual deviance.
Yeah,
that's the word I was looking for. It's a creepiness. She is a person that, I'm gonna be real, I'm not sure I would set my drink around or go to sleep around her.
She's creepy.
I'm just saying that is the vibe that she gives off.
I would call her. It's very uncomfortable. I would be so uncomfortable around a woman like Mia, how she speaks.
You know how for me personally, how I would regard her is like the way I see her, a large Hispanic gentleman. And I would see her as a possible predator and a large Hispanic gentleman. And I would have my ice pick, my pepper spray, my stun gun, and my 380. Like, no, because you're a large Hispanic gentleman, you're predatory, you're creepy, and you're always, showing sexually deviant behavior.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's very deviant. And to be honest, even the first season, I was surprised that a lot of people, it seemed like Mia was just throwing these things out and people wasn't really catching them. But there were some things that this woman said. I'm like, this woman is gross and creepy and I want her off my TV. And that was even last season. And then coming on this season, it just went to a whole new level of just weirdness. And there is nothing wrong with being bisexual. There is nothing wrong with being a lesbian. But to me, I felt like that wasn't what was happening here. I felt like this was something that she was doing to seem like she was some sort of it girl or to be cool or to be edgy. It was not genuine.
Yeah, she was like a caricature.
Yeah, exactly. It's even the way that she speaks. I don't understand, why does she speak like she's from Sherman Oaks?
Isn't she from Baltimore?
Exactly. Like when people have that fake Valley accent and they ain't even from the Valley, my antenna goes up real high because I'm like, why are you talking like that? I know people born and raised in the Valley that don't even talk like that.
Well,
Like,
see, this
where
is
did
the
you get
thing that got me with Mia, and this is what I recognized, okay? And this is what let me know, hey, Catherine Bennett, this is what let me know that Bravo was on board with this, and Bravo wants to bring a smutty side to Black women. They wanted smut on Atlanta. They got smut, and the ratings
That's
dropped
true.
because there was nothing else. And so they brought in Mia, and I know that they approved and they encouraged the smut that she brought because her second season, she's bringing a friend on the show. How? Why?
Yeah, we barely know
They're,
who she is.
that's what I'm saying. They're encouraging it because they wanted the smut. Bravo, Andy Cohen for sure, and Bravo, I believe they're complicit too. They don't like to see Black women behave in a dignified fashion. That's one of the critiques that I've heard about Black women all my life, that we're uptight, and they wanted to bring some smut to Black women. Because usually you don't hear about sisters kissing on each other, and we had never heard about no crap like that on this show until Nasty Smutty Mia shows up, and then we got to hear about people bumping privates and showing people privates and kissing on other women. Black women, as in general, we don't normally behave like that, and
No,
they
they try
wanted
to
that,
try to do
they wanted that smutty element, and she brought the
like a
smut.
Brandy Glanville on the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
act like that. Like literally, we grew up seeing that crap and like, oh, there go them clear girls again. Ugh. Like we don't do that. We have dignity, and they criticize us and call us uptight because we have some dignity. We got some shame. Usually, they
But you,
wanted smut. They brought that Bolo storyline onto yes, Latoya say, or they say we're too serious, but they brought that Bolo crap onto Atlanta to bring smut. Okay,
Mm-hmm. And
everything
regardless
about
of what happened, that's why Tanya left off that show.
mhm.
because
I
of
don't know if
smut.
Tanya did anything or not, but she left the heck off
I
that
don't
show.
believe Tanya did nothing. I don't believe Portia did anything. They just like the smut. They like the
That's what I heard,
accusations of smut.
Seanitra.
I
Seanitra,
don't.
I actually have heard, not firsthand, it's third-hand information from somebody that knows somebody that works on that show, that nothing happened. They were just
But I said, but that's the thing, Kelly. I said it from the gate. This
yeah.
was another ploy from Andy to bring smut to Black women. They felt like these sisters were too clean and too uptight. And so it's like, we're going to bring in the smut by any means. That's another reason why they allow Candy to sit up there and be as boring as paint drying, because Candy is willing to give people vibrating panties and try to play with people's coochies. And that's why she gets so aggressive when somebody like Kenya says, I'm not comfortable with you doing that.
Yeah.
That's why they have her with sex harnesses and dungeon this and dungeon that. And we're going to do a dungeon theme, and everybody wear lingerie and dungeon type stuff at the reunion. They want to smutty up Black women. That's why there was this concerted effort to try to make Dr. Wendy Osefo look smutty, because she actually represents some of the qualities that they hate most about Black women. You're Black, you're strong, you're intelligent, you're smart, you're respectable, you have a husband and children.
You saw
They
how fast they
hate
got
that.
rid of Brandy Glanville after she did that mess with Denise Richards. She was only there one season, and she was off the show the next.
But she had already
But
been
when it,
there too
but when
long.
it comes to Black women, that's what they want to do to us.
But
They
Mia, they
want
gave her a
to
second season.
they want to
No,
smutty
Brandy
us
was
up.
there before. She had returned again. Brandy is a very problematic person. She has done racist things. She has done things to me would be sexual harassment. Um,
Look what
They
she
should
did
have
to,
been let
what's her
her
name?
go.
Carolyn
But
from New
the,
Jersey.
but this is the whole point. Like all that notwithstanding, and I'm not trying to dismiss it, but that's what they do. Now I ain't being ugly. It just is what it is. That's what those women do. When they do stuff like that, ain't nobody batting the eyelash because that's who they are. Every time we see even young Black women start engaging in certain things, why do you think everybody loses it? Because they're like, now y'all know we ain't supposed to act like that. Andy Cohen, NBC Universal, and Truly Original have gone out of their way to tarnish not only the image of individual ladies on these shows, but to tarnish the image of Black women, period. This is an attack on Black womanhood. And if people don't see it, I don't know who else can make you see it.
Yeah, I think that they find these characters like Mia to be what they find entertaining about Black women. They only think that Black women can be entertaining is that they're acting like some sort of weird cartoon.
And
But the thing
hypersexual.
is,
Yeah.
they have to find somebody who is clear adjacent or not quite Black, because it's not the way they see us or the way they find us entertaining. What they're showing you is this is what we want you all to act like. This is what we want you all to be. This is how we want to see you. How dare you walk around with your head in the air and your chest out? They
I feel
do not want to see a Candace who was raised as a little pretty princess by her successful Black mother and her successful Black father in generational wealth. That is not the picture they want to paint. They did not want to see Monique. They did not want to see Monique and her successful and wealthy Black husband with their well-behaved and well-coiffed, beautiful, perfect little Black babies, owning 4 homes and whatnot. They didn't want that there. That's why Andy Cohen was so pissed when she said, "Child, that little chick, Chris don't care about that chick." That hurt his heart.
I think
They
reality
don't like
TV
to see.
wasn't for Monique to begin with.
Well, it wasn't. It was not for Monique, but that's not the point. Monique wasn't entertaining to me like that. She's beautiful. I love her family, but whether she was for it or not, that's what they didn't like about her.
Yeah,
Because
she
if
almost
boring,
ruined her family
because
off of this show.
because because the truth of the matter is this: if boring was the crime, Robin would have been gone a long time ago.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah.
And Giselle ain't got much going on either.
At
Like,
all.
and okay, can I just say something that somebody who grew up in New Orleans with this Creole mess, people do not walk around New Orleans saying that they are Creole. Usually when I hear that, it is from people who ain't even from Louisiana.
Well, her behind is actually from there, and it would make sense that you wouldn't walk around in a city full of Creole
Yeah.
people calling yourself Creole. She's doing that because she is not in her place, and she wants to make sure that the Black people watching and the Black people on their cast know that y'all are not like me, and I am different from y'all. And that's the message she sent, and the message was well received.
No, somebody should have said something to her in Creole to see if she could talk back to them. That would have shut her ass up. Because I bet she don't know the issue,
to me, the issue is not whether she speaks Creole or not, because everybody knows who her daddy is, because they're not people who are like obscure. These are well-known people. So everybody knows who her daddy is and everybody knows who her mammy is. So we all know she's Creole. But the fact that she is not the issue. The fact that she made it her business to announce it and give herself the moniker of the Creole Queen, she was making a statement, honey, and the statement was received.
Well,
I'm
and
not
remember,
if she is technically Creole. I have a friend that I can ask about these things, and he said there are only certain families
what you
that
want
are
to
actually
say. It
Creole.
has nothing to do with the fact that
Any
everybody knows
random
her
person
family.
from Louisiana.
Bottom line, everybody knows the girl's family, and everybody knows that those are Creole folks. That has never been up for debate. The issue is that she made it her business to announce it more than once and talked about her pedigree more than once, because she was trying to make the differentiation. She wanted to make sure that we knew that she wasn't like us. I ain't Black like y'all. Now that's the message that hoe was sending. And
I guess what I'm trying to say is that most of the people that have done that, Seanitra, and I agree with you, that's what she was doing, are not
I don't
actually
have nothing to do with the other people.
They're not.
I heard what you're saying. But that
Yeah.
ain't got nothing to do with Giselle. That has nothing to do with Giselle. She did what she did because that's the message she was sending. And the bottom line is, we're not gonna sit up and play this game like it ain't some Creole folks that's real colorist and really don't like black people. And I know some personally that don't even want their children marrying and going with dark people because they want to maintain that color. So that type of thing is very real, and we ain't gonna pretend over here, not on the porch.
Oh no, they don't
Wendy
even want to
Williams
married
is
outside the culture, period. Like they wouldn't want their son marrying me. I ain't Creole.
no,
But
but I guess what Seanitra's trying to say,
Yeah.
Wendy Williams is from a community in New Jersey where they basically just intermarry other light skinned folk. If you're
that's
darker
right.
than a paper bag, you're not our kids aren't marrying you.
That's
Oh
and that's
no, I'm
and that's
not
it.
saying that's not a
On the
thing at
bottom line,
all.
and not only that, it's also noted that that was one of the issues that her mama and them had with Jamal funky behind. So the truth of the matter is, all of those other things that have nothing to do with Giselle have nothing to do with this conversation. Did we talking about this hoe on this date and what she said and what she did?
But season 1, episode 1, she made it known that she was light skinned with green eyes.
Yes,
Yes.
I don't
sir.
know why that had to come up in conversation, but she wanted it known.
Yes, ma'am.
As though we don't have eyes and can't see her.
Because that was her,
Yeah.
that's her claim to fame. But you have to look at Callie, when that's all that you perceive to have going for yourself, she ain't got nothing else going. And she felt like that was an attribute worth bragging on. To me, that would be like me saying, I just want to make sure y'all know I'm pecan 10 with a big old booty. Like, how does that affect
Yeah.
anybody? How does that affect anybody? How is that something for me to brag on? Like, I didn't go to school to achieve a big booty. There were no classes I took to achieve the pecan tan.
You know what I think also is very weird? Do we know what Giselle did for a living before she was?
The heifer didn't do nothing. She ain't never
Nothing.
had
She
no job.
stole
We know.
Jamal's from his first
Because
wife.
most of these women have a career, even if it's something that is trumped up for the show. They have
Well,
something.
we already knew that Giselle had nothing going when she came on the show. She told y'all when she got there she was the first lady. That's all she was. And then she wrote a book about Jamal cheating that ain't nobody buy. Now that's what went on.
But Jamal, had they been divorced for like 7, 8 years at that point?
It don't matter. That's all she had to talk about. What else you wanted to write the book about, Kelly?
I don't know. I'm just saying that when I think of all of these women on Housewives, she's one of the few women that we don't know what the heck she did for money before she got on this show.
We do know what she did for
She got
money.
alimony and child support.
Thank you. What you mean we don't know what she did? We know very clearly what she did. Giselle never had a job. We know what she did.
Because she
Yeah,
didn't sit
but
on
I
any
guess I'm just saying
boards,
most of
nothing.
these women, even if it's BS, have some sort of career.
But she
You
doesn't
know what I
have
mean?
one.
Or
She don't.
previous career.
But she doesn't have one. She never had one. She never lied and said she had one. And that's actually more respectable than Lil Robert, who sat up there talking about I was working in PR and I heard she really wasn't. And clearly she wasn't, because she doesn't even know how to present herself to the public.
If she was a PR person, she was the worst PR person I've ever seen. That's for sure. I don't know who would hire Robin. Robin is a mess. I think Robin thought she struck gold with Juan. And he didn't blow up in the NBA. The money that he did make is gone. And I think that part of Robin is still holding on to that dream of being that basketball wife. And it's like, girl, just move on and get you a new man. Why are you? Those kids are about to be in high school. Like, what are you doing?
Girl, I don't think Robert want no man. I feel
Well,
like
whatever she wants. You know,
I don't know if she wants to be in a relationship at all. I think that Robert thinks that she has to present herself as in a relationship or try to make herself interesting with a relationship to be on the show. And yes, Symphony Love, she was a troll on Lipstick Alley. She absolutely was. That's when she
I
made
heard about that.
that's when she first made those nasty, like, colorist comments about Gabrielle Union when Juan was seen out with her. Now that's what happened, because when Juan was seen out with Gabrielle Union, she lost her nut, caught her attitude, and was like, was she the wrong color?
yeah, she's colorist. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
for her to go to that, the man is Gabrielle Union is a pretty successful, somewhat successful actress. I mean, for you to say that her skin is like that is like, even me being from Louisiana, like that is like, that ain't normal. You know what I mean? Like something wrong with Robin. And I think what might be wrong with Robin is that Robin is not as black as she would like you to think she is. And
Child, Robert knows she ain't black. Robert puts on a black scent and a caricature of what she perceives black women to be, because she wants to benefit from the sickness of colorism in our community. Because she knows even being unsuccessful, unattractive, as long as she's got that complexion and pretending to be black, that in her mind and in the minds of other sick black people, that elevates her above other black women. She wants to benefit from colorism while pretending it doesn't exist.
Mhm.
yeah, exactly.
Same way
I
with
mean, I have been around people who, I don't even know how else to put this, have an old racist grandparent that helped raise them. And even though they might be identifying as black, they have a lot of the mentalities of that old racist grandparent. And I get some of that vibe off of Robin. And it could have just been passed through the generations, or it could be literal. But I get that energy off of her where it's like, yeah, I'm sort of saying I identify as black, but I know I ain't really black. I'm just doing this because I'm elevated over here with y'all.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is. Because could you imagine her trying to fit into the clear community? They already got a bunch of women look like men. She'll blend right into the pack.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll come over here where she can stand out by being extremely pale and masculine. And well, I'm above y'all because I have no color whatsoever in my skin.
Even if she was in an environment with a lot of biracial women, like if she was here in Los
She
Angeles,
would still blend into the pack.
blending.
but she would not be considered attractive here.
Girl, she ain't considered attractive by nobody with eyes that work.
Like the girls that look like her when I was in school here in Los Angeles, the boys made fun of them. Like they weren't just automatically cute because they kind of look like a white woman. It's like, you ain't got no ass, you built funny, you look like it was, you know what I mean? It was because there were a lot of biracial girls. So it wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't, you wasn't nothing special.
All I can say is that is clearly what she's doing, and she's not the only one. Like historically, this is not a new phenomenon in our community. This has been happening again since the 20s, 30s, and maybe before. Like they were bottom of the barrel, and they could not go elsewhere and get men, and they would slide over here to black folks and benefit from colorism. They could marry themselves a black politician or a black doctor or something, and live a really good life, live a charmed life, benefiting from colorism.
A lot of people don't realize that there are actually white people or people who were pretty much white that just passed themselves off as black people because it was actually beneficial to them to be black.
But see, this is the thing. Some of them had no black whatsoever. That's why I'm always offended when I see
the welfare queen is a prime example of that.
Mm-hmm.
But get
like
this is
her birth certificate. She was born white. All of a sudden, she became a black woman.
But that's what they do, and that's why I'm always highly offended when I see black people do silly things like any ugly white woman. She black, like Dolores from New Jersey. She's just an ugly white woman. Why are y'all calling her black?
Dolores has even told people. She said, "I'm only like." I think she said 5% black.
Right.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
She has verbally told people like, I am not black.
But this is the problem. But again, that goes back to that same mental pathology that again is not new in this country. Anytime a clear woman is exceptionally ugly, she's black. No, you a liar. You keep that ugly clear woman over there with y'all. We have First of all, we have our own ugly women, okay? And we want to keep our own ugly women. You cannot come over here and replace the black women. No, you cannot. We want to keep the ones we got. Don't come.
We have our own ugly women.
Yeah,
well,
but it's the same thing with Khloe Kardashian. I'm like, there is nothing about her that looks like a black.
She's ugly. That's all. Callie, you're not getting what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the same.
She's ugly. All she gotta be is ugly, and they try to make them black as if they're saying if you're ugly, the default is black. if you're ugly because you're black. And that is an insult. And when I see black people touting and repeating these things, it's like, do you realize that these type of comments and this type of mental pathology is actually an insult to you? Why are you we have our own ugly women. We do.
It's like that actor who played Hellboy, Ron Perlman. They always try to say that he's black. They're like, no, he's white.
He's just ugly.
I thought you were
Yes.
saying that because he was married to a black lady. I didn't.
No, they were saying that because he's ugly.
Because I didn't know he was married to a black woman until years later. But they would always say he was black. And I'm like, I don't think he's black. I think he's white.
Every time somebody's ugly, here they come with that bull crap. And it's an insult. And I want us to start saying, hell no, you keep that thing over there. Stop releasing them wild animals and telling us to take them in. No.
You know, I think the problem is there's so many black people who just sort of go along with this sort of thing. Because I have gotten to arguments with black people about Khloe Kardashian. I'm like, where are you seeing any blackness in this woman?
That girl looks just like her father.
Or
she looks just like her dad, and her dad is Alex Roldan. She is identical.
I thought she was going to say OJ.
Literally, looks just like that man. Looks like that man with a wig on.
She looks just like Alex Roldan. That is her father, and they need to stop it. And it's like all you got to do is just watch them. Just wait for the next really ugly white lady to come along, and they're gonna say she black.
Or how they try to classify the Kardashians as non-white. I'm like, they're from the Caucasus Mountains, where Caucasians come from, and you're white.
Yep.
Well, that's because that's what they do.
People. I dated an Armenian guy. They are white. They're basically Russians, but they broke off from the Soviet Union and became Armenian again. But they used to be part of the Soviet Union. Like, that's Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Like, all white people don't come from the UK. Europe is
Lord, Dr. J is sending me to bed. She said I got to go. She said, not the corner, I got to go to bed. Dang.
Yeah, but I don't know how. It's frustrating to me when I see black people doing that, because I just want to grab them and shake them and be like, don't do this, because you're allowing this person to come in our community and be elevated in our community and sort of co-opt our image. And this person is not black.
Well, the thing is, this goes back to that, that pseudoscience racist one drop rule. And a lot of black people hold to it like it's the holy grail, when really it was an insult and somebody calling your blood a pollutant.
Yeah, and it was never really meant.
But this is what I'm saying. That's literally what that is. They made that up as an effort to say that your blood was tainted. And so even one drop would taint the entire person. And that's what that meant. It wasn't some badge of honor or saying that your genes are so dominant and glorious. It was an insult. And you have black people that hold on to that with every fiber of their being, and not realize that it's an insult to you. And why black folks like to hold on to things that was an insult to them makes no sense to me.
And also, that law was never, like you said, it was never used to identify black people to be proud of blackness. It was actually
was an insult. It was just what I said. It was an insult. It was treating you as though you were less than human and your blood was a corruption. It was a taint or a pollutant. That's what it was.
And they didn't want you to get their property and land.
Right.
Yeah, it was used to screw people out of their inheritance. That was the main thing that it was used for, because you had so many white men that had children with black women, and then 2-3 generations later, the black child is the only child that's still alive, or the child that was descended from.
But beyond that, you have to look at it allowed them to take advantage of things that were meant for black people. The same way we had the people that we call $5 Indians, who could pay $5 and register as a Native American. So this country has a very checkered past when it comes to race relations, colorism, and everything else, which, bringing it back to RHOP, is why it was so insulting to watch them do a 3 to 4 minute segment over something that really deserved a more intelligent conversation. And Dora, I apologize because Dora say that's how we feel when y'all call me when you call me a Hispanic. We are insulted. We don't claim her. But her daddy is Dora, her daddy is Hispanic though. So we got to say this large Hispanic gentleman. Now y'all got to take Mia. Y'all got to take her now because the Yeti community has not spoken up to say whether she's theirs or not.
Also, this is the thing with the whole Hispanic Latino thing. It refers to a region, and within those regions, there are different races of people. Because I grew up with a Latino family, and they were all brown-skinned Black people, the whole entire family. So it's not, that's another thing. You have a lot of white Latinos that are casting themselves off as something else.
We're aware.
Yeah, because it's more it's an ethnicity. It's not a race.
It's an ethnicity and not a race. So that's Dora's not being serious with this. This is a running joke we have on the porch because I do refer to this is a running joke on the porch because I said when she assaulted Wendy Osefo, Wendy should have called Miami-Dade PD and said, I have been attacked by a large Hispanic gentleman who is irate and screaming. I think he's unstable. He's actually wearing a dress. He threw a drink in a purse and a cell phone. I don't know what's going to happen. Please help me. Because that's what I would have done. I would have told them there's a large Hispanic gentleman attacking me. Would have.
And I can't believe that first of all, Mia staged that whole thing. And I think that it was because of Wendy telling people that Robin had tried to fight her. So I think that Mia and Robin got together. Mia said, look, I can get Wendy to fight. I can get her to do it. And she'll see how it feels. And I think all of that was to try to bait Wendy into a fight because of what happened.
But it didn't work. And that was the thing. They were trying to like tune it up. Mia was the one that was supposed to set it up for him, set him up for the win. And when Wendy simply dismissed her, that's why she got frustrated and threw that drink. And everything went downhill from there.
Wendy fight her. That was the whole goal going into that scene. There was no reason for her to even care about this mess with Peter. I'm starting to wonder if she is even friends with Peter, or was that all staged for the show?
Well, you remember Wendy told the ladies at lunch the next day that Peter said he don't mess with them no more, and that it was because they had did something shady. And so obviously they weren't friends. She was just looking for a mess. And when Wendy dismissed her, she got angry and threw that drink. And then it got verbal, and she knows that she can't verbally keep up with Dr. Wendy. So that's when she threw the purse, the cell phone, and beat her own tail and ripped her nails off.
She sure did, trying to fight that security guard.
Yep, she beat herself up.
She should have been off the show then, in my opinion. I feel that this is not basketball wise. This is not the type of show where people are just throwing drinks in people's faces, and this is not what they typically do on Housewives. I know that there have been some lunatic housewives, and they usually end up being taken off the show who have behaved like this. But for the most part, this is not what this show has been. And I'm a little bit disappointed in Wendy, but I guess she felt like she didn't have the backup that I would have got her ass kicked off that show.
Well, the thing is, all Wendy had to do was call the police that night, because I would have. The minute she assaulted me, I would have called the police. Nacho Twins mama, thank you so much for the cash app, sis. But on the real, I would have called the police. I'm not joking. I would have called the police. I have been assaulted by a large Hispanic gentleman. He is angry, irate, and screaming. I'm not sure what he will do next. I don't know if he has weapons. He's already thrown a cell phone and some other items. I need help. And Miami-Dade PD would have gotten it quickly.
But I feel Wendy wants to be accepted by those women so bad.
Amen.
It's like, come on,
sis. She wants to be on the show. I think that's all that is. I don't think that it's so much being accepted by them. I just think that she feels.
But she has more seniority. She has more seniority than Mia. I would use that and go to HR and say, "This woman assaulted me." But you're really doing this?
But Ali, she's aware that she while she may have more seniority, she also has more melanin. and that's not in her favor.
Yeah, not on this cast. If she
That's
was on
right.
a different show, even if
If
she
she was on a
was,
different network, don't just say show. If she was on a different network, that might work.
no,
But Bravo
I
is
honestly think
extremely
that
racist, and they would not have had her back on any show.
no, I think if she was on Beverly Hills and Mia had did that to her, I think they would be like, "Oh my God, you're throwing drinks on people. Get her out of here." You know what I mean? But I
No,
think on this
no
show,
way.
they were just so against Wendy that she was outnumbered.
No, ma'am. That's bull crap. I gotta call bull crap. It don't matter where she was. That is still a black woman, a dark, phenotypically African black woman, and she was attacked. And Bravo is racist as hell, and they would not have cared, not one lick.
You think that they wouldn't have cared if the other ladies there would have been like, "Look, this is not
They
what
would
we
not
she
have
gotta go."
cared. They would not have cared. Monique and Candace got in a full brouhaha. Wigs were shifted, and Monique was still offered a contract for the next season. No, ma'am. They would not have cared. And the only way they would have said something on one of those franchises full of clear women is if they were afraid that it would look like blatant racism. That would have been the only way if it was a matter of saving their butts. They don't care. That girl would have been silly to think that HR was going to have her back, because if they were going to have her back, they would not have waited for her to say a thing. The only way she could have had the upper hand would have been to call the police right there on the scene. And she was afraid to do that because she was thinking, if I call the police, they probably going to put me off this show.
Yeah, I do think that Mia should have been made to leave that show.
She should have been arrested. She should have been arrested.
Yeah.
And had she been fooling with me, she would have been arrested.
Yeah.
You're
I call
right.
When
I call the cops.
that purse and that cell phone hit me, I'd have laid on the floor and called the police from the ground. And I wouldn't have got up either. Security would have came near me. I'd have started screaming. Nope. The police would have got there and found me on the ground.
You're right.
But
You're
Wendy was afraid to do that because she was afraid that if she stood up for herself and called the police, that they would have gotten rid of her. They would have made her the problem. And she saw it, because after that, they wanted to freeze her out. And they were angry with Karen and Candace and Ashley for even having lunch with her, because y'all was supposed to help us alienate and freeze out the black girl. They were so mad about it that little Robert went and played part of an Instagram live and cut it off conveniently before the girl started giving her all kind of accolades.
Yeah, I don't believe for 1 minute that Robin did not see that whole live. And
Yes, she saw it. She did that.
I don't believe that. I really do not believe that. I think that, of course, yes, there is colorism, but I think on top of the colorism, there's jealousy. I really do. Even Robin has made comments. Well, I grew up with everything Candace had, but I just don't mention it. But I'm like, but why is Candace where she is and why you where you are if y'all grew up the same?
Hey, Lena, pretty brown eyes. Hey, Larga Curves. Well, because and Symphony Love, because she didn't grow up with everything that Robin had, that Candace had. Candace has 2 successful black doctor parents. Robert has 1 dentist parent. And I think, what was the mama, a school teacher or something?
Yeah.
So you clearly did not grow up the same as Candace. You did not grow up in no country club community, sweetheart. You didn't. You did.
Yeah.
The only thing I could say about that live is that Candace needs, I don't know. Amongst my friend group, we don't call each other bitches, the B word or whatever.
Well, that's just your friend group, honey,
But
people do that all the time.
But I don't. I think because she. I guess what I'm trying to say is that she didn't grow up in she grew up in the country club, like you said, right? And in the country club, there is no way in hell those women were going around calling each other the B words. So you do
realize that she still has black friends that are from normal, regular, everyday, run-of-the-mill black demographic. And she went to a whole black college and was around all kinds of black folks.
But based off of what she said, her black experience started in college. So she went to basically private schools, and that was not her vernacular. That's all I'm saying. And
But
so
it's her,
she
vernacular
gets
now.
and then she gets exposed to the black community, and I don't know, I feel like it's like performative in a way, like, oh,
I
these
think
bitches this, these bitches that, and I'm like, what? And like I feel I don't know, it's just I feel
It
like
is strange for someone to get up and on live and just start saying,
yeah, just you just
understand.
started off like
Yeah,
that. I'm like, and
yeah,
I know
that was weird.
I feel
I
like
didn't
she
watch the
doesn't
whole
talk
thing,
like
but it
that
was
at home.
weird.
I'm sorry, she doesn't talk like that to her mother. She doesn't talk like that to her
well
sisters.
now hold
It's
on,
just that
girl.
when
Now
she's
that's
on
not
this show, I feel that's what she's doing.
but that's not a real good point, because most of us ain't gonna cuss in front of our mamas. Now,
No,
can we
but with
really
her
be honest?
sisters, and I don't think I think honestly with her real friends, I don't think she speaks like that to her real friends.
I think
I
she does, because
I
I've
don't.
seen some of her real friends, and I really absolutely
Yeah,
believe
most of her
stuff
friends
like
are
that.
like black folks.
Thank you. Regular,
Yeah.
everyday, run of the
Yeah,
mill
but
black
regular
folks.
everyday black folks don't call their friends bitches.
Girl, a whole lot of them do.
No, a lot of
You gotta
people
wake
do. See,
up.
this is like
No,
the
I'm like,
whole.
no, I'm like,
I don't
I,
talk like that, but I got plenty of friends that'll call
Thank
and
you,
say some stuff
Seanitra.
like
I
that.
don't either,
I
but
guess
yeah.
I guess it's like a regional thing, because up north, if you calling a girl a bitch, we fighting.
Well,
You know,
I
that's
hope
why
you
it's not
understand
really
that.
like a
Well, I
term of
hope you
endearment.
understand that Candace was in Atlanta for a lot of the time too. So I hope you understand she been around a whole lot of regular black folks that talk real regular. And and whether we like it or not, that's one of them things that happens on a regular. Not all of us don't do it, but it would be very silly of us to pretend like it don't happen.
Yeah, no, I mean,
She's very DMV, very mid Atlantic. I grew up in Alexandria partially because when my parents divorced, my dad moved out to Alexandria, and I was around the black folks that she was around, and they were not talking like that. To be like, it
And
wasn't like
see,
being called a bitch was not a term of endearment. Let's just say that.
but I mean, and not only that, and Lily make a good point too, because she was like, not true. I was on the chill squad with rich clear people, and they curse and did freaky stuff, and they use bad words too. Because I remember some of the clear kids saying some
But
stuff
it's how
too.
you use it. It's different.
Nah,
It's
it's
how you
really not
use it. 'Cause,
though.
like
It's really not. Just say you and your friend circle, honey, because that's
but
just not
she
accurate.
wasn't saying bitch in a nice way though.
no, she
And
wasn't.
that
She wasn't
clip
saying it
that
in a
we
nice
saw,
way at
she
all.
was saying it in a derogatory way. She
Yeah,
wasn't
But
saying
she
it
was
like,
like, y'all
bitch.
hoes,
She
but
was
y'all
y'all
know
hoes, y'all
when
bitches.
she
It's how
said
you
hoes in
say
that
it.
line,
It's how
but
you say it.
when
She
she
wasn't
used the
saying
word
it as a
hoes, but when she used the word hoes in that line, she wasn't saying like they're out here selling their coochie. She
yeah,
just referred to them
Oh
as
yeah,
being
the word hoe.
but
Yeah, she
hoe is
right.
was.
She
still
was
taken as a
she
negative
literally, but
connotation, even
she
if you're not
but
doing
she
that. Like that
literally
hoe over there,
she
like
was
you stupid
but she was
hoe.
no,
Mm.
she was literally making reference to the Chris Brown song, None of These Hoes Are Loyal. Remember, he had the whole song, these hoes ain't loyal. Now we're not gonna
Yes,
sit
and
here
that
and
was a
pretend
negative thing.
like Candace is the person who made up using hoe and she's saying it to be nasty. Now come on.
Oh yeah, the
She
word
was
hoe. I mean, like
literally
in New Orleans,
referring
we
to
just say
that
them
song.
hoes, whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
She
not even
was
like the
literally referring to that song.
yeah.
Like, come on, none of these hoes are loyal, and that's what she said. And are we really gonna pretend like that was not the whole song and everybody was not making reference to it at that time? Are we really gonna do that?
But that song is way older than when she was
But
saying it,
people were
though.
still making
Yeah, but
reference
people
to it,
still use that
making jokes
reference. That's
about
when
it.
people say
And
that.
to be
Yeah.
honest, the minute something becomes popular, it becomes a part of the zeitgeist to a certain degree.
But
Everybody
but
starts
like
using it
someone
and
just made a
referring to
point
it.
in the chat. When she came onto this show, she was not talking like that. Her
Well, that's how
vernacular
she's talking
changed over
now.
the
Are we?
duration of the show, and it got more, I guess,
But
for like in my
all I'm
Nini
saying
voice,
is,
more
all
hood
I'm
or
saying,
whatever.
Ali, all I'm saying is this. Regardless of how she said it, whether she made a pop reference and used the word hoe or not, Robert Dixon intentionally cut that live right before she clarified her point. She made reference to a freaking song, not being funny, but get over it. And after she made reference to that song, she immediately following that clarified her point, and Robert Dixon intentionally cut that little performance at the table right before she clarified it. All those other things, again, conflating issues.
I don't believe for
conflating
one second
issues.
that Robin did not watch that whole live.
Yes, she
How
watched.
long was the live? Because I didn't watch it. I just watched what was on the show.
It was well.
But
That's what
I
that's
just feel,
why
I don't know.
you're saying what you're
Yeah,
saying,
because I
because
feel
you
it that the
heard
way when you
everything
calling
that was
someone a
said.
hoe or a
Then you
bitch,
would
I'm like,
realize like it was literally. I'm about to get on this live. She made a quick pop culture reference. Crucify her if you must, and then she immediately clarified herself. And Robert Dixon was very, very calculated in cutting that live off before everybody could hear her clarify herself. Period. And at the end of the day, so what if her vernacular became a little more colloquial after being on the show? After all, they attacked and drug her for filth until the skin came from her knees because she came from a wealthy background. So what if she decided to come on down? I wouldn't have done it. But at the end of the day, pick your poison, because there were droves and droves of people, not just the ones on the show, who thought it was real cute to attack her because she came from a certain background. So now if she starts talking like everybody else and making pop culture references, are we going to attack her for that too? What Robert did was wrong, period. And I don't care whether she made a reference to a Chris Brown song or not. What Robert did was wrong. It was calculated and it was intentional. And right, Symphony Love. Robert got a.
I think it bothers them that she ain't had to lay up with a dude to get where they got. I'm telling you, I think that's just a trigger point for them.
No, I definitely agree with that, Callie. But it's just that, like, Candace does not come from that background. She is basically what those women want to be. So I don't know. I just find it kind of insulting that, I guess someone in the chat says that she's code switching in reverse or whatever to get down to these women's level.
Oh, no,
and I think what made her
stand out the first season
stand out to me was that she can get in these women's asses without getting on their level, you know.
Well, this is the thing. That girl does not have to live to satisfy anybody else. And I hear absolutely nobody complaining about Ashley Darby putting on her fake black scent every time she wants to get all sister girl with Candace or anybody else. So I'm sorry, y'all gonna have to miss me with trying to police Candace and pop culture references when we got a whole Ashley who ain't nothing close to black putting on a black scent and black caricature.
I think her whole personality is a caricature.
Yeah,
Amen.
All of that
Ashley's not even worth talking about.
But until we deal with the whole non-black girl putting on a black scent, leave the black girl alone about using black pop culture references. That's all.
I didn't take it no way when Candace was saying that, because I knew she was talking about a song. So to me, that didn't even cross my mind, but I knew that Robin was being manipulative.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're not doing that.
Yeah, but I did.
They've done enough for that with this girl. Every little move she make, we policing it. But we got whole women who are non-black putting on caricature. Y'all let Robert Dixon, little Robert, what they call her, run around here with bad weave and track showing and negative splitting verbs and all. And nobody says a fucking word. Until y'all deal with these non-black women.
I get into Ashley's ass. But I'm going to get into, I'm an equal opportunity person when it comes to some certain things.
As a whole, until we deal with that, then I feel like we're not in a position to tell a black girl that she cannot make a black pop culture reference. Like,
I'm not saying I'm not saying she can't make the. I'm not saying
CC.
she can't make the reference. What I'm saying is that you can't make the reference and then don't expect a negative reaction to said reference, because depending on where that person is or whoever's hearing that is from, that's not.
They didn't have a reaction to the reference. What they had a reaction to was the misrepresentation that Robert Dixon did on purpose. That was an intentional misrepresentation of what was by strategically playing only a portion of that live. And they did not have. Hold on. Not one of them had a fit about the pop culture reference. What they were mad about was her saying that they were peddling businesses and that they were all fake. Now that's what they had a response to. So what I'm saying is, by the time we start getting into her pop culture reference and what she shouldn't have said because she grew up in the country club community, we gonna need to deal with these non-black women putting on black sense and black culture like a caricature. That's what I'm saying.
All right. So let's take the non-black women out.
We're gonna have to do that
and then we're gonna let's focus on Wendy, because Wendy was part of that conversation.
I mean, because you're literally saying that this black girl,
but Wendy was
business making a black pop culture reference.
But Wendy was offended by said black pop culture reference because herself is from the DMV area, and when if not everyone's going to know, oh, that's a pop culture reference. Not everyone all I'm hearing is these hoes, these bitches, and
nobody was mad about the pop culture reference. They were mad about her saying they were peddling businesses.
Yeah, but how it initially
that's
started.
What they were mad about her saying they were peddling business.
But you can't
go back and listen. Nobody said anything.
You can't
about
take out how the conversation started off with these hoes ain't loyals, these bitches, this, and then it goes into what all that other stuff. So if I'm hearing all that stuff first, I'm already at the.
But nobody complained about that. Nobody said anything about that.
Yeah, I don't think
what
nobody
they
was mad
said
about
something
that.
about was her saying that they were peddling businesses, that they were on there to peddle their businesses, and that they were fake. And that's what those ladies complained about. I heard it. We all heard it. That's what they complained about. Nobody complained about the pop culture reference. I just don't like the narrative that we get to police how black women speak, especially when black pop culture. She's still black. If she wants to make reference to that, who is she? Absolutely no one. Just because you come from a certain background, it don't mean that you got to talk a certain way. Because if we're going to be all the way real, if y'all knew the house I grew up in, you might wonder why I talk like I talk too. We do not have to put on this any type of special character because we come from a certain background. You don't have to do it. We owe it to no one. If a sister wants to speak with perfectly middle of the road Midwest English with a tone and inflection that is more closely attributed to clear people, I don't have a problem with that. And I also do not have a problem with a black woman who chooses to use certain vernacular, colloquialisms, or reference pop culture. Black women are not to be policed. We owe no one anything, not even other black women, when it comes to how we represent ourselves.
But
we don't.
I guess for me, if you come from a certain environment, I find it offensive. Like my children, they're growing up very, very privileged. The day they walk in here and start talking or behaving in a certain manner that I know
you're supposed
that
to
is
feel
not
that way. You're
that
their
is
mother.
that is not their life. You're
supposed to feel that way because you're their mama.
But I'm
you're their mama. But how they go out in the world and represent themselves is something different.
You guys, I'm gonna say
no. I doubt that
Candace was doing.
Because Mama
I really think that
real too. I don't get around with.
I say that because her vernacular has changed through the duration of the show.
Hold on. I don't even think that Miss Dorothy is around here breaking her heart over it, because when Dot talk, Dot sound like me. So I doubt that Dot is expecting her to be nasal and talking out the back of her throat because she grew up in a country club community. I don't think that Dot is expecting that either. How about black women can present themselves to the world in any way that they choose? My issue is not that with Candace.
Talking about
and with that
own. I'm not talking
hold
about
on. And did the live that she did, but we're talking about what happened on that show. And with the live that Candace did absolutely nothing wrong. What Robert Dixon did to her was wrong. She intentionally misrepresented the truth. She intentionally only played a snippet to make people believe that something was said that was not said. Now that was wrong. That did nothing wrong.
So,
period.
She did nothing wrong. But according to
and to get down to minute details of trying to police her pop culture as an excuse for Robert Dixon's behavior.
I'm not excusing Robert.
Robert was wrong.
this is not a conversation about Robin's
No.
behavior. This is a conversation of, I've noticed that Candace vernacular has
The girl
changed
did nothing
in the
wrong.
duration of the show. That's all I'm
Guys,
saying. This
can
has
I
nothing, that
just
has
come up
nothing
with
to do
another
with
theory?
Robin or whatever
Well,
what's
people
going on.
change as they're exposed to different, as they are exposed to different things. People change. People grow. People evolve. That's life. It happens. But that girl did nothing wrong at all. What Robert did to her is what was wrong.
But the
She
only
did
person
nothing
she
wrong.
spoke positive on that call was Robin. But she didn't
Mhm.
say, if she didn't say, oh, Wendy is not one of these peddling
And
all
Robert
these things.
still turned around and stabbed her in the back.
Yeah, but
But she still turned around and stabbed her in the back. But what Robert did to her was
been
wrong.
established. But I'm
Play alive, and if you're going to play a recording of what someone says, then you should play the entire thing that that person says. You do not play
Agreed.
snippets in a concerted effort.
I agree as
misrepresent
well.
what that person said.
I agree as well, but I also can say at this, like, both things can be true. At the same time, how she started that conversation was fucked up, or pardon me, sorry, was messed up, and she only said good things about one person on said live. The other women have every right to get offended, especially calling. Like, if I was Wendy, I would say, you called me a hoe.
But they didn't hear anything to get offended by. And actually, no, go back and listen to the live. She did not only clear it up about Robin. Robin was the only person that she gave a glowing segment to. But she cleared up a lot of stuff on that live. Actually, go listen to the whole thing. And that might help
she didn't
you
say
out.
so she
that girl did nothing
she cleared
wrong.
up about Wendy.
There was nothing that she did that was wrong on that live. There was nothing. She did nothing wrong. Like, there's no way to flip it down that Candace did anything wrong on that.
So she didn't say she wasn't saying anything negative about Wendy. She wasn't referring about Wendy.
And it was nasty.
Okay, so
she cleared all that up in that live. You said you didn't listen to the whole thing. Go listen to it, and then you'll know what we're talking about.
Candace said
because the girl did nothing wrong
during the reunion, and the only person she kept on
yes, but this is
Robin.
what I'm
like. Oh, I said
but
something
like
glowing
go
about
listen
you,
to the live.
and then Wendy's like, well, what about
said
us?
At the reunion was what Candace said at the reunion was referring to Robert, because Robert is the person who tried to shame her, as she said. So she spoke about the fact that, hey, I said wonderful things about Robin in there, but you need to go listen to the whole live so you know what we're talking about. She cleared it up with everybody that she was actually referring to and was not referring to. Robert Dixon intentionally cut that live because she was trying to create a narrative to embarrass her, because she was angry that Candace would not participate in icing out Wendy. Now that's what happened. In that
so what did she say about Wendy then? How did she clear it up with Wendy?
Go listen to the live. I already did a live on that. I'm not gonna rehash that. Go listen to the live. I did a whole live on that. We came right on this porch and we talked about it. So no, ma'am, I'm not gonna go to listen to that whole thing, because I listened to the whole thing and we came on YouTube and talked about it. And we listened to the live here on YouTube, and the girls on the porch can tell you we did. So the bottom line is Candace did nothing wrong. She said nothing wrong. Robert Dixon tried to stab her in the back because she was angry that Candace would not participate and be complicit in the icing out of Dr. Wendy Osefo. That's what took place.
Oh, I
go
know
listen
that
to the live.
I know that. I know that took place. I just don't agree with Candace's language. That's
saying that someone is peddling a business is, to me, is not an insult.
What else?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're peddling a business. Peddling is a negative connotation.
No, the way she was saying it was not an insult. See, that's why you gotta watch it live.
But if your use of the term peddling,
it wasn't.
I guess you know what it is.
We're not
you know what? I just had an aha moment because Candace just basically comes across as the bald guy in jail from In Living Color that uses big words and doesn't know how to use them. Peddling is not a positive thing. You don't tell someone, "Oh, you're peddling that," and they're supposed to be like, "Oh, wow, thank you."
She meant what she said for who she meant it for. And she cleared it up. She knew exactly what she meant.
Yeah,
Candace is not unintelligent. Candace has been childish. She has gotten on my last nerve, but she has never been ignorant. She has never been someone to use words and not know their meaning. That would be Ashley Darby. That would not be Candace Dillard Bassett. So she knew what she said, and she meant what she said, and she clarified her points.
She meant to use a negative
all
word.
her talking points.
Clearly you're saying she
Right.
purposely used some negative words because she could say they
clarified
came
who
on
she
and they
meant that
promoted
for
their
and who
product.
she did not, and Robert misrepresented the truth. She clarified.
I'm still trying to understand.
She clarified every single thing.
I'm trying to understand, and I didn't understand in that moment. Why is it a negative thing for them to be coming on the show to promote their businesses?
No, you see, you use the term promote, Callie. Promote is a positive term. Peddling means that you're just trying to help somebody.
I mean, it's not. I just don't understand what she was saying that was so offensive.
She was talking about who she was talking about. She clarified what she was talking about, and she has a right to feel how she feels about those people. However, what Robert Dixon did was wrong. She intentionally misrepresented the truth, and she did it with that dirty speaker that she had in the bathroom when she was taking a poop.
Oh, that's what happened. I 100% agree with you on that at that point.
It's pretending like a pop culture
she purposely used the negative term. Peddling means like, you're doing something illegal, bad, or whatever you want to put it.
Because she was saying something negative about specific people. She has a right to say something negative if she feels something negative about specific people. It does not change the fact that what Robert Dixon did was wrong. She misrepresented the truth, and she conveniently cut that live before the girl said anything else, because she wanted to give the impression that Candace went on that Instagram live to blanket insult every single person at that table, and that was absolutely not true. And Robert knew it was not true when she did it, and it had nothing to do with the pop culture reference. She did it because she's nasty and because she wanted to ice out Wendy, and Candace would not participate. That's what this was all about from square one. That's what it was, and that's what it is. Robert is a nasty person. My problem with Candace is that she is letting that skeezer off the hook for it. The fact that she met up with her and allowed her to cry sitting up there looking like a piglet in the face, pretending like she was so broken up over her hairdresser's brother and wife dying. Your hairdresser don't even like you by the way your hair be looking. So obviously your hairdresser don't like you.
Exactly. And did she even know these
and she let her off the hook.
Clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't even had a hairdresser.
Right, Callie. And then she sat up on that couch at that reunion. And then she sat up there on that couch at that reunion and allowed Robert Dixon to play with her face, play in her face even further, and gaslight her and tell her everything that happened should be on case as a reality show, all the while hiding the hoe in the closet. And that hoe I meant literally. But that is bull crap. There's no, it's some wrong on both sides. No, the hell it wasn't. If I have a negative thing to say about some people who have done me wrong, I'm going to say it. And I'm not wrong.
I'm not saying Candace is wrong in the situation. I'm just giving a
what Robert was wrong to do was to play only half of what was said.
I guess what it is, we're at the point where we're talking.
Like I said, the observation is not.
But it's an observation that I'm entitled to an observation.
Regardless of how she did it.
No, I feel everything you said about
and
Robin
I'm entitled to my opinion about your observation.
And I agree with that. But I've also observed that she has changed over the course of.
Can I say something as a person?
In terms of
people change.
How she presents
people change.
No, I understand people change, but
people
she's changing for the negative.
And she still didn't do anything wrong.
I feel like she's coming on their level.
Of that. I'm gonna just say this as a person who I'm from the hood, not only in Los Angeles,
but their level because
these
women are older than her, and none of them are making pop culture references. None of them.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, none of those ladies are making pop culture. This is just where she is right now.
I can't hear.
It's very possible that the first season Candace was code switching because she didn't know how to handle herself being on television. And I probably would do the same thing. The way that you guys hear me talk a lot of the time, if you notice, you hear me talk, it changes up and my accent changes. because I have to code switch in order to be able to make a living. I have no choice. I cannot talk like I'm from the hood in New Orleans and work in tech. I can't. So it's very possible that Candace that we saw season 1 was her still in professional code switch
That was
mode.
her being
So how about
politically correct.
season
Yeah.
4, Candace? It was the same season. It was she
Candace
still
has
was
always
Candace.
had a little snippy.
But the bottom is like people.
No,
people
her snippiness wasn't like what I'm referring to. You could still be snippy and still be the same way that you are, you know. But I feel let's say within
but you
the
have
last
to look
two,
at Ali.
the
People's
last
level
two
of
seasons.
comfortability changes.
But even if you look at Candace's
But you have to
Twitter,
recognize that
Candace
people's
always
level
was
of
kind of using
But
code switch
hold on, Callie.
No, it's not
Callie,
even about
Callie,
the
hold on.
colloquialism.
You have to recognize, but it's not even that. But listen to what I'm saying. People's level of comfortability changes. And I'm just like, what triggers me is this policing of Black. Every little thing we do has to be policed, and it doesn't. If the girl is more comfortable and she's speaking and more, you know, slang and you know, vernacular or whatever, let her do that. Why does every little single thing about Black women have to be policed? Let the girl talk how she's comfortable talking.
No, she could talk.
If
but
a
at
woman
the
is
same
comfortable
time,
speaking whatever way she's speaking, allow her to do so. Why must everything be policed and
I'm
policed?
allowing her. She could talk until she's blue in the face, but at the same time, I am entitled to say how I feel as well. It's like you're kind of policing me for having my own opinion on this topic. She can do whatever she wants, but I'm allowed to say what I have to say about it.
No, I'm not policing you. I'm not policing you. What I'm saying is it is slightly triggering. I'm being honest that we're policing the way this Black woman speaks. That bothers me. She came on there as somebody working on the Obama campaign. Did you really think she was coming in with colloquialisms, vernacular, and pop culture references? Absolutely not. And I think for a while she may have felt the need to hold up that image. And people's level of comfortability changes over time.
Exactly.
And I find, and it's triggering to me because it's Black women are not allowed to grow, evolve, become comfortable, let our hair down and just speak without somebody coming in with the ruler like the nuns at the Catholic school to say, oh my God, don't say that. Allow the girl just speak. She literally did absolutely nothing wrong and was actually set up and put in a narrative that was completely deceitful by Robert Dixon. There was nothing she did that called for that. There was nothing she did that justified that. There was nothing that she could have done different that would have stopped Robert from doing what she did to her. That's what I'm saying. That mindset is triggering.
You're right. You're right. But at the end of the day, I personally feel the person that I met when did she come on? Season 3? Up until now has changed. And not changed from, I feel like she's getting in the gutter with these women.
But did she?
And I
but
think
did
she's.
she
I
change,
personally think.
or did the way she speaks?
I think she's better than it. No, because she was reading them for filth. Back in season 3, back in season 4, and season 5. But of late, it's like her reads are lazy. I don't know.
But the question would be, but this is my question. You're saying she changed. Did she change, or did the way she speaks change?
I like the whole time I've been talking about her speech. I wasn't talking about, you know, like the how she says things, like, oh, these bitches, like, you know, lazy reads, like, oh, you're a bitch, whatever. And I'm like, to me, where I'm, like I said, where I'm from, you know, those are fighting words, you know. And she used to read a girl down and have you confused. Like, you're standing there like, should I punch this girl in the face or whatever? But now I feel like it's becoming lazy. She's resorting to regular street fighting words. And it's like, come on.
But I mean, do you have another example of this? Because to me, I have not noticed this.
Yeah,
I feel like her use of calling these women bitches has gone up exponentially in the last couple of the last 2 seasons.
With them, and she's just like, look, these bitches, I can't. Like, maybe they have just got on her last nerve with this Chris thing. I think that's what it is. I think they crossed the line.
So what was it last season then?
But you know, Black women are not allowed to be over something. We're not allowed to just get fed up and call somebody whatever. Like, people can call us names, but we can't say nothing. We need to be policed at all times. Hey, Kai.
I am so happy I was able to catch you live because I told you my family member I've never met. She's visiting, so I've been
Girl, because we
ducking
about
and
to go in
dodging
a
a
little
lot.
bit. It's almost been 4 hours.
I know. I mean, okay,
It's almost been 4 hours. So I'm glad you caught us too.
I guess I caught the end of
Give
like
it to us, girl.
Candace language changing, which I haven't noticed her talking differently. She came on calling someone a geriatric granny,
Thank you.
and
Yeah,
she,
that's fine. I have no issue with that. It's just the lazy, like, oh, these bitches, these hoes. I'm like, come on.
But I feel like she said that in her
But she
live.
doesn't walk around just saying that though. That's
She says it in her
yeah,
literally
in that
you
moment
clocked
she was
her.
referencing
Like
a
you
song.
it's like I don't know. I guess
like
this
you
is
literally
I guess
clocked her
this
on
is
a
just
pop
me.
culture reference.
You know
These
what?
hoes ain't loyal.
wait,
I
I
think
won't
this is
relate it
just
to
me.
myself. Oh, sorry. I didn't necessarily always say no bitch all the time, but to me it's like it's become a part of like everyday vernacular, so it is kind of weird to harp on that when I'm just like it's becoming common current to say that in friendly manner and also when you're pissed off. So I don't, because she says it when she's just having fun, and also she says it when she's pissed off. So I don't really think much of it.
I guess to make you relate.
I understand within that live, but I also feel that she was referencing that song, and people reference that song all the time, even though it is old. People do that. But I'm trying to remember on this
All the
show
time, but
when
it's
was
just
she
bad
just
when
walking around
Candace
calling
does
people
it.
bitches and hoes. I don't remember that.
I don't know. I guess
I've
Seanitra,
never
to get
seen
you
her
to
do it.
to get you to understand. You see how you feel like Mia has over sexualized the show. Like, oh, she doesn't need to do all that to get us to pay attention to her and her storyline. I feel like Candace has just like she's just been, her language has changed in terms of always calling people like the B word or whatever. And I don't know. I
Well, when she was
personally
calling people
feel
concubines and bed witches, people got upset. So what is it?
well,
That is true. She was using
but to
other
me,
insults that were worse than that. That's a good
And
point.
people were upset. So now we can't say bitch and hoe? Good God.
She's calling people racial slurs. Let's just be real at that point.
As a concubine, black women, the bed witch, I can maybe see it. But like,
depending on where you are in the world, concubine is not a slur. No, let's just be come on, let's be honest. She said it because she knows the historic context. She knew the historic context behind it. She wasn't calling them dogs.
But when she called Ashley, a filthy milkmaid, they cried. She told Mia, your mama, they cried. Like no matter.
No, I didn't have a
what
problem
she
with any
says
of
is
those
the
things.
problem. It's starting to
well,
look.
but the thing is, you're hunting for another
just
problem.
think the bitch and the hoes is lazy.
But
That's
when
it.
was she calling people bitches and hoes when she wasn't?
But she doesn't run around calling people.
She normally uses bitches.
But hold on, Kelly. She doesn't. But hold on, like Ali, like you made the reference, like to me pointing out Mia declassing the show with the sexual deviance. I can point out exact references of her sexual deviance and deviant behavior and speech on this show. You have yet to give us reference
watch
to when Candace did it.
Watch her confessionals.
One pop culture reference.
Oh, watch her confessionals. She
just sits around and said these bees, these hoes.
Yes, not these hoes. The hoes was from the live, but the bitches, she's used that regularly. It's just that you guys are probably just used to it, and you don't notice it, and you don't, or you personally don't see it as a bad thing.
Well,
that's why you're like, okay, you're not paying attention.
And mind you, I don't like that. But personally, my thing is, it's one thing to say she's being lazy and just calling them bees, or did she use the bee as the pronoun instead of saying she or her or them? See, there's a difference. Now, if she just comes in the confessional and says these bees, or she comes in and says these bees and then continues with her train of thought, then that's not the same thing. That still doesn't equal a lazy read.
It's also
it just equals bad language.
Always talk like this, and she was just code switching. It's very possible.
Okay, and Callie, you remember a few years ago when they brought out her old tweets, and her old tweets were very much this. So this is very much who Candace is, and they had a whole hissy fit over her. Hold on, they had a whole hissy fit over her decade-old tweets. Which were very much
they only had a
language,
hissy fit about them because they were homophobic, not because she was cussing. or being disrespectful to witness.
I know
because her
about
tweets
I
are
know about the
homophobic.
whole homophobic part. What I'm saying is when they brought out the tweets, it was the same mode of speech. The
Yeah,
mode of
I get
speech
what you're
is what's
saying.
on the
Yeah,
table, not about the homophobia. The
that's
mode
the
of speech
context.
was the same. So this is indeed Candace. Right. This is indeed Candace. And what we're seeing is that her level of comfortability is where it is. She maybe doesn't feel the need to try to be so pageant girl and PC for this show. And she's talking how she wants to talk. And what is like, to me, I feel like as Black women, we need to lean away from helping other people police us because we get policed enough. That's all I'm saying.
Would like to say is that why is it a perceived thing that we as Black people cannot speak differently than the way others speak?
I don't know.
Like, why do we need to talk like them? I mean, I do it to make money. I do it because
we're not
sometimes
allowed.
my
We have to
actions take
assimilate.
people
And if
off
we don't
guard.
assimilate, then we don't meet up with we have to assimilate. Don't you know, Callie? If we don't assimilate,
no. I'm saying
then
what
what
I'm saying
we're
is
doing, we're
this.
not living
No, I
at that
understand what
point.
you're
But
saying,
no, you don't get
Seanitra.
what I'm saying to you. I'm gonna let you finish. Hold on. The issue that the reason why we always run into that, why we're not allowed to speak differently from people, is because as Black people in this country, we're not allowed to have our own identity. We're expected to assimilate, or we don't live up to respectability politics. We're not respectable unless we assimilate with the oppressive class. That's the bottom line.
No, I understand that, and we all know
and
that.
I don't come
So
from
why
poor
is
Black
it that
people.
we
But I don't
as
think
Black
I don't
people
personally I don't
are
do
holding that
assimilation
amongst
game.
ourselves? That's all I'm saying. We all know that we gotta do
Because
this to them because
but Callie, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is even amongst ourselves, we still have some Black people who are comfortable with assimilation and considering that to be the only way to be respectable, and we force that on other Black people. I do not come from a poor background, and the people who know me personally know that. And I don't conduct myself in that sort of way because I simply don't want to. If I wanted to behave like mainstream America, I would. I don't because I don't want to. And I feel like if someone wants to, they should have the freedom to without people saying ignorant stuff like, oh, she talking proper. Oh, she trying to sound like clear folks. And I also feel the same way about people who choose to use any vernacular, any diction, any dialect they choose without the policing.
Okay. I'm gonna step in.
Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry.
To move from the language, and bring up the colorism discussion. I need to look into this more, but what is being said is that the ladies voted on a moderator, and Candace was outvoted for having a moderator, which I don't know why you would put that up till though, and also have it like I don't.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew. Let's say if Wendy and her voted yes, they were going to get outvoted anyway. So they were just playing in our faces with this whole
that was the first
conversation.
And I feel like I don't like the fact that in the beginning, Andy talked for Candace before Candace explaining, because I feel like I'm not in that situation because, again, we say like we're not there. This is not our job, and so I don't know if you think you're going to stay on the show, if you call someone colorist, are you really going to be able to make it through? So to me, though, I don't like the fact that Andy spoke up when the thing about it is, it's like I feel like Candace, at least at the minimum, Candace and Wendy do believe that colorism plays a part, but I don't know if they're ready to call someone colorist. Even though for me personally, there are quite a few colorists that are sitting on those couches at this moment in time. That's like the one thing. The next thing is you see and this is, we all know how I feel about the Ashley of it all. And to me, she also has a problem because she's the main, when Wendy says, be careful of the dog whistles, Ashley has been one of the main ones who ends up somehow, some way, every season making a little video on Instagram or TikTok, whatever, talking about her not being a colorist because white people are in her DMs saying things about her dark-skinned cast members. And the only reason white people feel comfortable coming into your DMs is because you are saying things to them that make them feel like that's a safe space.
No, I don't think it's saying. I think that Ashley
I
very much gives off the energy that she would not be around Black people at all if it did not benefit her.
Well, that's my point. That's what I just said, Kelly. I'm
It's
saying
not
she
this
creates.
girl. It's just the way she lives her life, the way she carries herself.
Yeah, she has that Meghan
Yeah.
Markle tease.
Which is what I just said. I literally just said she obviously creates a safe space for white people to come in her DMs and speak poorly on her dark-skinned cast members. Because I don't know why else they would be there. Because she obviously brings up this idea that it would be okay to say those things to her. The same way Robin said she was on a cruise and white men were hanging out with them. And when they said something negative about Black people, that's when Robin realized those white men thought she was white.
Because she's like a white woman. I know many people that have glanced past this show and thought that Robin was
a white.
I know
but
several.
then my point
My
is,
kids were surprised that Robin was Black.
Exactly.
I'm putting that in air quotes.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. I remember when this show first started. It was some. There was some. Well, I remember when this show first started. There were some clear ladies who were really angry at Robin because she kept saying, "I'm Black, I'm Black," and she was saying, "I'm not mixed with anything. I'm Black." And I remember it was some clear women that were really offended by her, like they were mad because she was saying she wasn't mixed with anything. They could see that she was like them.
Well, especially looking at
I remember
parents. I could now. Is it possible for someone to have recessive genes? Yes. But looking at Robin's parents, Robin does not have recessive genes. She looks like her parents, and her parents are not Black like that. Her dad might
just
have
like her
Black
mama.
in him.
Yeah, her mother doesn't look Black at all.
Exactly. Her dad looks like he might be biracial or something like that. Robin is not. I have recessive
but
genes.
she looks just like her mama.
My parents are brown Black people. They do not look like me, nor do my grandparents, nor do my great-grandparents. I have one great-grandparent that is my complexion.
Yes. So to me, though, it's like, I think at least at this point, Ashley's not smart when it comes to Gollum, and they're not getting divorced. But she is smart enough to try to always toe this line about, I've already went a little too far with Candace, and I started to go with Wendy with this whole ferocious thing, and she got caught up in that. And so I feel like since then, she's been trying to work real hard to make sure that she doesn't have the same relationship she has with Candace as Wendy. And it's a little bit easier because Wendy's not on necessarily the same competition level, so she feels a little bit more comfortable with her to not fully always go there. Robin and Giselle, these two women always seem to set themselves up for absolute failure. The fact that you sit there as people keep pointing out civil rights and and you want to pretend that you don't understand anything about colorism when literally your entire existence is wrapped up in colorism, from the way your father apparently says that his families were the favorite slaves to you being a part of the AKAs. Like, her entire existence is wrapped up in colorism. And I feel like people are waking up to that.
Don't go there. Don't do that.
No. Me? What did I do?
I think you mentioned AKA.
Why do y'all like to put KA into this conversation?
I'm sorry. I'm doing. I'm trying to make sure I get my points out because I don't want to keep you here long.
Context, they've evolved since then.
Just historically, a lot of Giselle's life experiences are wrapped up in it, and she knows that, especially since she's been the one who's gone on record to say that Potomac is popular because the world has never seen light-skinned, light-eyed, educated Black women. And Robin has been the idiot who said she went to producers asking for darker skinned women. That way people could relate to them, which means you understand that you do not represent the average Black woman. And so for them to continue to sit on the stage every time now colorism comes up, and they act like they just don't have any basis for it. I'm trying to figure out, like, where do you guys think this is supposed to go here? Because it is getting more and more disgusting to watch. You see Giselle pointing at Wendy, never saying her name, calling her like she's not a person. And they want to turn around and act like you don't know what colorism is. Robin trying to explain, like, Wendy, I didn't want you to fight on camera. I wanted you to fight off camera. But still, your phone was pulled up regardless. So if you fought off camera, would you still whip out that phone and make sure you had your evidence? Because that's what I felt. I felt like Robin was trying to make sure she had her own evidence. That way she could whip out whenever she wanted it.
Kai, did you notice all the colorism in real time during the reunion? Like when Candace
up for failure.
Like when Candace was explaining her feelings on colorism and no one got it, but then Karen basically repeated the same thing, and then the light bulb went up above Mia and Ashley's head, and they're like, "Oh, okay." And then
Yeah.
Ashley goes into that. Oh, I recognize my privilege, and I'm like, "Why couldn't you recognize it when Candace said the same exact thing?"
And I
But
think
people are
that
giving
That's what we were
Ashley.
saying.
that's why she said something.
That's what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
They were intentionally not understanding her. They were being intentionally obtuse because they were all set to gaslight her and pretend it didn't exist. And I don't care what nobody says. In that moment, I appreciated Karen Huger for using her privilege to hold them whores. I appreciate her for that.
Because my thing is,
Because
people are
that's what
giving
you're
Ashley.
supposed to do. If I'm in a situation where I can be heard and you're ignoring my sister who's darker than me, then the onus is on me to make sure that my sister's heard. And I appreciate Karen for that.
But
Yeah.
you know, Giselle and Robin don't want to lose their privilege, so they're going to be willfully obtuse and pretend like colorism. I don't know what you're talking
I think
about.
that they have already lost their privilege. With the way that they look does not mean what it did in the 80s and the 90s.
But they got a whole podcast on the Black Effect Network that they do not deserve. They don't
There's
have
a
the
lot of
fan, they
people
don't have the
with-
fan base. They don't have the followers. Like, how is
We'll see if they get put off this show. How long?
Well,
they
I
have.
mean, blame
the fact that that was even
you
offered
can
to
only
them is
blame
just
for
amazing
that.
to me.
Charlemagne got them there.
Yes.
But
And
the thing is,
Charlemagne-
but
have you
not
guys
when you
watched-
think about it. Charlemagne got them there. Hold on, y'all. Charlemagne got them there. And when we look in the Black community, the people who promote and uphold and maintain colorism the most are Black men in our community. So there's no
Dark-skinned Black
shock
men.
that Charlemagne would be the person to put them in position. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, we cannot play crazy. Like, we don't know what it is. We know what it is. Now, Kai, the question I got for you, boo. Did you feel like I felt like Carlos King and some other people? Did you feel like Andy should have been asked to leave the stage while they had that conversation? Because I think he should have had to go.
I think so, especially because it just, to me, because he wasn't engaging, it felt like he was a spectator. And that already is like, we're already in this environment of like us having them as entertainment. And essentially, since he didn't engage, because I feel like he could have been, I feel like if he was going to be there, he shouldn't have led discussion, but he could have been a part of it. But if you're going to just sit there and make it feel like this is just your spectacle.
But what about this point of view that there are some, and I find this hard to believe, white people who act like they don't know nothing about no colorism and they don't understand why these Black women are fighting each other. Now, I don't
heard that from
they act that way.
They don't. It doesn't affect them. Why should
But even
they have eyes.
Yeah.
Well, they invented
we
the
would hope a lot
practice.
of them don't see racism.
But they
So
still
how are
would-
we going to expect them to see colorism?
Thank you. So how can you expect them to understand something as nuanced as colorism? Not only that, even if you have some of them who have a textbook understanding of what it is, they do not have any real life application for what it is. And they have no business whatsoever engaging in that conversation as it pertains to Black people or any other indigenous group of people. That is out of line. They have no business. There are some conversations that are not for them, and that's one of them. They have no dog in that fight. Now their predecessors may have set it up, but they have no bone in that fight. They need to stay all the way out of it.
Yeah, like
But,
Indians
I
and
think
Asians
the
have
lack
more
of
of a
understanding that is what is making them place Giselle up front as the face of this show without them really understanding the implication of that. And it would be one thing if Giselle had earned that. If she
They
was
know
that
the
girl,
implications.
but she's not that girl.
No, they just saw a pretty face.
And
That's what it was.
They understand
and that's why I do think that they do need to
implication. They just
understand,
don't.
and it does need to be explained to them.
They saw a pretty face and a woman and didn't even
They
realize
understand
it
what
had
they're
no
doing.
depth.
Well, the thing is with those clear folks at that network, they understand what they're doing. They're from their vantage point, they're always going to get somebody who is more relatable to them, who is more comfortable to them, and someone who they see in more of a proximity to them. That's really all this is. Not to mention the fact she is someone, whether we like her behavior or not, she is someone who is willing to do their dirty work. So she's always going to get, her bones and biscuits, as Vicky Dillard would say. Shout out to Vicky Dillard. But she's always going to get her bones and biscuits for that. Shout out to that beautiful sister.
I keep saying that, like, I don't really know this show's going to go, because we have this conversation, and to me, people are going up for Ashley said the same thing last year. She does this whole, I know the life so person, dumb. I have privilege.
I think Ashley is full of it. I don't even think Ashley likes Black people like that. Ashley gives me, I'm one of these people, I hang around Black people to use them, to benefit from them, because I can get somewhere with Black people that I can't get around the people that I really want to be around. I think if there was no benefit for her, I don't think she would ever hang around a Black person.
Well, that is true though, because when they were still doing their blogs, when they still had the Housewives blogs, remember that first season, and Giselle said something about Ashley's hair, and Ashley was upset, which is also why I know Ashley knew what she was saying when she started that mess. And the reason why Candace has all those tweets for her is because she started with Candace in the first place. Because Ashley wrote in her blog how she never wore her hair natural around Michael, and she was nervous if Michael was still going to be attracted to her if her hair wasn't pressed out. She said that.
Well, I don't pay no I don't like Ashley, so I don't pay attention to her.
So for her to think that tells me that she is not used to being around Black people.
And that is my point, Kelly. So to me, it's like she came on this show, and every season we see that there are no Black people around her. She's always like she is trying to find her white father and Gollum, and trying to find that acceptance, as a lot of them do. And the only way that she can be validated is in Black spaces. And here she is with the likes of Robin and Giselle, and sometimes Karen, because Karen does, do her little thing too. And Mia sitting there talking about, I don't want anyone to think that because I'm raising a dark-skinned daughter. I'm like, but you had no problem literally creating an issue out a thin hair to have a moment and to assault a woman who you really like. I feel like people don't understand. Literally, Mia and Wendy barely even talked before Miami. So it was so strange for you now to be all up in her business, so upset, and you see her plotting and planning the entire time to set up Wendy and Candace for some foolishness. And then we get here, and you were on Instagram and on Twitter deactivating, reactivating, saying you're sorry and all this kind of stuff. And then you get to the reunion, and all of a sudden, I did. You want to talk about the cookie and Baltimore, all this kind of stuff. And to me, all she did was prove that actually Wendy was actually serious about looking into his lounge if she was already mean with Peter before filming started, for one. For two, Mia, this still doesn't explain why you felt the need to throw the drink. And it also showed that Wendy said absolutely nothing about your husband before that drink was thrown. You wanted a moment, and now that we're talking about colorism, you want to say, I don't want my daughter to be treated differently. And I'm just like, but you were sitting on this cast, and you were okaying your behavior for a woman that you literally had no issue with this season. You allow Giselle to walk up to you, say, cancer, no cancer, and for Robin to 21 question you about your health. And you had no smoke for them.
She only mentioned it like slightly when they all ganged up on Giselle, calling her a mean girl, and then she said cancer, no cancer under her breath. But that's the most she gave Giselle during the reunion.
When it comes to Wendy, I think that there is jealousy of Wendy's accomplishments, of Wendy's husband, of
her
Wendy's
family
appearance. I think that there is jealousy it's not just colorism. There is a level of jealousy there.
Yeah, but the basis is in colorism.
There's
how rooted in
colorism. 70-year-old man who is pimping her out. She's not. That is the situation that Ashley and Mia are in. Giselle is a loser.
Well, see, this is the thing too. The situation with Ashley and Mia, is slightly different. Now, both of them are sleeping with old men for money. Okay. Now, while I'm not mad at you, do what you got to do. If you willing to go and wash granddaddy's nuts for a couple dollars, get on in there and get it scrubbed. Who am I to judge? Okay, as long as you don't call me to help you get we straight. But the very market difference is that when it comes to Ashley, y'all make a good point, and I totally agree. Ashley gave, I'm going to play Black to be on this television show because I want to be on TV. That's why she was worried that, is Michael gonna like her if she don't press out her hair, because she was there to be, his exotical. Like, you're here to be not quite white, but have a little something so he can feel like he's doing something exotic. Like, that's it. You were a piece of strange for Grandpa. Okay, you were Golem's piece of strange, and you were okay with that. And I'm not mad at it. Hey, if that's how you get your money, if you got it, your stomach is that strong, girl, get paid. Okay, but that's what it was. Ashley don't do black folks like that, and never has. You can look at her family; she's never had to, and I'm not mad at that. But it's the pretense. It's the pretense, and that's what pisses me off with her, is because she will put on that little fake black scent. Like, girl, stop it.
I always fast forward through her scenes.
I appreciate that she acknowledged her privilege. But like I said, if Karen had not called them out,
she wouldn't have done it.
She was going to continue to try to gaslight the hell out of black women. And the fact that Mia, that Mia with the Brillo pad face jumps in about her too, about her black daughter, your brown skinned daughter. You knew your daughter was brown skinned when you were attacking these black women. But 9 times out of 10, knowing Mia, she probably plans to buy her daughter the same bleaching cream and Brillo pads that she used on her face.
Say that.
Sidebar. Did you guys see how bad Mia's skin was? Because I'm like, I know my HD isn't that great, but
girl,
no, her skin is really bad. I don't like her, but I actually do feel bad for her about her skin, because that is cystic acne, and it might not be fixed.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
When
yeah,
you come
I
on
don't,
here
I'm like,
saying
wow,
both bees
I don't feel bad for her.
Well, no, just
I don't feel bad for her at all. Seeing this figure. No,
but yeah,
not even that. Because had she not bleached off the 2 teaspoons of melanin she got from her black mama, her skin wouldn't be this rough. Because we pulled up her pictures on this porch. Okay, and before she scraped all the black off with her best Brillo pad and bleach, her skin was not this nasty. That skin got nastier because she was using that hydroquinone and whatever other chemicals to rip the little bit of black she had off.
And it's
or did y'all not see her on Say Yes to the Dress?
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, she was on Say Yes to the Dress.
Did you see her on Say Yes to the Dress?
I didn't know she was even on. Yep.
Yes, she was. Ali, this what you do. Girl, get your phone or iPad or something, whatever you. Hold on, Callie. Hold on, Callie. Hold on, Ali. Get your iPad, phone, or whatever right now, and just look up "Say Yes to the Dress." Type in Mia, and you gonna see what her face used to look like. Go ahead, Callie. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the sad thing is they probably did give her those creams initially for her acne, and she saw that it was working, and she started using them inappropriately. I do think that all of this started.
That heifer bleached on purpose.
But, I mean, she's a bad person.
I don't.
I hate to see anybody be disfigured, but I don't think she is a good person, and I do think she's a deviant and a con artist.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Mia is dangerous.
On purpose. That was intentional bleaching. Yeah, she would tell vicious lies. She's the kind of person that'll lie.
That's what I'm saying. I think it progressed beyond her trying to treat her acne scars. I think that it progressed where she just started.
I don't think she was, because I'm telling you, Callie, go pull her up. Go pull her up on Say Yes to the Dress. Her skin was not like that. That skin looks like that now because she scraped a little bit of black she has off.
Can you guys hear me?
Girl, go pull up Say Yes to the Dress. That's all I'm saying.
No, I just did.
Yeah.
I just thought they had shown an old picture of her somewhere with acne. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ali, did you see it?
Yeah.
Ali, did you see it?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Ali.
Okay. Yeah, I did see it.
Don't she look like a different person?
Yes. I was like, who is? At first, I was shocked. I thought that was just someone else. And I was like, oh, wow.
No, that's her. That's her.
And she was not an ugly girl.
What you say, Kate?
So I don't know what all that was.
I was just going to say about,
but she didn't look as bad as she looked now.
No, I was just going to say that, like, Mia.
She didn't look as bad as she looked now.
I feel like I sound like a hater of, like, to me, most of these women need to go. but like Mia needs to go. Mia is dangerous. Mia is someone who likes to play games, being emotionally manipulative, talking about someone's homophobic, transphobic when it suits her, for her to turn around though and also try to degrade someone else. Mia is someone who will sit there and you come on this season and you are looking for a moment to have with Candace. And then when you were talking about like I feel like people gloss over last season and the fact that literally Candace was very calm and cool and collected when she was asking her, like, I heard you were talking to my mom and da 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 da. She was perfectly fine until you said low budget, and then she said your mom low budget, and then the girl's head kept spinning, and you crying and whining and all this kind of stuff.
She was lucky she didn't say her mom was a crackhead. I don't know why she got upset.
Yeah, but just for her, and I don't. To me, I get the whole
Good point.
People not liking Jacqueline situation, but it's just interesting to see how quickly Mia will go there, how Mia will be on Instagram posting up DV videos, and yet you know that you beat up on a woman this season, and then you come on and talking about like you were happy about it when people were okay with you doing it, and then the episode aired and people were eating her up, and then she disappeared, and then you come back and then you disappear. I was wrong, and beautiful women, da 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 da. Just for you to turn around, be at the reunion and act like it's cool what you did. You boss B, boss B, boss B, and now you're coming to us saying we are working on our savings and probably the only money you have coming is from Bravo. It's just like she creates a path of just seeking attention and she will do anything to get it. And I don't like that kind of woman. That woman should not be on TV because the way in which she let, oh, you were giving Peter the cookie fly out of her mouth so easy when Wendy was eating her up. I would say absolutely not.
Just told a lie in a minute. Yeah, she lied in a minute, Kash. You were right. Well, she fast.
And I guess it sucks because it's like she does it to women who have things to lose. And she, for me personally, seems to have nothing to lose.
She's a deviant, like Seanitra said. She's a deviant. I find her behavior very disturbing. And I have been around women who are lesbian or bisexual, and I have never seen them act like that.
Yeah,
normal.
My best friend is a lesbian, and I've never.
Yeah,
well, this ain't about her
sexuality. Like, crazy. She's just so overly sexual for no reason.
Because the issue is not her. Because the issue is not her sexuality. The issue is that she's a deviant person.
Yes.
She's a
wait because. I don't know if you guys talked about the fact that she apologized.
This is character.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, girl. That's right. You couldn't come yesterday. Yeah, she apologized during the season and then get on the couch and like, yeah, nope, I wouldn't change nothing.
Well, I was talking about the Chris situation, how she was saying that, like, oh, I didn't mean it that way, and she texted Candace and da da da. But then you come on the reunion and talking about, well, why you did make a big deal, Candace, and I mean, if he was just being inappropriate with her, she was just be, but you were the same one, and she's doing all these interviews acting like she was a part of the plan. She had to talk to people because I never said he was looking at me sexually. I said he was looking at me because I didn't look good. But you're on this reunion stage acting like Candace is out of her mind for being upset with Giselle, and that she should, and her and Chris should just apologize, and they made this a whole big deal.
Yep. Like you said, Mia is dangerous. Mia will lie on anyone. She will say anything. I personally think she conned her way onto this show. I don't believe that she was ever no CEO of nothing. I think that was all a brand endorsement deal that she had.
Well, I mean, but she didn't really need to be a CEO to be on this show, though.
But I think it was easier
she
for her to
be
get on
a
the
CEO
show.
to be on this show. Robert and Reigns don't have nothing. They don't mind poor people.
So
no,
basically,
a little
bit easier if they think you have money.
Yeah, but to me, it's not about the poor part. It's about the backstory. They didn't care about Robin. They cared about the story with Juan and him being this D&D big star and how she lost her money. Giselle, with the pastor and the civil rights father.
Right.
Mia doesn't have that background, nor does she have. She doesn't have the background, and she doesn't have the money. She doesn't have the background, the pedigree, or the money. To me, so it was to me. I do believe Callie of like
the story
this
she came in with. Yeah, but I think the persona that Bravo fell in love with was she's an ex-stripper and she has a rich husband. That was the persona that Bravo was interested in. Bravo wanted smut. Bravo wanted smut. And Mia came in, baby, smut almighty.
No, but when I first heard about Mia, they were pushing her as though she is the CEO of these joint clinics. Because I was even thinking, like, shouldn't this lady be on Married to Medicine? When I first heard about her, I thought she had a medical background. I had no idea that this is what we were getting until I actually saw her on the show, and I was like, oh no, this lady got to go.
But
She basically just
but
owns
Bravo
a
knew what they were
license to
getting.
use their
Bravo,
name.
do you really think Bravo does not investigate these people?
Not good
Bravo,
enough, Jen
listen,
Shaw.
Bravo investigates these people. Bravo knew very well. But girl, don't you know they like this kind of stuff? They like it. They hire these people. And if you ask me, I feel like Bravo is the one that called the feds on them. Get them arrested. It gets more airtime. It gets more views. Bravo likes smut. Like they are.
And they filmed the whole arrest.
They are.
No, Mia really gives me.
They procure smut for everybody. They love the smut.
Mia really gives me con artist energy. She gives me Dorit, Erica Jane, Jen Shaw. She gives me con artist energy. I'm not saying she is literally a con artist. I'm just saying that's the vibe that she gives off, especially with the fake accent and all of this weirdness that is just
girl,
like
she could be because she's a big old liar.
Yeah,
she lies for no
girl,
reason.
Listen, Callie,
never
you got
trust
to go
a girl,
watch.
a woman that lies for no reason.
But Callie, you got to go watch that episode of Say Yes to the Dress. She was fake and phony back then. Girl, she was something.
Oh,
she got a whole
to go
watch the episode.
Hey, L'Oreal.
Hey, so hold on, wait. She was on Say Yes to the Dress.
Her and Ashley.
Her and
yes,
yes.
What? When
Because
she got
real quick
married
before,
to
L'Oreal. Ashley was on there saying that she met Michael because she was an intern. No, ho, you were a bar back at his bar. You were never an intern at his company.
Yeah.
I done had in with Ashley.
Oh my God.
But get this, when she came on and Kai, when she came on Potomac, she told the truth about the bar thing.
Yes.
So
I'm trying to figure out.
To the Dress, she lied. Talk about it.
She lied, and so I want to know why she lied on Say Yes to the Dress. Yeah.
Because she probably knew they weren't going to dig up her backstory for a person appearing on one episode. She didn't want to
look so.
Oh, maybe because more of a white audience.
Yeah,
but you got to look
so that to his family.
She wanted to look more respectable.
Yeah,
she wanted to look more respectable on Say Yes to the Dress, and Bravo wanted the scuzz, so she brought the scuzz for Bravo. I'm telling y'all, Bravo looks for scummy, scuzzy people.
Yeah, they got to.
And she gave them what they wanted. Say Yes to the Dress. Say yes to the Dress is more like family oriented, so she had to be respectable. Bravo said, "Give us the filth, and we want it." And when they found Mia Thornton, they hit the jackpot because she came in talking about I'm a sleep with women and play with cooches and go with men and watch my husband sleep with people, and we gonna eat lobster and steak at the strip club while he run barefoot. Like they was in heaven
in
when
ball
Mia showed
gown.
up. All the scum they could stand was in one person in a ball gown. Yes.
Yeah, she had no filter. So today earlier I heard all this backstory about Michael's money. Did you see all that where Michael really get his money from and all that? I said, Lord.
I didn't have to do that. I've been investigating him. I know about him in Africa. He's a colonizer, and Ashley likes that. She likes her colonizer.
Yeah, so she went.
I had no idea, and so now everything it just clicked into me today. Like that is why she kept calling him a colonizer.
Whatever you say.
Yeah.
You see, that read came back 360. You know, that wasn't a lazy read.
I said this on another live before. Michael give me pimp energy. Like I almost feel like they had like a pimp hoe type relationship, him and Ashley. Except Ashley just didn't get no cut. She wasn't.
I don't get that.
I felt like he was just basically.
That's not what I get from them. What I get from them is a Thomas Jefferson and his slave relationship.
Yes.
This is
okay.
Not
I think he's just a swinger
because at the end of the day, pimps buy nice clothing. for their
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay,
When
this
I
is
worked at the
Thomas
hotel, I had one
Jefferson
as a
and
client.
Sally Hemings.
Yeah.
Wait,
You're right.
can I add to
This
that
is
how
this
that
is this is Thomas Jefferson. This this is clearly Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. He got her bricked up in the wall beside the bed, and he pull her out to play with her and put her
Wearing
back in the wall.
rags.
Now that's
Yeah.
what's going on
Walking
here.
around with rags on.
He barely spent a
Can I
quarter.
expand upon that real quick?
Lord have mercy.
Because
Ty.
to me, because
Yes,
basically,
please. Yes,
Ashley,
Ty.
Ashley, brought up the tweets, whatever year later after Candace had apologized, and then when you called Michael an overseer and didn't bring up the fact that she said, "Tell me when you and Chris cut the umbilical cords from Mama Dot," and Candace asked her to stop talking about her husband, and then Ashley continued to do so, and that's when we got the overseer comment. And I listened to Wendy, and Wendy also called her mother and her sister the overseers of her life, and how other than Eddie, but Tomek was the next thing she picked for herself. So to me, Candace was actually using it as it is in general context. It was interesting how quickly Ashley said, "Are you calling him a slave?" Because Ashley was the idiot who called herself a slave.
Yeah.
And talking about is Michael a slave driver, because she knows the basis of her relationship. And so I found it interesting that she kind of really went back to it after they had already talked about how they already apologized for it. And then you go on national TV and you start calling yourself a slave, and that girl never said that. And it's because Michael talks about how he didn't want her to have kids because he didn't want them to be raised like her mother raised her, and none of the family members are ever around and all this kind of stuff, and they could be terrible and that kind of stuff. But Ashley is also the same one who came on the show talking about how like Black people, they keep their family together, yet somehow, some way, your family is never around you when you're with this man, and that man didn't even want kids with you.
Her family's not Black. Sister Underbridge not Black.
But they're Black enough for Michael.
Sister Underbridge and crew are not Black. They're not.
They're Black enough for Michael.
Well, One Drop is Black enough for Michael.
I think Ashley don't see herself as Black. I think she just letting us believe that because she know that the viewers will have a problem if she really said how she sees herself.
Yeah,
I do not think Ashley sees herself as a Black woman at all.
Yeah, I think she sees herself as biracial, which is, I don't have a problem with her identifying as that because that's what she is. Or you could say multiracial because her mom doesn't look.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that either. But I think that we are like sort of placing this Black identity on her that she don't really have. Ashley is not Black like that. She's not. She's around Black people because she knows she can get something from Black people.
She ain't Black at all.
Space that is meant for a Black woman with the little itty bitty Black that she got in her. But Ashley knows she ain't Black.
Sister Underbridge.
Of course she knows.
Yeah.
So
actually that's what her relationship is.
It's just that's benefiting her. That's allowing her to be on this show is her Blackness. That's what has her on this show.
But and I hate to be that.
Gotta drop a Black.
Let me not say I hate to be that girl because y'all know I'm very comfortable being that girl. But that's something that has always happened historically. If they can show that one drop, they can take opportunities and spaces from actual Black people. Mm-hmm. And that's what we're seeing here.
I don't know. I don't want to be vulgar, but yeah, show me the nips and the crack of that butt. That's gonna tell it. If your nipples gonna tell it, because a lot of times the lighter skinned complected people that are biracial have the darkest nipples.
Well, no, your parents will tell what you are. And this is what I always say, because I have always been around other people that have brown skin that ain't Black people. If your parents ain't Black, you ain't Black. And it's just that simple.
So what is her mom?
Hold on, y'all. Because Mac, hold on, y'all. Mac had a question. Yeah, that's what I was gonna answer. During one of the seasons, I don't remember which, Ashley went to try to go and visit her white daddy, and he would not open the door for her. Even though her other relatives tried to get him to talk to her, he refused to open the door and speak to her. Yep. But her daddy is a clear man who lives in the state of Georgia, I believe. Okay, yeah, Georgia.
Yeah, her white uncle.
I just wanted to ask this question.
So what do they mix with, Italian or something? The mama.
We don't know what's going on
I
with the
think
mama
just my uncle
I don't
must
because
be
know.
giving me Italian. I just
there's
say,
probably a situation where a mixed person married another mixed person, another mixed person, another mixed person, another mixed. So they probably don't know at this point. You probably have to go some many generations back to find out.
but
Well,
you know
y'all
what? My
seen
family is
Uncle
like
Lunk's
that,
wife.
and
We
it's,
don't
it's
even know
skip
what she
around.
is.
One
So they
must might
keeping
be
up the
dark and
tradition.
another light.
Yeah, but that ain't no skip around. That just ain't black.
Yeah,
I think
this is what I'm
Ashley.
saying
That ain't
about
no
like.
skip around. They just ain't
I
black.
agree. Ashley, to me, even if she looked like her mom, she would still look the way she does now. Like there is a difference in, I don't know, maybe just because I'm from Louisiana, but there's always been a difference between a black person with black parents that just happen to come out lighter skinned because they had a recessive gene or some crap, and then a person whose parents are not black.
Aren't they
There's
called red
always
bones?
a difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I started getting into social media where they just basically started confusing everybody and mixing everybody up. But me growing up, a biracial person was a biracial person. A light-skinned black person was a light-skinned black person. They were not the same thing. Because in Louisiana, you have a lot of people who are like me who have brown parents, but they just reached back and got a gene from 5 generations ago. So, you know what I mean? But that ain't Ashley. Ashley is not from a recessive gene. Ashley looks like her mother. And so does
She
Robin.
looked like her daddy to me when they
Yeah,
showed
she
that picture.
looks just
Yeah.
like her.
And Michael
But
looks
this
like
is
her
the
Yeah,
father.
thing,
she
though.
did
This
play
is
with
the
her
thing,
daddy.
though.
You
Does
sure,
Sheila
Giselle,
have a big
Victoria?
forehead?
Giselle, have recessive traits, but she show black. Cause look at her parents. Her mama seems more
Well,
timid, but that
she don't
daddy
think
is
so.
straight up black. I don't care what they mix with. The daddy act black. She
But
was
at the
raised
end of the
black.
day, she don't. But she don't think so. Giselle don't think. She
Right,
told. She
because it
told
goes
y'all what
back
she
to
was.
Giselle
She
is
said she
not
the
privilege.
Creole.
passable for anything else. Like I would never look at Giselle and think that she was something other than black.
I
Now,
know
Robin,
that.
on the other hand,
Listen, sis, I know that. I know that. Know that. I'm just talking about what she said. She say she ain't like y'all. She the Creole queen. Now that's what she said. Now y'all just gonna have
That's
to
behind
arm
her
wrestle her
privilege.
for it.
That
She
ain't
say
that ain't
no.
behind her parents, is what I'm saying. That's behind her privilege. That's why I'm saying,
I
like, you can't
understand
even.
that.
Yeah,
I
some
know.
of them forget where they come from now. So I ain't gonna sit up there and blame their parents.
Oh, I'm blaming
Hello.
the parents because that's colorism is learned in the home. You know,
well,
I
no,
feel
I think it's part of our culture as African Americans. I think that you could totally grow up in a home where nobody was colorist and you can go to school with some colorist children or colorist teachers that could put that mess in your head. There are a lot of things that are just part of our culture, and some people are not strong-minded enough to
Yeah,
move forward.
if you're around other black folks, I agree with Callie. If you're around other black people, even if it's not taught in the home, you can pick up on that stuff. I
Yeah.
remember very clearly. Like I said, in the house that we grew up in, there was no, oh, well, this one's pretty, this one not pretty because she's darker. My sister was extremely dark. She had complexion like my father, and she was bad. The heifer was bad. Okay, by anybody's definition, the heifer was just bad. She was. I ain't lying. You know, eventually the drugs got her, but my sister was gorgeous, honey. And she didn't get any of that abuse at home, but outside of the home, she got all of the smoke. She got all of the abuse. Most of it came from black men. I'll be honest. Some came from black women, but most of it came from black men. And when it was like nasty comments or things that were very harmful, it came and it if it did come from women, it was from older black women that said a lot of messed up stuff to my sister.
You know, one of my
And they would say
guy
messed up
friends,
stuff in presence. They would say messed up stuff in the presence of me because it was 3 of us girls and 2 boys. And I have one brother that's extremely yellow, like he could join Team Yellow. He yellow. He's so yellow, his eyes change color when he mad. He yellow. And so, you know, when all the kids were around, some of the older people would say very dangerous things. And it's like, even as children, like if our parents weren't around, we might not have known why what you said was wrong, but you know it felt wrong.
Wrong, yeah.
And I remember seeing I know I personally, brother who was darker, my eldest brother is very dark. He didn't go through the same thing that my sister went through. That's why I'm always very clear to point out that colorism affects women and men in the Black community very differently. And I saw my sister catch hell. I watched her catch pure D hell. I have been in whole fist fights behind my sister because they would say things to her that they would not say to me. They would literally sit there and act like, "Oh, that one is cute," and I literally looked like a little dusty, muddy red ball. Like it wasn't nothing cute about me. I had a big old head. I was real skinny. You know, everybody in the family was real clear about how funny looking I was. But we could go out in the streets and people would pretend like that somehow I looked better than her when that was straight bull, simply because my skin wasn't as dark as hers. So a lot of this stuff it's the community. It don't have to be in the house. We had a very close friend of ours. My dad was friends with this lady's father. He was one. It was only 2 Black doctors in Ocala at that time. And if somebody from Ocala watching, shout out to you. It is what it is. I'm talking about Dr. Lamb. And so Dr. Lamb's daughter was a friend of my dad because he had been friends with her father. And so we were around Miss Carmen all the time. And she was a real red lady, light eyes, you know, just like her father. And they were real colors. She had one sister, Michelle, who was more brown complected. And she always thought she was so much better than her sister because she didn't have that color. And I remember the bigger kids were outside. I'm 7 years younger than my sister. I'm the baby. Okay. And so I remember being inside with Miss Carmen and her youngest daughter and mama. And so we inside playing, and I wanted to go outside, and they were all in the street running around. And she was like, don't go out that door. You're going to get black. And I was like, but my sister, I don't want to go out there with them. She was like, no, y'all just stay in here. And she gave us some snacks. And then she started, you know, touching my, playing her hair. Oh, your hair pretty. Beulah did you? I said, yes, ma'am. Aunt Beulah did my hair. And so she was like, oh, that's nice. She said, Lisa got hers done too. I said, yeah. I said, Lisa hair real pretty. She said, yeah, I seen her hair was done. And it was something she said. I want to remember it right because I don't want to lie on nobody. She dead now. She can't defend herself. And she made the statement, something about, because I made the statement that like my sister, you know, I was like, but my sister's hair was prettier because I was the typical little sister. I looked up to my big sister. I thought she was the most beautiful person other than my mama. And Carmen Lamb stopped me and said, now I know GD well, Emily and Phil ain't got you thinking that black thing is prettier than you.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And I had to be around 7 or 8. And I knew that didn't sound right. And I knew it didn't feel right.
You know, I think that unfortunately the root
and that was an adult. That's what I'm saying. We had a lot of our elders.
Yeah. A lot
we
of
had
a
lot of our elders that were pushing that stuff.
A lot of it comes from the older generation, and they pass it down because during the times in my life where I have heard people say colors, things like that, it has always been an elderly person. Almost every single time, it's been an elderly person. So, you know,
and I remember hearing a lot of ignorant stuff like, girl, I remember being told that we couldn't drink Coca-Cola because it'll make you black. I remember don't be eating all that chocolate.
Did your grandparents
don't go out there like that?
Did your grandparents like pinch your nose to make it more narrower when you were little? I remember that, like my grandmother doing that to me when I was young, and I would always hit her to stop. And I'm like, why is she doing that? And then I realized, I'm like, oh my God.
I remember people doing that, but my parents didn't do that.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Doing that,
thankfully, it has not happened to me.
No one did that to me, but I was often told you would be pretty if you got a nose job. You should get a nose job when you get older.
Ooh.
You should save your money and get your nose done. So it wasn't pinched, but I was.
What I remember happening. Well, here's the thing. Nobody pinched my nose because I barely have a nose. It's flat. It's shaped like a spade. It's good and black. But I remember being told to hold my lips in because they were too big. I do remember that.
Yeah, 'cause my mom, I remember my
I
grandma.
clearly remember being told my lip
She's
sync.
like, I want you to have a sharp nose, because my mom, she has like a straight, like small nose. I got my father's nose, and so she's like, oh no, you're gonna get your mother's nose, because she had a small like button nose, or and I'm like, this stop, you're hurting me, But it's just like these little things you don't really pay attention to
No,
until
the
you're
nose
older.
thing in the Black community, I feel like is something that we don't talk about, but a lot of these celebrities have had nose jobs. The
Yeah.
men and the women.
Halle Berry got a nose job. I was surprised about that one.
Who?
Halle Berry. I didn't know she had a nose job.
She had multiple. She had at least 3. Missy Elliott had a nose job. I mean, a large majority of these celebrities have had nose jobs, and we act like we don't even notice it. It's so strange.
Well, this is the thing. They're not acting. Nobody does notice it because they do, but they do multiple procedures over time. So nobody really does notice it because it's just your nose is gradually disappearing. Like nobody sees it unless you go full Michael Jackson and carve a banner on your face. Nobody's gonna pay attention.
Yeah, I will say that. Ladies,
nobody's
I
gonna
have
see
a question
I
about.
noticed Nene leaks though. I ain't gonna lie.
That one was.
Well, she
Nene
had
It's
like
kinda
you have to look at
non-invasive ones.
But not only that, L'Oreal, Nene was very open and told y'all about it. Like she had it on the show about her nose being shaved down. Like she didn't hide it. When she got her boobs done, she
got it shaved down. I
that.
think she got it pulled in. I think she got it like a non-invasive nose job. And I know
whatever she did, she was very open about it.
Yeah. I mean, Portia had a couple of nose jobs.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about Portia.
I don't know about that.
No, she had one.
I don't know about
that. Used to be in videos back in the day.
She already had one, and then she went and had a non-surgical one to make it more pronounced.
Yeah, her nose is flat.
Look at a lot of these celebrities, they have had nose jobs, and some of these women.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait. Ali said something I wanted to hear. You said her nose was what, Ali?
It was flat. It was flatter. I don't know if she did Botox or something to make her nose more prominent, to have a bridge. She didn't have a bridge when she was younger.
Well, you know what? I don't have a bridge, so do I need to get Botox on my nose? Okay, can I just tell you?
Like, I didn't see anything wrong with
Botox is not going to change your nose. That's probably Juvederm or something like
that.
Yeah. She got something to give her a bridge.
I don't care what it is. All I'm saying is, listen, you going, if I need to get whatever the shot is to get a bridge on my nose. I've had a flat nose my whole life. I need to inject. I don't need one, but I can have a bridge. You probably don't need it, but if you wanted one, it would probably be have a bridge.
But I wanted to say this about Robert though. Robert's mom, even though
hold on, y'all, L'Oreal talking.
I know Robert's mom, even though she is fair skin, her daddy surely is black. And the way that her parents act, they act, like a black family. And Robert even acts black. I think they just enjoy being able to pass, basically. Because when they go in certain atmospheres, like when they went to go try on the bridal dresses, you see how they kind of code-switched a little bit when they went to try on the wedding dress with the people in there. I said, I think they just enjoy it. But they well enough know. Her and Giselle, as far as they know, because that's not coming from their parents.
I feel bad for Robin's parents.
Her daddy raised her. He right there in that house, been married, like, she always had that part. Now, if her mother was a single mom or something like that, because I really don't know the background history of her mother, as far as her race stuff, they mixed or whatever, I don't know. But I'm like, no, y'all.
Robin's mom, just to clarify, Robin's mama says she don't know what she is. So we can't put black on that lady. I like, but that woman is not black, and she said herself, she clearly said she don't know what she is, and her daddy don't look all the way black. We not finna pretend, and there's no way to act black. Black doesn't have an act.
Now you can act
Yeah,
country,
maybe
you can
not,
act
I'm
southern, you can
wording it
act
wrong,
city
but I
side.
feel like
Ain't no way to act black.
I know that, but I feel like the same way even about Giselle daddy. Like, even though he first skin, they said they was mixed or whatever, probably on down the line from their plantation. They don't act like that. He don't. He for sure don't. I don't know how to say it, but hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to
Well,
say if
okay,
I
this is
go to
the
their
thing.
house, I'm gonna feel like I'm at home, like I'm
Yeah,
just at a
but
regular
I
black
think
family
what
home.
what happened in the past that a lot of people either don't know about or don't want to talk about is that, believe it or not, even with all the racism that we have faced, there are people of other races who in the past would pass themselves off as black people because it somehow benefited them. Those people
they sure
then
have.
had children with sometimes biracial people or black people. The problem is those genes are still within that family. So then when you have that child, then have a child with a biracial person, you see the blackness starts leaving. Now you get people like Robin that are 30% black.
It only takes 2 generations for the black to be
Yeah,
gone.
Right,
exactly.
but see, it'll still pop up. I feel
Two
like
two
that with
good
my
generations
family.
and black be
Like,
gone.
even with my boys, one is real light skin, one is like my color. My sister's real fair skin, but my great great grandfather was an Irish man, so maybe that's what you're talking about. So he married a lady who was really dark skinned, my great great grandmother. So, but I feel
But
like they were.
that
But it
doesn't
could have
apply
gone the
because
other
he
way
did
though.
marry a black person. He married a black person, so that doesn't apply. What I'm talking about is situations like with Ashley. Ashley, when they got with Smeagol and got them babies don't look like they got a speck of nothing.
But
Because it's
her daddy,
whatever was
she
there,
got
whatever that is gone.
she got a closer generation of it, is what I'm saying, because her daddy white. So them kids really
That's
75% right. Right.
but that's all I'm saying. But that's exactly what I'm saying. After but that's what I'm saying. After 2 generations, it's a wrap. You don't see it. It's
You know
gone.
what? You're probably right about that.
It's
Because
gone.
I got
That's
some
the end
friends
of that.
who
It's gone.
are white,
Well, you
but
only
they
get
hair is
50% of
real
your
thick.
parents'
And I'm
DNA.
like, girl, I don't know now.
No, seriously, you only get
But
50%
you gotta look
of
at
the DNA
okay,
from each of the parents.
all you gotta do to really see proof of that, all you gotta do to really see proof of that is look at Muhammad Ali's grandchildren. He's got grandchildren that look like that like there's no way in hell that would be their grand. It takes 2 generations and it's a wash. All this pseudoscience that people tell us about old black genes dominant, that is a lie. 2 generations and it's a
No, they
wash.
wanted us to breed ourselves out. That
Like,
was
that's
actually percent that us breeding
well,
out.
now they doing. Well, now they're getting. Now they're getting it
a
done.
solution.
Now, but this is the thing. It don't matter what they wanted. I'm just stating the fact. Like this whole, this whole cosplay of blackness. Like, there's no way to act black. These folks ain't us, and I'm just not. I'm not willing to pretend. Now,
And
it's
to be
okay for
honest,
you not to be us, but what's not
come
okay is to
out
be
in their
playing
behavior if you're around them long enough. It really does. Because you'll be wondering, like, I don't.
But me, I don't care about your behavior, honey. What's your phenotype?
Yeah.
My thing is, what's your phenotype? I don't care nothing about your behavior. All that, you acting like this or talking like that. Like Lily said in the comments, that ain't nothing but cosplay.
Oh no,
yeah.
I don't mean that. I don't mean by mannerisms. What I mean by sometimes their views of racism. Sometimes they don't have a way to perceive certain types of racism, or they don't understand certain things, or they might say something that is very inappropriate. And you might be like, where did that come from? And you realize this person ain't black. That's where that came from. So it does. I mean, it does
Either
happen.
way,
I dated a man that had a
model.
white grandmother and didn't know it, and he would say racist things every now and then, and I would be like, "What the fuck? Like, what black person says that?" Until I found out he had an old white racist grandmother that helped raise him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, either way, tomatoes and tomato. What y'all think about part 3? About part 3 of this reunion?
He was born to me.
What y'all think gonna happen when these men come out?
Yeah.
I think Chris is going to go off on Giselle, and I think nothing is going to be done about it. And because I think the honest, fair solution would be that Giselle would need to go, and they're not
Gotta
going to
go.
do that.
They're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's a common denominator. It would if everything was right in the universe, Giselle would be gone. But
Yeah,
we
I
can't
think
be so
for
lucky.
what she did to Chris, I honestly think that she should have lost her job for that. And I don't even like Chris. But that, to me, you doing stuff like that, you don't need to be on a reality show because you can accuse anyone of anything. And even Andy could be accused of something. I honestly, I think it's very dangerous to keep that woman in that environment.
Now, Kelly, what did you think of her offering Andy Cohen some coochie? What did you think of that?
You know, I was about to ask that.
That's exactly what I mean. Doing stuff like that.
Yeah, she's such a liability.
Yes.
But she got away with it. Now, what if somebody of a darker complexion? Somebody dog sat up there and said that now. But my thing was, why did they show that? They were being so messy. Why did you show that?
I think they're
sitting here talking about being uncomfortable, yet you are freely talking about
why
sexual advances.
I think that's
with your
why
boss.
they showed it, you guys.
I
Because
think they're building a case
they
against
totally,
Giselle.
production wants to show that Giselle is lying. They have made that very clear. They have made no bones about it. They want to show like
production is only
but they don't want to get rid of her.
Production is, but Kelly, production is only covering their backsides. And what they're doing is giving us this false sense of them holding her accountable, so they'll have an excuse to keep her on the show. Like, well, we didn't fire her, but we held her accountable. No, you didn't. You played in our face.
The same thing they gonna do to Lil Robert.
This is a game.
I don't think Lil Robert going nowhere neither.
I'm afraid, but I think so.
The only reason why I would say that
I really don't either. I hope she does, but I doubt it.
I doubt it. It's like they amping up the conversation to give her a pass.
You should have a party if they do get rid of one of them.
That's exactly what they do
across these franchises. They on every franchise they've been getting rid of people.
Well, actually, not about them getting rid of people, but this is the problem, Callie. The problem is all of the contracts have gone out except one, and they're being very quiet on who the one is. So they're not going to get rid of people. Everybody's got a contract, but one person.
They were trying to say it was Wendy because there was a rumor
that's what's being said.
It's the person.
I want to know who the one is.
They were saying their name ends in a Y.
I doubt that.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't see them getting rid of Wendy.
No.
You know why?
Wendy brings something to the show, though.
Married and has a family and shows the housewife lifestyle that they like to show. So I don't see them getting rid of Wendy unless she quits.
People keep saying this about Wendy. I'm just like, people, like, she actually brings legitimacy with Potomac when none of these, when they weren't really, for a moment, none of the women were doing anything. Mostly.
Baby Carlos got down, though, when he said 4 degrees and had nothing to say.
It seemed like they edited it.
They probably did,
out.
but she just said, I understand, and that was it. I said, dang, she didn't really say nothing.
Well, but my thing is like, people want them to go off the bat. I'm like, what are we supposed to be doing here? These women, like, Ashley comes here every season and she says she understands her privilege, and yet she gets on the show and still does the same exact things. Giselle's gonna pretend like she doesn't know what colorism is. Robin's going to be like, I know I can't say the word aggressive, and yet thus she'll go on the TV, on international TV, and film a dark-skinned woman being attacked and telling her she's the antagonist. What else are we supposed to be doing here? There's only, like, and I think Seanitra says this, of like, the victim, like, how much are they supposed to be speaking? Because really, people start liking Candace because Candace was not saying a lot. Like, Candace had to dim herself down for people to finally realize what was going on with some of these women. And the way in which she keeps trying every season with Ashley because people force her to. And then Ashley always does something to set it recourse. And then people act like they don't really know why Candace has an issue with Ashley. Or with the Wendy situation. Wendy is doing the Housewives game. We had a little fight. We move on. We continue. We work. That couldn't happen. Yet Giselle is able to ignore Wendy and not say anything. And people respect that. But Wendy trying to move forward, people are like, she's a pick-me. And then when she's not trying to move forward, oh my God, she's a bitter Betty. Like, what are we supposed to be doing here?
Well,
they're doing the same thing
with any of these women.
The ghosts always move.
But I also think that when it
the
comes
goalpost
to
always moves for Black women.
yeah, and I also think when it comes to Wendy and Candace, I don't think that it is just the color of their skin. I think that there is jealousy
Oh,
there
I'm lucky with that
out
one.
of that. I think that a lot of these
But
women
the jealousy is
wish
still
they
based
had a
on
husband like Eddie. They wish that they were in movies and things like Candace is. It's not you there, you know, I think that it's
but you
not
have to
just
look at Kelly. You're still talking about the same thing. The jealousy is there because of the color of their skin. How
Right, I
dare
was
these
gonna
I
Black
don't
say
think
women
it
it's
have
too.
what
just
we
that.
don't?
I think that
That
is
is what's going
one factor. But I think that even if these women did look like them, they would still be jealous
that's the
because
whole
look
kit and
at
caboodle.
their lives and look at their lives. These, you know what I mean?
It's the
These
whole
women
kit and
may
caboodle.
seem like they're
I
It's
happy,
the whole thing.
but they're
Callie,
not.
I could push back a little bit on that because Karen is fair skinned and married. I don't really think they try
It's
to
not just about being married. See, this is the thing. It's not just about being married. Wendy is married to someone her same age, who is attractive, who actually got disowned by his family to marry her. It's not anybody can go marry some old geezer.
Girl,
They
they
don't
are
care about
after
that.
Wendy because she is a beautiful Black lady with a Black husband and a
Yes,
Black
and she's also
family.
attractive.
They
Yes,
are after
as
her
well.
because that Black woman has a beautiful Black family. It's about
Yep.
her Blackness. There is like there's no way to slice that. It's her Blackness. Period. Point blank. That's what's vexing
No,
them.
I'm
That
not
this
saying
pretty
that that's
Black
not a
girl
part of
has
it. I'm
4 degrees
saying
and an accomplished and an accomplished husband and a beautiful, healthy family and a supportive mother and a strong family unit. That's what's vexing them.
Yeah, because they
That's what it
old,
is.
it's
girl,
all of
and it's
those
like,
things.
how dare you?
Yeah, it's all of those things. It's
That's right.
not just the one thing. It's
And
a
it's
whole
still
package of
based on
things.
her color.
yeah, because they don't do the
And
same to they don't do
it
the
still
same to
roots right
Karen
back
at
around
all.
to her color.
But Karen is
Yeah,
married
you
to an
got
older man.
right.
See,
Because
this
And
is
so
the thing.
it
Karen
still
is
roots right
and
not.
back
so is
around to her color.
Candace. So is Candace. Chris is like at least
No,
10
it's
years
not
older
about
than
Chris.
her.
It's about Dorothy. That's what they're jealous of. The way that Dorothy helps Candace. It has nothing to do with Chris.
Well, also let's
Listen,
No,
remind this.
but
It's
I
not
think
just Dorothy.
Callie, what you're saying, like I love you to the moon
I'm
and
not
back, but what you're
saying
saying ain't
it's
making no
not, the
sense.
color
The bottom
doesn't have
line
a
is
factor.
listen
What I'm saying
to
is
what I'm
it's
trying to
a
explain to you. And I said the same thing earlier. It's not based on they got husbands that love them. One is Wendy's husband closer to her age. It's none of those things because Candace's husband is older. Wendy's husband's closer to the age. Monique's husband was closer to her age. It has nothing to do with the age of the husband. It is the fact that these Black women have lives that are better than theirs, and they feel like they're entitled to it because of their recessive genes.
exactly.
That's what this is. It is colorism on a world stage on Broadway.
It is. They did Monique the same way.
It is
because Karen is in a
it's
loving
not,
relationship, and they
is
don't try to
literally
destroy
none
her
of those
marriage.
little straw man arguments.
They really don't do Candace as much.
Thank you.
Because Chris is a
It
joke.
is none of it is literally
the way they did Monique and Wendy.
It is literally
like
none of those
same.
little straw man arguments that they try to use.
I don't think it's a joke when I ask.
I'm not saying that colorism isn't a factor, but what I'm saying is if Wendy came on this show busted and broke down, I don't think they would have a problem with her at all. I think she would be. They would be.
But that means she would also be in a
if she
place
was
to push
busted
it
and broke
again.
down with all those
They
other
wouldn't
women,
have a
would
problem with her because she would be broke, busted, and disgusted, and in
Where
her
they think
place
she
as
belongs.
she
They
should
want
be.
that Black woman to be beneath them.
Yes.
That's the issue. They
Yes,
want
that's the
they
issue.
but Callie, it all comes back. But Callie, it still all comes back to their Blackness. That's why they're okay with Big Reese, because Big Reese is not pretty. Big Reese is not sitting over here in a happy marriage with a happy family. Big Reese is not touting 4 degrees and a PhD. Big Reese is not doing commentary for CNN and MSNBC.
And Big Reese also
So the
know
only
all their
time they're
business
okay with
too.
a Black woman is when they can perceive or feel like that she is beneath them. Those black women living better lives than them is what is pissing them off, and it still comes back around to textbook colorism. It still circles back around to that. All those other things are straw man arguments.
No, I'm
Carlos
not
said
saying
that
not
Sharice had more
colorism.
money than
That's
all
not
of
what
them,
I'm
though.
saying at all. What I'm saying is it's the whole package together that is really making their heads explode.
I think
I'm not
we're
saying
all
that
saying the
it's
same
not
thing
colorism.
different ways at this point.
Yeah, we saying
Yeah.
the
We're
same
saying
thing.
the same thing, and we're just pointing out that it's not like, oh, it's not their color. No, it is their color, and they're jealous.
Yeah.
Their color is the reason they're jealous. Their
But
color
did you
is the
guys see
reason why
that?
they're resentful and bitter and angry.
Did you guys see that Carlos said that Sharice has more money than all of them, and basically is carrying bones? That's why they don't mess with her.
That's what Carlos said. I was just gonna say that. Carlos
Yeah,
said
I
they
heard.
don't
I
fool with
saw
I don't
some.
know
Sharice
if I
because
buy
Sharice.
that because
It's not impossible.
They say Sharice got that money.
yeah, I
That's
heard
probably
what
why
Yeah,
Lil
it's
Carlos
not
Robert
said.
impossible.
messing
He
up
knows
on
more
her.
than we
To
do.
mind you, it's not. Mind you, it's not impossible. But do I necessarily buy that? No, because Karen Huger don't seem to be scared of her at all. So I'm not
Karen Hugo ain't scared
necessarily
of
buying
nobody.
that.
Well, this is
She
the
don't give
I'm
thing
a
with
sorry,
damn.
but I'm
Sharice and
not.
Karen. Sharice and Karen barely know each other.
Yeah.
So I don't think that she have no real dirt on Karen. I think it's BS.
I
Like
think
Karen
Karen
might have
came
a man
in
somewhere, but
like,
Well,
that
we
ain't who
all know it's
Sharice is
B.
talking about.
yeah, she
They don't
came in
know each
Sharice
because
is
other like
just
that.
like
spreading
I'm the
dirt
granddaughter.
because
I'm
she's
finna say something.
Yeah.
she's like literally she's angry because this was supposed to be her show and everybody was saying her. Karen Huger is the only person who came on that show, Paul Wharton, and she was able to get on that show without coming through Big Reese. That's what Big Reese is mad about. She didn't have to come through Big Reese. She had the connections to get herself on that show.
Right, and for her to say she was born and all of
That's
that,
where the
which you
problem
know
lies.
she is, but I mean, to me, Karen gives us a good show. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
I
Karen
mean, she just
got,
has more spunk
Karen
and
is a cook.
she got
do you
more
guys think that this blue-eyed man is
personality than Sharice.
like,
I
do you
don't
guys
think this
think this
blue-eyed man
blue-eyed
is
man is
real at this
real?
point.
Like, is
No,
the
and the
blue-eyed
bottom line, like Karen said, is played out. It
The
like
blue
who
eyed
cares
bandits
at
are
this point?
boring.
Like
They
at the
all
end of
sit
the
up
day,
there and
like
did the
Karen
same
was
the
saying,
thing.
man that
this is
Karen was
this
supposedly
is
having an
played
affair
out.
with?
This is played out old dated stuff. Like literally, y'all. This is stuff from season 2. It's played out. It's old. If the man existed, he probably dead by now. Why do we care?
True.
Oh, about the same thing. But like Kai was saying, you already know how they're gonna react on every single reunion. Okay, Giselle's gonna shut it down. She don't want to talk about nothing. Can we move on? Robin gonna give a look and ain't gonna say a word. Barely. Until somebody else chime in, then she'll sneak some in. And Ashley's gonna give a great response, but she don't really mean it. She just know how to respond as if she cares. They've been doing that since season 2.
But
Yeah,
this is what I think they need to
Ashley's just dumb.
I was
They
like, it's the
need
same
to
thing.
revamp it. They need to freshen this show up. I'm sorry to hear that they're only replacing one person. I was hoping they would replace at least 2. But like you said, it's the same old thing.
It's because the OGs, like when they brought Wendy and Mia in, I can't even fault them because they just rolled them right into their same OBS. And then poor little Mia was like coming in like,
Mia
we're gonna
did
tell our
come in
story until she figured out, oh no, these heifers digging up stuff to tell on each other and making up lies.
I
So
think Mia
she just
was
started
a
spilling
bad
her little
choice.
tea before they could spill it.
No, I just think Mia was a flop. I think Mia was a bad choice. And sometimes they do that with these housewives. Sometimes they do have these housewives that come on here and they just flop and they're just not it. But I don't think that they should give up on trying to bring these people
Apparently,
on.
but
I still feel like Mia was
Bravo wanted
prepared
that.
to show her
Bravo wanted that
reality,
mess.
but she got invited to some secret meetings, honey, and then she just got lost in the sauce.
So I think Mia came on here with that fake CEO mess, and the lie fell apart. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, it
I
fell
don't
apart
think so
fast.
because
So
if y'all remember, Mia came in there telling y'all everything, even about her butchered cooch. She told everything,
that was the
and it was
first thing she
uncomfortable,
told.
but she did. She told them all about her foster care, couch surfing past, and all. And then they drug her for it. Matter of fact, the first season she even told y'all she was hunching in the Waffle House bathroom. She told everything,
Everything. That's why I
everything.
said she
And
came in
then
ready
it's
for
like she
reality.
flipped.
Yeah, I was turned off from her season
And
one.
next thing you know, she saw them lying and she tried it too.
But Giselle confirmed it on the reunion. She said she
It's
thinks
like,
that Mia is smart because she kind of gets ahead of it and she tells it right. She's not giving you the opportunity, Giselle, to give a storyline for next season. She
Oh,
won't
the
tell.
storylines is embezzlement.
That's the only thing she had to say was this
yeah,
thing
that's
that's
that's gonna be
already
the
out.
next one.
And depending upon what Jackie say, we're
That's
gonna see
why
what
No,
Jackie
Mia
gonna
just
say.
gets up there and just flat out just lies and just is, to me, it's just like you just say this same ridiculous lie.
I have a feeling Jackie gonna get up there and still fumble the ball, girl. I don't know.
I think that she's
Well,
gonna say
Jackie
a
is
lot of
already
things that we already
fumbling, talking
know.
about. Jackie is already fumbling, really, because she's talking about the business that Mia done already. Hell, Mia went social media and told y'all that she lost that they lost control of everything. So it's like, girl, you coming with this? You better tell us something else. Like Gordon really don't be going to bed because this thing fell off in the shower or something. Tell me something we don't know. Because at this point, everything that she talking about, this girl done already.
It's gonna be a bunch of stuff that we already know.
Jackie.
But I feel like it might be next season
Yeah,
because
Techie
Giselle was
Jackie is a
really
flop.
digging. Yeah.
Did you
Well,
guys
even the
understand Mia's
manager
Techie Jackie is
explanation
a
of
flop.
her company?
Yeah, it was,
She didn't get a chance to explain. She started talking and they started cackling. We didn't get no explanation. Where was the explanation?
Yeah, because
We
I'm
didn't
like,
get to hear nothing. I didn't hear nothing.
there was a lot going on there because
They acted.
she's like, oh, there's the
They
board
started
and
acting
this
like a bunch
people
of
and that
rabbit
person.
hiding.
they really was shutting her down. They didn't
Child,
want her to
please.
talk
I
about it.
understood what that girl was trying to say. They understood what she was trying to say too. And because they know she's a liar, they just started cackling. They didn't even let the girl get the lie out before they started cackling. We didn't even get to hear the lie. Soon as she started talking, I was like, what are they doing?
Yeah, because
Let
she
the
did.
girl
She
get
was
the lie
saying that
out
she was on the.
first.
She was in the board, then she wasn't. She was a voting member. And it was just all over the place.
And then Ashley over there with her
That
fake
is
divorce
not
don't
what
need to be
happened.
laughing at
That didn't
nobody.
happen. She was not all over no place.
I want G to
At
say
nobody.
G on
That lie don't
reality.
even make no sense.
Because she was a voting member.
Yeah, but they didn't even let the girl tell the lie. And if I'm gonna be honest, I wanted to hear what lie she was gonna tell.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't even let the girl get the lie out. They just started cackling.
But
I hope when they bring the
I'm like,
men out,
did she pay
G'll
y'all to
be
do
able
that
to
so she
tell it.
didn't have to say nothing?
Yeah, because how she was
I hope
explaining the
so.
company.
But that's only if they don't start cackling.
Because I saw someone on
I understood her. I wasn't confused at all, actually.
No, there was someone on Twitter saying that,
I
oh,
was
me
not
is
confused. Like I'm not that dizzy.
yeah, she said me as the CEO of a publicly traded company, and I'm like, technically,
Okay, but what caught
no.
me to made it seem like she was lying was how they take you off the bank account.
Hell, what we know.
What?
But how the hell would we know when they didn't let the girl talk? That's all I'm saying. Like people
she
need
couldn't
with
be
me.
on the bank
They
account
didn't
to
let the
begin
girl
with.
say
Couldn't
nothing.
nobody
I
remove
wanted to hear what lie. I wanted to hear what lie the girl was gonna tell. And they refused. They refused to even let her tell us the lie first. Maybe when G come out, they'll stop cackling, and maybe G will let her lie and let us hear what the lie. Because I felt like the lie was gonna be entertaining myself. I was ready, but instead, they got caught up with her explaining managing members and total members of the board, and we couldn't get past that.
Yeah.
Well,
But
and
I
the
wanted to
other
hear what
position
was
that
the
can
lie that she
remove
was
you
gonna
from a bank
tell
account
as to
is if
why these
they have
people,
power of attorney
as
over
to
you.
why these people. I wanted to hold on. I want to hear what lie she was going to tell as to why these people voted to take away their ability to take part in daily operations. Like, what was the reason? And we couldn't even get there.
I think this is
That
my
was gonna be
opinion
entertaining.
that they were mismanaging funds. I think that's the only reason something like that can happen, for them to take away your access to the money. There must have
But
been
that
some
is not the
mismanagement.
only reason something like that can happen, because they claim something, but it's not the only reason something like that can happen. They were claiming something completely different on social media, and I wanted to hear if she was going to repeat the same story or whether the story was going to flip.
I
But
That's what I
understand.
wanted to
her
Yeah.
hear.
story didn't make
But these
sense. That's why.
donkeys, these, but she didn't get a chance to tell it. That's my whole point. These flea-bitten donkeys were up here
That's down.
hee-hawing all over the page and wouldn't shut up and let this hockey tell the freaking story so we could figure out if she was gonna tell the same story or whether the story was gonna change. We couldn't even get to it. I thought for sure we was gonna have her dead to rights on the stage like this, because everybody has been guessing and having opinions and what I think happened. This was our chance to nail this tramp to the wall, and nobody would shut up long enough to let her get it out. That's what I'm saying. Like, people get so hyped up on their opinions and their attitude toward a person that, like, literally the person you don't like, you could really get everything you need, all the ammunition to nail them, if you let them go ahead and give it to you rather than trying to make it be what you want it to be. Just chill out, let her bring it out, and then come back and hit her with what she said. But they
don't
wouldn't
you
even do. They were too dumb to do that.
but don't you think Mia is a victim of basically the boy who called wolf syndrome? She's lied so much when it's actually time to tell the truth. No one's believing her and they're clowning her. She put herself in that situation for them to
But the
do
thing
that.
is, but sis, she wasn't gonna tell the truth. But if you want to get to what lie she gonna tell, you got to actually let her open her mouth.
Yeah, but at the same
We knew
time,
she
you could
wasn't
be
gonna
like,
tell the
oh,
truth.
there she go
Mia,
again.
from the time Mia got on that show, Mia ain't never even told us the truth about how old she was. She literally sat up here this season and said she been friends with this girl since she was 15, and they've been friends for 30 years.
For 30
and
years,
she
that
claiming to
woman
be
is
39.
45. She is a
Negro is
45-year-old
45
woman.
all day. Okay?
Put that together.
So it's very clear. So it's very clear that she was gonna tell a lie, but we couldn't even get the lie because we got idiot hyenas cackling across the stage. And then you got somebody like Giselle Bryant who made her entire storyline lying on somebody's husband. If y'all don't shut up and let this heifer lie, I wanted to know whether the story was gonna flip. I
They
needed to
set
know if the
it. They
story was
set
gonna
it up
flip.
for next season. They setting it up for
But
next
here's
season.
another thing with Mia and what's her name, Jacqueline. I don't know if I believe that they have had a consistent friendship for all these years. Like, I wonder if it's a thing where they were friends in high school.
My thing is, you can't be friends for 30 years
ago.
with somebody you met at 15.
They did. The sister said that. I mean, they said that though, that they both parted ways. She went off to college.
That's what I'm thinking, because I think people are like, oh, they had a 30-year friendship, and I'm like, I don't know if they have though.
When did they part ways?
Listen.
When
You
the
can't
girl
have
went
no
to
30-year
went to
friendship.
college.
You cannot have a 30-year friendship with somebody you met at 15 and be 30 nothing. This is what I'm saying. It don't add up because numbers don't lie. That would mean that them two heifers is 45. They are not 38, 39 years
Seanitra,
old. They would have to be 45.
don't you know on this franchise
Yes.
that math doesn't matter? A woman could be 70% white and she's black. So
oh Lord,
it makes perfect sense why
You know what? I stand corrected.
she's still in her 30s being friends with someone
Ali,
for
I
30
stand
years.
corrected, sis. I stand corrected.
Math does not matter on Potomac.
You right. Math don't
Lord have
matter. Look at
mercy.
me trying to be logical. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, why
'Cause I'm
don't they
sitting there
just go and add a
how
white
you
girl in Potomac? That'll shake things up. I'm sure some white people around there that got some friends that's rich.
who
Potomac
the
is
hell
white.
want to deal with that?
Yeah, it's
I mean, so
majority
bring them
white.
in. I watch the other white shows. What's the difference? Bring them in.
They need
They
to do
struggling
something.
right now.
I don't
They
know
already
what they
don't know
need
how
to do,
to
but
do
they
it.
need to do something different.
They need to. I think they would get real people with money on the show when they get rid of Giselle and the Robins because they're not real
Yeah, because
Potomac.
nobody's gonna deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't nobody
And
coming to deal with that.
Ashley.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
I
Ashley
think
too.
it's
I
too
feel
Giselle and
much.
like such a
Robin need to go, and I
non-factor to me,
think by
Kai. I forget
default,
she's
Ashley
there.
will dwindle because she won't have anything to do.
Yeah, but my
Well,
thing
they've been
is,
pushing
you
Ashley so
we're
much
talking
on
about
her.
association. Giselle will lie on you. Robin will help her. So will Ashley. And then you also have to deal with Ashley and all the baggage with Michael being, an SA or a predator or whatever. Like, why would you want to walk up on here like that?
But you know what Ashley's going to do? Ashley's going to pull a Kenya Moore. I'm getting divorced for 5 years.
And she ain't getting divorced a bit day in the
Child,
world.
she
She
ain't
ain't
gonna
going
get
nowhere.
divorced at all.
Michael didn't want to
No,
film.
but
He
She
didn't
she's
want
ain't
to
going
see
getting
him
out,
no
but
divorced at
more.
she's
And this
going
was a
to
lie,
have
and it
this
backfired.
never-ending divorce that goes on for years
But
and
see,
years
No,
and years
that's
no,
and
that
she
can't
years.
ain't.
work for Ashley because she's not
No, she ain't.
entertaining.
Watch, and they gonna work it out for the boys. By next season, they're gonna work it out for the boys. There ain't gonna be no
And be
never
better
ending.
than ever.
Kenya Moore is pulling a never ending. Kenya Moore is pulling a never ending because she was never married.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's
At
what
this
the hell
point,
going on.
I don't think she's married either.
Mm-hmm.
Not at this point.
She can't
All they can
be.
do is go to child support court.
And we've been trying to tell y'all that, but don't want nobody. Didn't
They
nobody
ain't
want to
married.
listen.
They ain't married.
No, I mean, I was trying to be open-minded, give her the benefit of the doubt. But at this point, I do not think that she is married. I don't.
She not, and I'm glad she
We've
not,
been
because I didn't like
been
him.
told y'all that.
But then she got a
We've been told y'all that.
dude
I didn't have no problem with
that's
Mark.
fighting for her assets, so that could prolong the thing.
The only reason why
That's the
I say
lie.
that Ashley might do that because I don't think that Michael wants to be on the show anymore. So she might
Right.
just
That's what
say,
she lied
"Oh, we're
for.
working on our divorce. That we're handling out the settlement. Oh, it takes forever. Oh,
Child, they
You
gonna
No,
know,
work it
Ashley
out
don't
for
be
them
doing
boys.
nothing.
I honestly feel that
Ashley
Michael
is
really wants
going
to
to
file
work
for
it out for her
divorce.
boys.
No, I don't think that's going to
Ashley
be
is
the
going
case.
to work it. Ashley is
Like,
going to work it out for her boys. And then
Yeah.
Michael is not going to have to film with these people because, hey, Michael's not comfortable because of everything that y'all said about him when we were getting a divorce. Like, I'm telling you, Ashley is about to play in y'all face real hard. I'm telling you. Matter of fact,
hear me out.
Don't even come back and tell me when it happens. I don't believe her. She lying.
No, I'll eat crow if it does happen. But hear me out. I honestly feel that Michael wants out of
I
this
know you told me the
relationship.
other day. You
I
believe
feel
her.
like,
He
I
we
believe
know
she lying.
like,
he
especially
do,
now
but
with the Somali story, he definitely wants no association with that girl. He's getting labeled
But
a
you have to look at
colonizer
it.
and
But
all
that's
this
not.
stuff.
But that doesn't make sense, Ali, because that's not new information.
Well,
Yeah.
it's new
It's
to a
not
lot
new.
of people. It's like for you, it's not because you do your research, but for a lot of people, it's new, and they're like, "Oh
it's
my
on a
god,
big screen now.
yeah."
But this is the thing. This is the thing now. The same thing with Ashley House being in the LLC. They just can dissolve that house meeting and sell it and split the money of whoever's on that LLC. The same thing goes for Mia in that bank account. Can't nobody remove you, baby, from no business.
Yes, they can because that is a company. They can.
Yeah,
They
they have
can
a
too remove her.
They just have to
Yes,
bring
they
like
can.
documentation.
what's the term
That's all they
for
need is the
LLCs like
documentation, and she's been removed.
Yeah.
the operation
Yeah,
agreement.
but the
Yeah.
bottom line
Probably
is
has a
this:
clause in there for
I
that.
believe that Ashley is freaking lying. I do not believe for 1 minute. My daddy did not raise, and nor did my mother raise me that slow that the likes of Ashley can pull a stunt on me and I'm gonna fall for it. No, Ashley is lying.
No, I think they're
Ashley is a
splitting because
filthy
She
fucking
lying, and
that
it
liar.
could be
divorce
an
would have
investment.
in
been final
Virginia
by
you have to
now.
file.
The timing ain't adding up.
No,
Ashley lying.
because when did
It ain't adding
Ashley
up.
announce that she was her and Michael were separating?
Child, the
At
way
the
she
beginning of
dressed
the
in that
summer.
show,
The beginning of filming, so you could say that's like March, April-ish.
Child,
Right,
bottom
because he
line, you
don't
can
want to
pull up a
film,
Yeah,
March,
because
April, or
and
if
that's
April,
probably
May.
an investment
Ain't finna
house
be no doggone divorce. I ain't
no,
at
but
falling
in
all.
for it. Now you
Virginia,
can
if
believe
you're
what you
married
want.
with children, Virginia is one of the most backward states in the country when it comes to divorce. Because let's say in New
It don't
York,
even matter. It
No,
no,
could,
yes,
I
it
heard
does.
the
Because
but
in New
February
York,
is
if
listen,
I
the
wanted
divorce
to
law
divorce
liar.
don't
someone,
matter
I
when
could
the
go to
girl
the
is
courthouse
lying.
tomorrow and file. In Virginia, you have to wait. You have to be separated for 1 year and have a reason for why you're separating. Like in New York is
The
no
bottom
problem.
line
Like
is divorce law don't matter when you're not getting divorced.
They're not getting
Divorce
divorced.
law don't mean nothing when you.
I'm
Thank
telling you,
you. It don't
Ashley is
matter
a
what the divorce law
liability to
is.
him. She's such a liability to him.
Ashley want
He
everybody to
has a
get caught
great
up in this divorce
prenup.
story and the laws in Virginia and all this stuff, and none of it has anything to do with the price of tea in China. That heifer
But
ain't
you
getting
know what?
divorced, she lying.
She lying. She was in
Ashley's
that
not
lawyer's
a
office
liability.
laughing
The
and
show
giggling, and
is.
even the uncle said, "What are you doing?" Because he's starting to not believe the lie.
Because
But
nothing.
this is the thing.
Thank you. None
But
of the
if
moves
it
that
was
she
up to
making
her,
make no
Ashley
sense.
would not be on the
No,
show.
but yes, it does, because Ashley is stupid. We keep on giving her this grace like she's this brilliant woman
I
that's
ain't
getting
giving
over
her
on this
nothing
whole
because
You
I
don't
don't
gotta
even
be
think
brilliant
I'm
to
stupid.
do that though.
not giving her anything. What I'm saying, what I'm giving her is that she's a liar. I don't even believe that this is her plan. I believe this is what Michael told her to do, and
Yep.
she's being a good little slave doing what she told. And I don't
Exactly.
buy
And
for
he's
one
gonna walk
freaking
away
minute
from her too,
Ashley
clean,
is
with having
lying.
all
No,
her
Michael just done
assets.
told her, "I'm
Well,
not
he may walk
stepping
away
foot
one
back
day,
on
but
that
it ain't
show."
gonna be today.
He done had enough of
That's
that
what the
show.
hell he told her. And thank you. Because Michael don't like black folks no way, nobody but Juan. And bottom line, this is some bull crap.
You gotta
Ashley's a
throw in
liar,
Juan.
and I ain't falling for it.
He came up with this game. You better
You know
believe. And
Juan
he
is probably
told
the
them
only
that
black
he's not
person
setting
Michael
his
likes.
foot back on this show. And he set it up for her. That's what's going on. They ain't getting no divorce. And like they said, the money he have, if it was about them needing space and he didn't want to leave their little condo, he could buy the condos on the whole floor and knock the walls out and make the whole house. I said, you sure right about it.
No, I honestly think that
Thank you.
Ashley is one of those girls that, if you date a guy of a certain level, a lot of them tend to be freaky. And he basically said, "Hey, I'm a swinger. This is what I want to do. Are you down?" And she was down and got more than she bargained for. And I think with her having the kids and stuff, it's just messing up his lifestyle. He's too rich to deal with this nonsense. And I think he's just going to trade her in for a younger model.
And you
Well,
may
first
be right,
off,
but it ain't gonna be today because she lying.
yeah,
Yeah.
She
Ashley,
lying.
that divorce, we would have seen that divorce by now. That divorce would have
No,
Thank
you won't
you.
see it
filed.
because in Virginia, you have to be
Yes,
separated
but
for
Ashley
one
said in
year.
February she could
Has been
file. It's
filed.
February. She
Yep,
literally said
Thank
February she could
you.
file.
That's all
yep.
I'm saying.
That's
Like
what she
everybody
said,
want
but
to
when
act
did
like
the
I'm crazy.
announcement
I'ma just
come?
be. This what I'm gonna do. I'ma just be quiet because the heifer said she could file in February. February done came and gone in a couple of days. Ain't nothing been that gonna file because that tramp is lying. Her and her forehead is lying. Now
She gonna
I'll
come out with
believe it
another
when I
story
see
next season
it.
of why she ain't
I
But
will
filed.
wasn't she
believe
living with
it.
Michael at the beginning of the season? They were in the condo, the penthouse together.
It
Because remember when
doesn't.
Deborah came
But
over?
Yes,
according,
but
well, hold
Ash.
on now.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Ali, you say you believe a liar, right? Well, a liar said that that they were allowed to be separated and in the same house as long as they wasn't going together. So that's what the liar said. So if you believe the liar
But the
said
liar
that they could
turned
be
right
separated.
around and told us
Hold
that they were
on,
in a good
L'Oreal.
space, didn't they?
Hold on, L'Oreal. Hold on.
Thank you,
If
L'Oreal.
the liar, if you believe the liar, and the liar said we can live in the same house as long as we're not going together. She said they were not, and she said they could file in February. February is here, and February about to be gone in a matter of 24 hours. So please explain to me why it ain't been filed.
Because technically she said they were
Because she
separated in
lying.
April when she announced that they just separated officially.
Child, she
That's
said they were
in
separated
February.
and
That
living in the
came from
same
her.
house, and she could separate and live in the same house. These are all the different lies she told. I didn't tell them she told. So if we are to believe the liar, then she should have been filing this month. Where the filing at?
I don't think she wants to be I don't think she's the one who wants a divorce. I think it's Michael, and I think she's been lying. The only thing
It
I
don't
think
matter
she's been
who
lying
want it.
about
What
is
is the
her
filing?
saying that, oh, I'm the one that's leaving, and he's just giving her that grace. Because honest to God, she is a liability to him.
Girl,
She's impeding his. He's no, but what are the net positives of him staying married
you
to
said
her?
she a liability. She a lie. She
No,
just
but
a lie.
what are the positives
It
that
wasn't.
what are the
First
benefits
of
that
all,
Michael's
sis,
gonna
what
get?
was the benefit of him marrying
The
her?
positives are the
Men
same
don't marry
positives
Yeah,
for
what
any
was the
baby
benefit
daddy,
of him
any
marrying her in
husband,
the
any
first
man.
place?
Thank you.
Any
Say that
man that
again.
has
Thank
children
you.
with
He
you
didn't
and been
marry her
married
for
to
no
you,
benefit.
No,
the
but I'm
benefit
saying he
though, it's
married
He
her
didn't
to
just the
marry
have
her
sex
benefit.
with her because he had this young girl on his arm. But after he married her, their lifestyle changed. He doesn't want this lifestyle.
Michael hasn't changed.
Okay,
He's
but here's
still
the
doing
thing:
what he
you
wants to
did not have
do.
to marry
No,
her.
but he doesn't want her
Michael,
throwing a baby
exactly.
in his face.
Michael still do everything Michael want to do. Michael ain't missing a beat,
That
and I
part.
don't think Michael
No,
gets a
but
beat.
she said herself during the reunion that Michael came and dropped
And
the
you
kids on
believe
her
her?
when she was with her boyfriend. This is in
You
cramping
So
believe
his
her?
that's
style
what
as well.
I was trying to say
You
this.
believe her? You
I
believe
do.
her?
Fake
I do,
boyfriend from another
because
reality
that dude
show.
left her. Luke is gone.
This is the
But
thing though.
hold on. You really think they was in a relationship? You really don't. You really don't
I think
realize
they
that
was
was a
having
promo?
sex,
Really?
yes, but who wants to have sex with someone who got her baby daddy at the
But
door all the time?
she's free to have sex. They're in an open relationship. What are we even saying?
No, but I'm saying from Luke's standpoint, he can have sex with anybody, and he don't have to.
But that was
He can have
but
sex with
that was
someone in
just
New
for
York,
promo.
catching a train
That
all the way
wasn't
down
a.
to DC
But
to
you
have
really believe
some
that was
baby.
a real relationship? You really think she was going with
No,
that
I
man?
I
I
think
think
they're
they were
doing some
having
type of cross
sex.
promotion because
I
no
think they
one's
were having.
watching
If they
those
had a
house
sexual
shows.
relationship,
They
yes, I don't think it
promoting
was an
that show.
emotional one. But if I'm
Mm-hmm.
having a sexual
They ain't
relationship
doing
with
nothing but promoting that daggone show. That's all
no,
they
I
doing.
no, I
Is promoting
understand that too, but I
the
still
show.
think he got some ass promoting the show as well.
He
And
never stopped. He never
I
stopped.
mean,
And Ashley probably did
that's
give it
not hard
away.
to get.
yeah, but
Right.
I'm
That
saying
part.
I
now
mean,
that
hell, Ashley
Michael is
Ashley
popping
look
up
loose as a
at the
goose.
front door, I could get ass in New York. You go deal with that over there. That's all I'm saying.
At
Don't
the end
no
of
He
the
popped
man
day,
up at the
want
front door. He didn't pop up at the front door, sis. That's his house.
this is
Yeah,
all
I
I
know
got to
way too
say.
comfortable.
After you have kids for that man, the
I'm gonna miss
dynamics do
talking to y'all, but
change.
I'm out on this show. After this reunion, I'm done. I'm dropping this just like I dropped OC. I don't think I can take it no more.
Oh, that's not.
But I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you
because
what's gonna go on
the
next week.
lies have gotten heavy.
I don't believe anything on this show. Nothing. I don't even believe
I don't
that
believe
Giselle's
nothing they
eyes
say.
are green at this point. I mean,
Well, Giselle Shirley
Yeah.
wasn't dating her friend. That was a lie.
Yeah, I don't think she's dating that boy.
Show
That
when
man was
they
on
that
She
that
wasn't
little boy
dating a
looked like
friend
her
that she had
nephew.
on barely
Yeah.
this season.
he was on
Talking
a
about some, oh,
podcast
we
talking
did
about
some
he's
tripping.
openly dating all these women.
Giselle is so weird. I don't know why Giselle won't get her an age appropriate or maybe a little bit older than her man with a little money and go somewhere and set her ass down. Change her
Cause she not looking. Cause she
Now
not
she's gonna
looking.
need to find that in a non-black man.
He ain't got to be black.
Callie. The problem, Callie. Listen, the problem why Giselle, the reason why Giselle has not done that, because any adult, mature black man who has it is going to expect her to act like a full grown, and we know Giselle is not capable.
Well, that's how
no man who has it is going to put up with her.
pleasant.
She gonna have to grow up, and Giselle acts like a child at her big age.
She worrisome. Seem like to me.
Yes,
when
she
it comes
is.
to a man. Look how she did Sherman. Worrisome.
But even Sherman was in the park picking up hookers. I mean, God damn, Giselle. You can't just find a man. My taste ain't even that bad.
How you got him?
And who is this dude she's trying to pass off her boyfriend?
Kelly, say it again one more time. Wait. What was Kelly? What was Sherwin doing? Say it
Sherman
again.
was out there in the park picking up hookers. No. No, Sherman. No. Giselle, no.
Why that tickled me so bad.
But that guy that
Oh,
Jason or Johnny, whatever his name is, he looks so greasy. But she's like, yeah,
He
I'm
looks
thinking about.
She did
good.
not date
Yes, he
him, girl.
sure
That
do.
was her friend, and that was a
Y'all.
lie.
she ain't
Mm-hmm.
going with that little boy.
She ain't went with
You
that
really
man a
believe
date.
the stuff these people say?
Like
She ain't going
no,
with
I
that
don't
little
believe
boy.
it. But I'm just
That
saying.
little
No,
boy
I'm
went
just
out to
saying.
eat.
I'm like, oh, she got
He
this
went out
greasy
to eat
man
with
on
her
my
a couple
screen.
times so people could take pictures. He went out to eat with her a couple
Exactly.
times so people could take pictures. And then when they stood up side by side, it looked like he was helping her balance herself, like that was his auntie. That little boy looked like he be telling her auntie, wait here, I'm gonna go bring the car around. That boy is not doing nothing with the Lord of the Rings. That child is not, he is not spiritually equipped
Are we
to
talking
run
about the
up on
young
that
one
old
or the
You
woman.
talking
greasy
about
old
the young
man?
one, but I was talking about the old greasy one. That's
Yeah,
just her
the greasy
friend.
one.
Oh,
I was
you
just like,
talking about
oh.
old
Friend.
Steve?
But this
Oh,
the
girl, now
thing,
she done
y'all.
gave old
Ashley,
Steve.
all I can say is she gonna be on the hit list for next season. I don't think it's gonna be Mia in this Jacqueline debate. Quite, they might mention it next
I think we
season,
need to fast
but
forward
I
that and
think
just get to Robin.
they gonna tell too much on the reunion for us to be focused on that next season. I think they're gonna get ready, Ashley, to turn on you, those green eye bandits, and they're gonna run her through the mud about this lie that her and Michael done put together about them getting divorced or not getting divorced. Are you getting divorced? They're gonna run that. And then they also gonna throw her under the mud with these other dudes to cross promote the show. Okay, because see, Ashley's supposed to
Yep.
introduce Giselle to the guy. That's what they finna play. And
Luke
I
is already
honestly,
gone.
baby, as soon as I see it on the
Child,
first
first of all,
episode, I'm
Ashley done
turning
sat up
channel.
there on the reunion, and Ashley sat up there on that reunion and was telling Giselle she already got her another man. So she's out there having her fun. Michael is having his fun. And as long as y'all leave Michael Darby alone and quit talking about y'all spotted him with somebody, he's fine. He don't want y'all spotting him. He said stop
Actually
spotting him,
lied and said she was
and
in
I
love
agree
with
with him.
Luke.
Stop spotting him. That man got married with the understanding that this girl was gonna be giving him access to her and letting him sleep with whoever, and doing threesomes and anything else he needed to do. And she's still gonna do it. Nasty and scuzzy. She didn't grow no morals just because she had some babies.
And he
She's
didn't
still
either.
a
They both
boss.
doing what they want to do. That's why I think it's a
Yeah, they
whole
both
lie.
do.
They ain't never stop. But this the thing
I still
though.
think
I
Ashley's
do
bad
believe he said
business.
he wasn't going back on that show, and he meant it. Cause he don't need this show. He don't need that check. He don't need none of that stuff. Like you said, he want to be in peace without people being in his business. He
Yeah.
ain't for that TV.
That's
But
what
Yeah.
that man want. That
He
man
want to do
say
the
let him
nasty
cheat
in
in
peace.
peace.
Okay, so
He
this
want to
is the
cheat in peace.
part
Let that
where
man do what he got to do. But for
you
whatever
guys,
reason,
this is
the
the part where I
housewives,
get
for
lost.
whatever reason, the housewife audience, and this is across all the franchises, but surely the quote unquote black ones, people are so obsessed with clocking somebody else's husband. When Nene and Greg was down there doing the open marriage stuff, Nene just flat out told y'all, would y'all please let us cheat in peace? She told y'all, mind
Exactly.
your business. But it's
When she was
something
on lip
about the
service
housewife
telling
audience.
everything.
It's something about the housewife audiences, especially for the black franchises, where it's like we want to watch other people's husbands for them. I'm not supposed to be no more mad with you than your wife. If this what y'all do, that's not my business. But the audiences are really weird and creepy about trying to clock people's husbands. You didn't marry that man. Why are you that concerned about where he putting his pecker?
Ooh, say that again. And
Mm-hmm.
it's really on all the black franchise.
And
They
you
don't do
know
that on the other ones. I ain't never seen that on
They
New
don't.
Jersey.
and
I
you
ain't
know
never
those
seen it
women are
on.
going to take those men back anyway. So why do you care?
But the thing is, it's not even about taking them back. Some of those women have agreements with those men, and that's how they live.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, they don't have
Right.
to take
I
them
don't
back.
know.
This
I
is
don't know
how they
why we try to
move.
take down them marriages and break them up like that. But
No,
that
we
is a great
have.
point.
It's like
You don't
it's
see
almost like
other
we
cultures
become
doing that.
obsessed. But we don't. But I'm gonna tell you something, L'Oreal. What a lot of times what happens is because a lot of us sisters, because you know, the audience for the black franchise are usually sisters. Okay, can we be honest? A lot of times I think sisters end up projecting how
Right.
Mm-hmm.
they feel about their spouses and their relationship relationships onto these people, and they have these unreal expectations that these people should live up to their idea of what a marriage is. If these people are comfortable screwing Mary, Billy, Susie, Jane, Jimmy, and Joe and the barnyard animals, it's none of our business, because none of us walk down the aisle with these people. But we become so invested in trying to project our own ideas onto these people that we have never met, that you end up making these people super uncomfortable. Now you got the Smeagol over here got to fake a divorce to have peace with his wife, because we can't mind our business.
We need to stop that, because it's like to the point where we don't want to see nobody happy.
No,
I mean, it is bigger than the Housewives franchise. Look at Love and Hip Hop.
L'Oreal. But L'Oreal, you know something? We do that in real life too, in regular everyday
know
life.
It. That's why I'm saying, like, what is the root of
over
that?
On other people, we start trying to tell people what they need to do. We'll turn around and you think you seen somebody's husband somewhere. Now you calling her, you mad at her because she don't want to hear it. Never mind
your business.
That woman ain't asked you to be. Never mind the fact that woman ain't asked you to babysit her husband nowadays, and she didn't pay you to.
True.
I don't know what it is about, because we get way too invested in trying to watch other people's husbands.
Well, the Love of Marriage Huntsville is the worst, I think, on that too.
No, you know what I have noticed, especially being on social media, we almost have this fairy tale idea of marriage in the Black community. And for the most part, most people's marriages, especially if they stay married a long time, are not like that.
Right.
A lot of people think that.
But we can't blame that on social media. That's been Black people for a very long time.
Well, I started noticing it on social media.
We've always had meddling mamas, cousins, and aunties, and your best homegirl that love to come running up. Girl, I know you gonna leave him. I know you listen, if she happy with that man going out there sticking his petey wheat in every mud hole he can find, mind your business.
I remember I had a coworker ask me, because her husband was cheating on her, like, oh, if she should leave her husband. And I said, honestly, that's none of my business. That's a decision you need to make.
Right. Yeah.
But everybody in the office, like, girl, you need to leave.
No, that's right, girl.
That's true.
What's best for you?
Well, I think there are a lot of people who are.
Because you know that just as sure as you said something and she left her, she'll blame you later.
Exactly.
That's why I don't never say nothing. Because girl, that's sure gonna be mad at you. Sometimes I got an echo.
I do?
Yeah,
probably talking about me.
Let me try.
Yeah, I heard.
That's Ali.
Is it still there?
I don't know what happened. It's still there.
Oh wow. Let me leave and come back.
Okay, we'll be here for a little while. We were supposed to be gone a while ago.
I know. I'm gonna miss talking to you guys, but I think I'm out on this show. I think this is gonna be my last episode.
I don't know. I'm gonna finish this reunion because I need to hear what else.
The reunion. I think this episode coming up. I think that's gonna be it for me. Like I said, I have already dropped some of the franchises anyway, and I didn't just got to the point where I don't believe nothing on this show. Nothing.
They lie too much, girl.
This whole show is fake. Karen has some entertaining moments, and I like to see, Candace's journey with her career, but it ain't worth watching this show to me no more. It's just too many staged fake storylines. And then also,
and what's worse is
their friends. And I also don't feel like I'm watching a group of friends. I feel like these women do not like each other, which is understandable. But I think for a show like this to work, there has to be some level of friendship. And it can't be this sort of begging for friendship. It has to be that deep down, we really friends. We might argue about silly stuff, but we gonna come back and we gonna be friends. And I think that's what makes some of these other franchises work. But this show, I don't feel that these women are a friend group. I don't even know why they are around each other at all.
It's a job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But this is not. I feel like when it becomes that, the show ain't good.
I
You
feel
know
you
what I
on that though.
mean?
All jokes aside. But for me, I'm not going nowhere yet. I need to see what's gonna happen because, like I said, for me, Bravo and almost everything Bravo has is a hate watch for me. I don't like them. I don't like Bravo. I feel like Bravo is racist. Bravo is anti-black woman, and I really want to see their downfall. And I'm going to watch. So when they do something they shouldn't do, I can make a whole bunch of fuss and stink and squawk over it. I'm gonna do that because I don't like them.
I'm wondering what they're gonna what the Real Housewives of New Orleans is going to be.
They coming out with that?
Yeah, is that real?
Yes.
What?
I know there's at least one black lady that's been cast. I
I
don't
think
know
I'm
who
good
else
on
has been
that.
cast. Huh?
Oh,
Yo,
that's
Yeah, I
gonna
think
be
I'm good on that.
colorist. Yes, colorist.
Yeah, I ain't got
No,
time.
it's not that. I'm
That's
gonna
colors
tell
ground
you.
zero. I don't know.
I don't trust New
I ain't got
Orleans
time.
people.
You can't, but you can't, yeah, you can't, but you can't guarantee me what that's gonna be. And I ain't got time for it. I don't.
No, but also I don't trust New Orleans people. Somebody been and threw a drink on somebody and somebody been and pulled a pistol. They tried to do other
First
shows
off,
in New Orleans and people
they're not
get
even
stabbed,
they're not
people
even
get
gonna get
shot.
they're not exactly going to get that class of people, and you know it. But ain't nobody
No,
gonna sit
it's
through
not a
nothing
class
around the
thing.
colorism.
But see, that's the thing. It's not a class thing. It's gun happy Southern folks. It's
Well,
not,
child,
it has
I'm
nothing to
I'm
do with
Southern, but I got
class.
sense enough to know if they go get affluent
What
people,
was
they're
that
not.
other show
That
they
is not
had with
gonna
those
be the
people that
issue.
was
Southern Charm, one of the ladies from Southern Charm, I heard is going to be a housewife.
That's what I was just gonna say. That was
Yeah.
was it Southern
Yeah,
Charm?
ain't nobody
Now,
finna
several
throw
of
no
those people were
cookies.
not even from New Orleans. But then that
But they
show,
on the
I actually
outskirts.
liked that little
That's
show.
all
Jeff
the
was
more
running down the
reason
street
that
with
I'm
his
not
shirt off,
interested.
running through the French quarters, drunk and shit. I like that show.
But
I
that's
hate they took that show off.
like I say, one thing about it, I'm not
I don't know. I
interested.
wasn't
Y'all
mad
can
at that
have it.
show.
Same way I told y'all can have Miami, you can have that one too. Leave me out.
I like Miami a lot. I don't know if they're gonna be able
That's
to
your
keep up this
business. Yeah,
momentum, but I
y'all
like
can have it.
Miami a lot.
Y'all
Did
can
y'all
I like
have
ever
it.
watch
Miami too.
Dubai? I never watched Dubai.
It was
And I will
dull.
All
never
right.
watch Dubai.
It was dull.
It
I
was all
didn't watch
right.
it.
I will
I
never
mean,
watch
it was
Dubai.
very pretty.
I made distinction about Dubai from why I watched a few clips to try to see if I could get into it. I did not like anything about what I saw on the clips. I saw a bunch of overacting, and what it looked like to me was a bunch of women who more or less had watched housewife shows and they thought that they knew what to act like in order to make a good housewife show. It was like an impersonation hour or something. I didn't like it. I didn't like what I saw even on the
Mia
and
probably would have fit
I
in
just
good.
wasn't interested.
Them women would laugh at Mia. They would have been like, she would have not fit in not on Dubai.
Mia came in acting like she had watched some shows.
Please, the local police will arrest
Yeah,
her for being so overly sexual.
No, that was not that type. The stuff that Mia does, no, she can't do that over there.
Yeah, she going to jail.
She'd be stoned to death.
Yeah, Dubai, you'll end up in jail behind that mess for real.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I just couldn't get into it. Now I'm not knocking nobody else for watching it, but
I didn't never watch.
I didn't even know who that. I didn't even know who. I didn't know who that Chanel Ion person was, but I wasn't digging her. Like my first impression was no. Just no.
It was very boring. She would always show up in couture, and it was just the strangest thing because it's like, girl, you know, you don't wear no couture outfits everywhere. It was this very dull. It was a lot of it was staged. It was not flowing. I heard they're trying to
It
come
was
back
weird.
with cast.
It looked very weird. And the only thing I knew about her was really after the fact was that Comic-Con situation where Phaedra like embarrassed the hell out that girl. That was terrible. It was like she brought it on herself. She tried to say something slick, and it was like, girl, you don't have the mouthpiece to go back and forth with Phaedra Parks. Why did you do that?
Phaedra is
literally an attorney.
Like, why would you?
Yeah, because Phaedra was on there for 2 episodes. I only saw the first episode. She barely said anything.
I hope Phaedra is coming to Married to Me.
Phaedra is literally a Georgia. Phaedra is literally a Georgia girl with that Georgia girl mouth. and she ripped that girl to shreds and told her about that quinceañera dress, and I was finished with my life. I don't know why that young woman did that, but it was dreadful.
Oh,
That's what that
Lord.
fool said. The quinceañera dress. I said, "Oh no, no."
I hope she is on
At
Married to
that moment, I was
Medicine.
very happy. At that moment, I was very happy that I had never watched one episode of that show.
I wouldn't even be mad if they brought her back to Atlanta. Like, Atlanta be so boring.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
come
that
on.
she's
I
running
want to
But
go
running
there with
course
my
on
eyes
like
Atlanta.
on the real,
and see what.
but
I
on
think
the real,
Atlanta is gonna be better,
Phaedra made
hopefully.
it. Phaedra was very clear on the fact that she said she's never going back to Atlanta. She said she's not interested in joining the Titanic. So she's calling them a sinking ship. She ain't interested. So like I know everybody want her back, but Phaedra said absolutely not ever, not even on a bad day. No.
Neo's ex-wife,
She said no.
is she gonna be on the show? She need to go somewhere.
Oh God.
Yeah, she's
I don't
going
want
back.
to see
She
her.
barely
Yeah, they
was
gonna
said
bring that
two
dry boring
words.
husband back.
She boring. She
She's
got to go.
background. Like, I don't understand why
She's
people keep bringing
boring
her
as
up
hell.
because she barely said anything the whole season.
Because she was friend of last season.
Well,
She wasn't a
I think
housewife.
they're making her. I believe they're making her full time, is what I think I heard, unless I misunderstood.
Yeah,
So
Maybe
I don't
I
know
missed
why
the
they would do
episode, but
that.
I barely
But
remember this
yeah,
woman. Like, she was just standing around in the background.
because she was
like,
dry.
She need to go home.
She's just
like
dry.
I said, I didn't even see enough of her to say she needed to go home. Like, I don't. Maybe I missed some episodes. It's very possible. But from what I remember of her,
No,
her
you
and
missed
her
nothing.
husband were just in the
Yeah,
background.
she was barely on there.
But see,
Yeah.
this is the thing.
Let
This
me
is
say
not
it
the
again.
first time
You
we've
didn't
seen
miss anything
Moneta.
because she did not do anything. She didn't. She did
Okay.
nothing.
Nothing. And
Yeah, I just
even
saw
on
her and
other
her
shows
husband
that
in the
she's
background
popped
doing
on,
nothing.
she gives the same thing. Nothing.
She's very dry and boring, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
why they brought her on in the first place, other than she's
Yeah,
friends
that's
with Candy. Like there's no
I
other
agree.
reason.
I was very confused. I'm like, who cares? This woman did not do anything in the few episodes we saw her. So why would they bring her back?
Now, what was the other girl name that didn't
Well,
come
I
back?
guess
That was on YouTube.
I
all
guess
the
I
time?
guess to them she's
Latoya
interesting
Forever.
because she's Neo's.
Why they didn't bring her
I
back?
guess to them she's interesting because she had to go back to YouTube where she belonged. But
Yeah,
I guess
wasn't a good fit.
they thought Moneta was interesting because she was Neo's baby mama. That had to be the only reason.
I guess.
Even though she
Is
kept
Neo
saying
even
that,
popping like that right
even
now?
though
He popping with some more
even
baby
though she
mama.
kept saying
Exactly.
even though she keeps saying that she does not want to be called Neo's baby mama, she has no other acclaim at all other than being Neo's baby mama.
Yeah, weren't they married?
Like, what else has she done that we would even
No,
know?
she
that
is Neo's
did?
baby mama. He did not marry her. She is Neo's baby mama. I said what it is.
Yeah,
I thought they was married.
I
They
don't
was
know anything else that
engaged.
she's ever done.
Sure.
Oh, he cheated on her with
Right, he left
his
her for
second
the
wife,
other
right?
girl.
He
And
married the
then
second
she
girl.
No, he
was
left her for that other girl.
Okay.
I would have left her
was
too.
trying
She's
to
that
claim-
boring.
Baby mama.
But wasn't she trying to claim that the man had her sterilize herself? And I'm like,
Yeah,
that's impossible. No one can make you do that.
She got her tubes tied.
She didn't claim
Because
that. That's
she
what
wanted
happened.
to get her tubes tied.
Yeah.
Like, no one can make you.
Well, the
like,
bottom,
I don't
well,
like
I
this
mean, like,
narrative. We live in America. This is not a third world country. A man
but that's
cannot make
but
you get
Callie, that
sterilized.
wasn't. But Callie, that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point of what the lady was talking about with that. The point was he told her, "Hey, we're together. I don't want children. Let's not have children." She did the surgery, and then he went and had children with somebody else after telling her he didn't want no children. That was
why
the point.
didn't he have a surgery?
No, he was supposed to get the surgery, but he didn't follow through.
Well, then when did she have
He
surgery?
He didn't follow through.
See, something's shaky with this.
Because she was she was keeping up her end of the bargain, and he did what men do. He lied and he double crossed her. Simple.
I ain't having no surgery for no man. I mean, I think if you do that, that's on you. No.
I mean, it
I
is
just
on
feel
her.
like-
She was just talking about the fact that he lied and he misled her. And I think it's fair to say that somebody lied and misled you if that's really what happened. The issue is that I don't really care about that part so much because that's her life. and that's her truth. And I don't see nothing wrong with her saying it. My issue with Monyetta being on that show is that Monyetta is boring as hell, and she
Yeah.
brings nothing to the show. Her fallopian tubes aside.
Yeah, I just saw her standing around in the background. Like, I don't really even understand why it would even have
She
been a
didn't do
consideration to
anything.
bring this woman back.
No, I
It's
think
like
Candy pushed for her to get promoted. I think that's what all that's about because they're
They
actual
let me
supposed to
friends.
tell you
add some
something.
more new
Y'all,
people too, but this is the thing with these new people. It takes a while to get them acclimated and to get to know them, and I don't know. That's why I was excited because Latoya Forever came in like she been knew everybody. Like, what's up? Like she was the only one that
well,
just
I did not
Kiki
like
Latoya
kind
was
of
Toyota
came in
Forever,
desperate.
and
hard
y'all
too.
hold on. And y'all know that Candy is the one that brought Toyota Forever on the show too.
Mm-hmm.
It got her
Oh, she did.
$10,000 an episode.
Yeah, she just seemed too desperate for me.
Wait,
She seemed
you
like
say
she
hold
was
on.
so
You
desperate
say
to be on the show.
hold on. Ali, you said what now?
She was getting like 10 grand an episode because her ex
No,
No,
ma'am, she was not.
1 grand.
No, ma'am, she
One.
was not. No,
but
ma'am.
she got
No,
more or
ma'am. You
less.
better go back and run it back.
She got
Way
more or
less.
less.
That girl
One.
she got less than two. Hold on. I'm finna tell it. She got less than 2,000 per episode, honey.
Oh wow, because I know her
What?
That
ex-husband
came
Ain't
was
no
out,
on the
way I
that
live
get
came
on
saying she
her.
out
got
when her and
10,000.
John Ray broke up. Oh no, ma'am, she did not. Go look it up. No, ma'am, you know I keep my gossip straight.
No, I think
It
the
was less than
ex-husband.
2 racks per
I got that
episode.
from the ex-husband on his live, so I don't know if he was
Not,
hating or
but
trying to
hold
get
on. The
money in the
ex-husband
divorce.
said it.
Excuse me.
No. He made the statement, and everybody went and looked it up. Missed, I think it was like 1,900 something. It was like right at
Oh
2,000
my
or
god.
a little under 2,000 per episode is what that heifer was getting. Now
And
that's
Seanitra,
what
I
it is.
love
That's
you.
why she. And hold on, and that is why I call her Toyota Forever, because that's what she gonna drive forever.
Toyota.
At them rates, forever. Now,
Wait a minute.
Yeah, she was desperate.
Ooh, Lord. How much do these people get paid, girl? This is a mess. Are you kidding me?
That's why a lot of YouTubers will not go on these shows because they make more money on YouTube. I've heard that many times.
And a lot of these people run into YouTube too.
No,
like my
it's been a
daughter
couple of
watches
YouTubers that have said it's not
That's
worth
why
it.
they coming. What?
My daughter watches these streamers, and I looked up their numbers. Oh my god, these little boys are making a lot of money.
On Twitch?
Yeah.
A lot of them are making a lot of money. But the reality is Toyota Forever was literally making peanuts to be on that show, just to be on the show. And it's not that she said, okay, I'm worth more, because she wanted to be on TV. They did not invite her back.
Oh.
But Toyota Forever was making less than an income tax check per episode.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like less than stimulus money.
No, her ex-husband said he was making that like in a day selling oils online. And he
Of course.
Like, why is she even doing this?
But this is the thing, like, we're not talking about him. We're not going to devolve into no conversation about Von Ray. Absolutely not. That the dust from that conversation will upset my
I don't know
nothing
about him. That's the only time I ever saw him in my life.
I only saw him during when he was talking about her.
Before it go there, I don't want to hear nothing about that dust devil. That is a whole dust devil. But this is my thing with this pay situation. When you look at the pay scale for Bravo, when you actually get to the pay scale, the girls in Potomac don't even get paid what the girls in Atlanta get paid. So I want you to really let that sink in when we start talking about friends of the show, like Tacky Jack and them. Okay? It's not like you was coming in here to get a bag. She was hoping to get a permanent spot on this show. These girls ain't getting paid like billions and millions of dollars. Like, it's not like that.
How much are the Potomac girls making?
I know the last time I looked, they were not getting. The last time I looked, they were not getting Atlanta payments. And when it comes to Atlanta, now that Nene's gone, Candy's getting the best check that's there. But the rest of them are not like, they're not making millions of dollars per season. And Potomac was under them. So I'm gonna let you, you know, you can always go. you can always go look up the pay so you can see for yourself. Because I ain't trying to convince nobody or nothing, but they're really not. That's why I honestly believe that's why we're not seeing Robert and Rings just skyrocket into like much better lives. I think that's why it took
Right.
so long for Robert house. That's why it took so long for Giselle to try to renovate the barn. Like they're having to still manage their whole lives out of this money.
Yeah. Because
But you know,
Juan
their
only
ratings
makes
are not up there. Their
Juan makes
ratings,
like
the ratings for this show are not great.
150,000 doing the coaching job.
You didn't
I
hear
don't know what
one
that
say
man.
I make more money than you, Robin.
So she making less than
That's what I heard
150,000
him say from Robin and Craig. So I have not seen that man pick, and I
because
don't
it's
know.
public information. He works for the University of Maryland system, and they got it on a
Yeah,
website.
but have you seen his paycheck and have you seen his offer letter for
Yeah,
work and
that
everything?
sounds
Because I
very
haven't.
low for a university
Well,
coach.
for a public university, no, it's not,
Uh-huh.
and a one that's not like it's a D1 school, but I think Empire said it
The
best
bottom
earlier. He
line
said there are
is when they
levels to
start
to
when they
D1
go and get
school.
coaches, just so you guys know, when they go and hire coaches, those coaches negotiate contracts. And that's all I'm gonna say. I don't know what that
And
man
Juan
gets.
played in the
I
No,
have
NBA.
not seen his check.
but if you
All I know is what was said, and I know that it was not corrected. Miss Thing didn't make a facial
She
expression.
sure did.
She didn't have
Oh, really?
no body language. She didn't say, "Boy, quit playing." She didn't even shift her eyeballs. So as
so
far
she
as
must
I'm
make less than
concerned,
150,000 a year because it's
I don't know
literally
what that man
on their
makes, and neither
University of
She
do
said,
Maryland
do whatever
website.
you
It's a
want to do,
public.
we.
Robin.
Don't
She
know
said,
nothing about that man paycheck.
Yes, we do. It's on the
Thank you.
website.
All I can say is I know what was said. All I know is I know what was said,
Sunitra,
and
now
I
we
know it
know
was not
where
corrected.
her
There was
pay
no
range
facial
is. Because if
expression.
she
I don't know nothing about nothing other than what was said, what was not corrected. There was no body language. There was no facial expression. There was no coughing. There was no gasping. There was nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what was said. I have not seen Robin's paycheck, nor have I seen Juan's paycheck.
Because
Now that's what
if
I
you go
know.
on there, it tells you his pay from when he started, I think like 2018, 19, and he started at 141,000 and then it increased.
What did you see this?
It's on the
said?
University of Maryland
Where can we go and see Juan Dixon's paycheck?
University of Maryland system.
So if
and
I
then
go to University of Maryland and I pull up
wait,
Juan Dixon, they gonna show
yeah,
me
it'll
Juan
show you.
Dixon's paycheck.
It will show you for the year.
It'll say this is Juan Dixon's paycheck.
Yep. It's on their report. They got to do it
but
for
it says Juan Dixon's paycheck.
Well, it tells you what his annual salary is.
But it says Juan
That's with all the professors
paycheck,
and all the
paycheck.
faculty.
No, is this just the salary for that position,
I'm
or
saying,
is
does
this
it
Juan
specifically
paycheck?
say
It said you look up, you put Juan. His middle name is begins with an A, right? Because I don't know what the A stands for, but it's Juan A. Dixon, and his salary is listed next to his name when you look up his name. When you work for like a public institution, it's all public. It's public knowledge. You work for the government, basically.
I just want to know if we go there, can we see it for our own two eyes?
Yes, I saw it with my own eyes.
Because if that be the case, then we can go and see what he getting paid.
Yes, you can go and look it up. It shows you
February this month
every single year.
For this month. What's the name of the
It shows
website?
his annual. It shows your annual salary. So let's say
what's the name of the website, sis?
All right,
I just need the name of the website because I want to see it.
Do y'all think that they make more money with Reasonably Shady than they do them being on Housewives at the time?
But they make a lot of money doing podcasts, though.
Hell no, and she don't.
Podcast views. I mean, YouTube is gonna pay more than podcast views. That's just how it goes. But
here you go, L'Oreal, and she don't make more money with them gas station hats. I just
I was gonna say nobody buying them hats. I ain't seen.
Well, I heard that the hats were not even available.
Hold on, Max say he just went and it's there. Hold on. I'm trying to get the actual website. There go Ali. I'm like, because I want to see the man paycheck. I like to get in people business now. If we going, let's go.
Sorry, I opened it in the wrong page.
Okay, so it's University of Maryland. Ali.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. 'Cause I
I
have to
want to
open
go
it.
to it.
I'm listening to you guys on my phone.
Right, but you say I'm going to University of Maryland. One
Oh
of
my
y'all
God,
tell me
it's
where to go.
raining cats and dogs again. I'm moving. Sick of LA.
It's a
Okay,
whole
but I don't.
snowstorm out my window. Everything is shut
I
down.
want to know what website to go to. University of Maryland. Somebody tell me something.
Yeah, you go on their website. It'll take you to a
But I'm
website.
asking you, whose website is it? University of Maryland.
Yes, you go on their website and it'll link you to where they have their public salaries.
Okay, hold on. I'm at University of Maryland. It's showing a girl with a baby calf or something, and then a basketball team. You sure I'm supposed to be looking for University of Maryland?
Yes. I'm like trying to
Okay,
find
what
the
do I
link because
what do
it's
I click
I
on
have the
next?
page open because it's in my search history because I
What
just
do
looked
I
it up
click
and I'm like, oh,
on?
he's a public employee. Let me see if I can find it.
What can I know what to click on? Because ain't nobody telling me nothing.
She's trying to find it so
I'm
she
trying
can
to find
navigate it to you first. I still think Juan make more money than her because
I believe it too, because she told baby
University
she didn't
cultures
correct
make a lot of
nothing.
money.
She didn't correct the goddamn thing,
Yeah.
and that's the bottom line.
Sure didn't.
She
And
sure
most of the
didn't.
university coaches make a lot of money, especially if they play professional. 'Cause
right,
No,
that's
they
the part
don't.
that got me
Calvin,
is
that
that
is
he used to
not
play,
true. It
so they probably
depends
gave him
on
a
the
nice deal.
school, what their endowment is. My daughter's
Yeah,
private school
all
endowment
that
is
don't
larger
matter.
than
I
that
want to see
school.
the
So there's
paycheck.
no way they're
I
paying
just
him
want to see
millions
the
of
paycheck.
dollars.
Like, ain't no need in going back and forth. Just tell me where the paycheck at. Because once I see the paycheck, once I see it, then I can say it. Y'all ain't figured that out by me. If I see it, then I can say it. But I need to see it. That's all. I just want to see it so I can say it. I'm funny about that truth thing. I just need to see it. I'm on University of Maryland. They keep switching slides. It's showing me somebody doing some camera work and look like ending gun violence.
All right, I
And
just put a
it's
link
just
in the this inside, I guess the backstage chat or whatever. Because I have to
can't
go
go for
through
nothing.
like, oh,
I
where
guess
did
I
I
gotta
find the
type it
history?
in.
Oh, you
I
can't
got
click
to
on the
type
link?
it in. Not while I'm on here with y'all. If you want me to stay on here with you. Okay, so let me get to typing. HTTPS. Okay.
Because his employer is basically the Maryland Higher Education Commission colleges and
Yeah, like
universities,
hold on. I'm trying to keep the letters
which
straight.
is
I'm
part of
typing it
the
in now.
University of Maryland.
Hold on. I'm typing it in because you couldn't tell me where to go. I gotta follow the link. Give me a second. I'm coming. Hold on. I just want to see for myself. So we have an idea what Robin make. Uh-huh. Okay. Ooh, child, it's a long one.
Why do I have a feeling that for this show to have worked, that the people needed to already be rich because they don't have the budget to pay them that much?
That was
I
the
don't know.
idea, but then they
Yeah.
probably couldn't find people that would sign up for the
Versus
best.
Atlanta, they were getting paid so much they got rich on the show. Most of them.
But then if you look
Well,
at
they
season
ended up having to pay that
they-
much because those people earn their checks. Those
Yeah,
people
they were
earn
getting
those
the
checks.
ratings. Yeah.
People like you had people like Lanithia that became household names and they carried that whole network on their backs. So they had to pay them sisters what they owed them. Okay, so this is not University of Maryland. This is something called openthebooks.com.
Yeah, it takes you
Okay,
there because
Maryland state employees.
it's all their state employees and where they work,
And I'm moving
where
on
the
down.
information came from, because they did a FOIA.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on. This where I want it to be, right here. You got me there.
Yep.
Okay. So
just type Juan and it'll come up. I don't think there's that many Juans that work for their system.
Okay. All right.
Or there's 740, but in 2020 he made 147.
Hold on. Because I put in one and it ain't pull up. Dixon, comma. Let me type the whole thing in and see. If
Did
not,
you
I'm
scroll down? Because he's basically like the 20th person down. Like
he just number 20.
Or like
okay, well, I was going, but then you told me to type it. I went back up to type it.
Yeah, just put Juan, and he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
When I put in Juan, it didn't pull up nothing. It just kept like spinning or circling or whatever.
Oh, because he's a 15th person on the list.
Okay, it's cool. I went ahead and just went this way and just put it in alphabetical order. That I'm gonna solve it like that. Because I just need to see it, because I'm finna get a mean old nasty screenshot. Because I need that.
Does his middle name begin with the A?
I don't know, but I'm sure going to research and find out.
Let me check.
I was gonna find out. He talking about something. You cackling hens good night. You gonna bid us good night? Well, good night, Mac. Good night, Mac. Oh, child, it's a lot of people work for these folks.
They got all their business on there, but they're public employees, so it's perfectly legal.
I'm not mad at that, honey. I like public records. That's why I like courts. That's why when people start talking about marriages and divorces, I don't want to hear nothing until there's some papers on the book.
Mm-hmm.
Without papers on the book, you talking to a wall, because I ain't finna believe nothing until there's papers on the books.
Well, the thing about the marriages, I don't know about other states, but I just remember with Janet Jackson, we found out that marriages do not have to be publicly declared in the state of California. So you can get married in California.
Well, the people we watching is not in California. So until I see paperwork,
I don't know about other states. I don't know if other states are like that or not.
But the states that we're looking into, they're public record, and they do have to be declared, and they're not on record. And that's my point. Back to what I was saying, which was until I see paperwork, I don't believe anything. These people have a history of telling lies.
You're right. They do.
And I don't repeat nothing they say and take nothing they say at face value. I done caught you lying 177,000 times. Now I'm supposed to believe the lie you telling. No. I will not. I wish I would.
Yeah, no, you're right. These people, they do lie like rugs.
They do, and I'm tired of it. I don't believe nothing these people say. Nothing.
That's what I'm telling y'all. This reunion, that's it for me with Potomac. I'm still hanging there with Atlanta, but Potomac, I can't.
Because I've been through with Atlanta.
Really? I'm going to give it a chance.
I've been through with Atlanta. You can have them.
I'm not saying I won't give up on it, but I'm going to give it a chance.
They have cooked their goose with me a long time ago.
I feel like Atlanta is not as bad as this, though.
They cooked their goose with me a long time ago.
They did have some
the fact that they let Clan Kim sit up there and call them black women NIGGAs, and her husband bring a pistol to a reunion, and they rewarded her with a show. I'm good.
Yeah, Lord. That is absurd.
But it was okay though. It was okay for them to do that. And
Well,
everybody
Kim
acted like it was
came
perfectly
onto
okay
the
for them to do
show.
that.
Kim came onto the show on a racist energy because they felt that no one would want to watch a show about Black women, so they just threw this white woman on there. So the
Well, they didn't just throw her on there. No, ma'am. Now that's not true because Nene is the person that suggested Kim on that show. They did not throw her in.
Well, I don't know if it, but my point is that it didn't have to specifically be Kim. They wanted a white woman. That was just the white woman.
No, ma'am. That is not what happened. That is not what the creator of the show nor Nene Leakes said. Well, I don't know who told you that, but the lady that created the show, I never remember Princess's last name. Nor Nene Leakes told that story, and they were the ones who were there. That is not what happened.
I've always heard that
Nene told Princess when Princess came to her house to ask her about casting for the show. According to her, Nene was up there drinking wine and telling her about who all she could introduce her to, and said that there's this white girl, but she real cool, and she don't really act like a white girl. Now that's what was said. Thank you. That all that there about they just because nobody wanted to watch a show full of Black people. If it was ever said, that would mean that Lanithia said it because she was the one who suggested the girl.
Yeah, because I think it was Nene, Kim, and Sheree. They all knew each other prior to the show.
Nene suggested everybody for that show except for, I believe, Deshaun Snow.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody but Deshaun. Nene suggested, and according Deshaun to the lady who created the show and pitched it to Bravo.
And Deshaun was the one who had money at the time, right? Because she was married to like a
she had a lot of money because she was married to the NBA player to Mr. Snow. Now that's how that went down. But all that notwithstanding, that is what Kim did. The fact that she could call them women NIGGAs and have her husband bring a pistol is the problem for me.
Oh yeah, that's sick.
And Bravo was okay with that. Bravo did not have a problem with that.
Seanitra, did you find it?
No. Okay, under where it says search criteria, I'm supposed to put the name down there, right? Or am I searching in the wrong spot?
Yeah.
I know what I did wrong.
I know what I did wrong. And then put Dixon.
Let me tell you what I did, girl. Let me tell you what I did, girl. So my stupid behind, I'm hitting the enter button on the keyboard, and it was trying to search the search bar at the top, and there was nothing written up there. My ignorant tail didn't hit the actual button that said the word search. Y'all know I'm bad with technology and stuff now. Okay, so I'm in here. I see Dixon's, Amy, Erlene, Takia, Jamie, Betty, Charles, Willie, Karen. Wait, Juan. Let me just keep looking. I'm gonna get him. I see all the Dixons. I see Jamil, Charles, Paula, Sean. Where is Juan? Let me just be patient. At least I'm getting it to go, right? Mm-hmm. Let me not be in a hurry. At least I'm here now.
Because he's the second person on my list. Because there's 552 salaries found, right? For you?
Did you? I got 452.
Yeah, that's what I got. And so I have it by
okay,
year.
So let me go back to page 1. Maybe I overlooked it trying to run. I was too excited.
Yeah, it's on. He's on page 1. He's page 1, the second person down. And it'll show his 2021 salary.
Page 1 is going all the way back to 2018, and it's showing Mark Dixon, and then Damon is the second person.
Okay, so I guess you probably have it backwards. Go to the.
I'm just gonna type his whole name since I finally know what button to press. I'm
so glad Ron Dixon is not here.
Yeah, because I want to know what time it is. I want to know because then we'll know how much, or at least have an idea what Robin is bringing to the house.
I think that being that they rerun these episodes for years on end, show them over and over again.
Do you think they negotiate a residual though?
I don't know, but with what it sounds like
I
they're
don't
paying.
think they get no. I don't think they get no royalties.
What it sounds like they're paying. I, as a person with a regular job, would not go on this show.
I will tell you this much.
Just want attention.
I will tell you this much. They obviously were not paying like mountains and mountains of money. They obviously weren't.
Wow.
They couldn't have been.
In the chat, someone said Andrew Mack says he found it under Juan A. Dixon.
Juan A. Do I just type it in regular? Like, do I have to do last name first?
He didn't specify, but it says last name optional, first name with no comma. So Dixon Juan A.
Oh, don't do the comma.
Yeah.
Okay, last name. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. That's what you know. What that's what I get for being. That's what I get for being nosy with no tech savvy. Here you go. I got him. So I got 2019, 2018. I got 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. So at 2021 is showing as the annual wages of 151 from the Office of the State Comptroller. So now we got an idea about what Robin is bringing to the house. Lord have mercy. They doing a lot for that little bit of money.
You ain't lying. There's no way I could just have my image be up there over and over and over again on that many channels because it's on Peacock too for that little bit of money.
Baby, look, you gotta do too much.
Doing a podcast, they're doing all this dramatic and showing their personal lives and all of this stuff.
But that explains how they could be up there doing this show and still be in the condition they're in.
Well, I think the premise is that they're supposed to already be rich. And I think that's kind of how these shows work.
I mean, we could,
rich people that want to.
But Kelly, we can keep saying that, but that don't change what's going down. They've been on this show all this time, and they have not brought enough that they could even go in and renegotiate for more money.
Yeah,
and that also explains. But that also explains why Monique was like, "Child, that little bit of money."
Yeah, Monique was like, "If y'all don't get out of here with that little bit check."
That little bit of money when she said that.
Monique was like, I can't even pay my Bentley note with that. What the hell?
When she said that little bit of money, Andy Cohen was pressed, honey, because he wanted them people to be feeling like they were so grateful for that little bit of money. Oh, yeah.
I know what you're saying, but I kind of feel like Andy Rich himself, he should know that ain't no money.
Well, but he feels like those are black women and they supposed to be real grateful for them pennies from Master Andy.
Black woman driving a Rolls Royce. I mean, that's barely the note.
He wants them to act like they. But Kelly, like you can laugh all you want to, but she was sitting on the stage with a bunch of women that was acting real grateful for them pennies from Master Andy.
I guess so.
Look how Giselle is. Giselle willing to do all kind of dirt for them pennies from Master Andy.
But
now
this is where I was going. I'm not trying to say that it's not colorism. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. I'm saying it's colorism with jealousy built up on top of it. That's all I was saying.
But and what we telling you is that it's not built up on top. The jealousy is based on the colorism.
Well, do you think that if a woman that was Giselle's complexion came on there with all this stuff Monique had, that Giselle would like her? Because I don't.
Well, Giselle don't like herself. It's not about whether she likes her. Colorism is not whether you like somebody or not. It's the difference in the way you treat that person. And I do believe that there would be a marked difference in the way she treated a woman of her complexion that had everything Monique had.
The only reason why I said that is because I watched the first season, and Erica Lau said that Giselle treated her really bad when they first met. So I just think that this is what Giselle does. She's a bitch.
Yeah, but like she said, when they first met, the bottom line is, I do believe that Giselle would treat the person
But it's
that was
possible.
closer to her complexion very different if they had everything Monique had. I believe in my heart of hearts that the jealousy is based on the colorism. That is the basis for the jealousy.
I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm not saying that it
mention the
isn't.
fact. Hold on. Not to mention the fact that every time J Mal was creeping around, he was creeping around with somebody who was nice and brown like Monique.
That's true. My whole thing with her and Jamal is that they've been divorced longer than they were ever married. Like, I don't even understand why Jamal is even still coming up. Like, you should have been moved on to something else.
He put them in the mix. That was her shining moment in time. And Ali done brought home the receipts, so now we can actually talk about money. I feel like breakdancing.
I feel like with these other franchises, these women cry for a season and then come back the next season with a new husband. Like
that ain't got
like
nothing
clockwork.
to do with what's going on with Giselle.
No, I'm just saying Giselle's still
like,
talking about a husband from like 15 years ago.
The bottom line is that was her shining moment as the first lady. That was her crowning achievement, and she's still stuck there.
No, yeah, she's like a person who peaked in high school.
Hello.
She just keeps on going back to it over and over again.
She can't let it go. She like Anthony Hamilton. She can't let go. Y'all, this don't make no sense. Why have we been in here for 6 hours cackling like some hens for real?
I know. I have a meeting. I'm leaving at 10 a.m. and I gotta go. Thank God the kids don't have school tomorrow for this snow
Dora,
day.
thank you for the super chat.
Well, that's another thing.
Thank you for the super chat. Dora says, hold on, Callie. Dora says that explains why Robin's electricity was cut off. They don't make much. Hello.
Oh,
go ahead, Callie.
No, I was just saying that the weather is horrible even here in Los Angeles. It's been stormy for 3 days.
How was the snow? Did you experience snow?
No, it's no snow in the actual city. The snow is outward, like by my nephew's house. Like my nephew lives like maybe 80 miles from Los Angeles, out of Los Angeles. That's where it's snowing. There's no snow in the actual city of Los Angeles. In the 80s, it snowed in Hollywood, but it melted as soon as it hit the ground. But this time we didn't get any in LA. It's just rain buckets.
Yeah,
like, it was almost like a hurricane. It tore people's roofs off. One of my friends, his roof collapsed. He had to evacuate his house. They had to put him up in a hotel and all of this stuff. My neighbor, I'm looking at plywood where his roof used to be because half of his roof is missing. Like, it wasn't just a rainstorm. Like, it was almost like a hurricane, a blizzard, and a rainstorm balled together.
But this was our first snowstorm of the season. Like, we had snow, but it'll be flurries and then it'll be gone by the end of the day. But it's been surprisingly warm around here.
Well, we have had Februaries where it has rained the whole month, but it never stays consistently under 70 degrees here. This is I think since I've lived here, the longest it has been this cold, consistently.
I've never experienced a February in New York that was in the 60s, 70s. Like, we've had those days. It's so strange. Global warming is real, I guess.
If I didn't have something to do, I would be on a plane in the morning to New Orleans. It is 80 degrees at home. It is miserable here. I'm ready to get the hell out of this cold, miserable, dank city.
I sympathize with y'all 100% because it's really hot as Satan's toenails in Houston. However, flight or no flight, we've been here for 6.5 hours. And y'all know I love y'all in real life, every last one of you, but we got to get up out of here.
I know. I got to go to work.
Yes, we got to go. We got to go. I love y'all though. I don't want to go, but we gotta go. It's almost 3 a.m. And we up here just gossiping like we sisters for real. I love this.
I know. I know.
This is
We
my
could
kind of
fight. We could fight and argue, and then Kiki like in the next minute. So I love that.
Because
That's what we
we're not
want to see
fighting
on
and
the
arguing.
show.
But no, but hold on. But that's the whole thing because that's because it's not fighting and arguing. We have differences of opinion. When people get to fighting and arguing, it gets ugly. Then it's not good natured. I don't like that. When people are not good natured, like I will get rid of folks. I won't fool with you because that's the energy is bad.
Yeah.
But when folks are being good natured, it is just a difference of opinion. Everybody got their tea, their coffee, their snacks. We just having kitchen table talk. We sitting around talking like sisters. I like that. But
and I think Kai went to sleep.
Kai go to sleep on you in a minute. Kai has done that before. Kai will go to sleep on you in a minute.
People on the show come together, but honestly, you guys, I think I'm gonna have to let this one go.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they're gonna
I'm gonna continue to hate watch them. That's what I'm gonna do until I see what I want. And then I'm gonna be all online making noise and causing trouble. But that's just what it is. But like I said, we gotta go. We gotta go.
All right, ladies, you have a good night, morning, day.
Night, everyone.
Good night, ladies.
All of them things. All of them things. Kai, did you wake up? Kai woke up finally. Okay, y'all. Listen, everybody in the chat too. We had fun. I appreciate y'all. Why y'all let me stay on here this long? I am done. Hey, Trey Game and Fish, you popped up at 6.5 hours when we finna get up out of here. Y'all know I ain't supposed to be on here this long. Oh, I can't believe y'all let me stay on here this long. But this is what happens when you start talking and the conversation get good, and we done been talking about everything, child. We started on the show, and men and women and black folks and everybody else, and the children and the money and all that, and the conversation just kept going. And it's like, look, y'all can't let me stay on here for 6 hours no more. Like, this was out of control. But listen, it was fun. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all made my whole night. Okay, this was a blast. And we'll do it again, but it just ain't gonna be this long. But listen, if you didn't hit the like button coming in, make sure you hit the like button going out. Okay, hit the notification bell. Make sure you click all so you know every time we go live on this channel. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And if you want to join channel membership, there is a join button underneath the video and a membership link in the description box of the video. Okay. Now listen, I appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful night. Sweet dreams. Say your prayers. It's actually morning technically. But if you ain't prayed yet, go pray. And we'll talk tomorrow if I get an opportunity. But in case no one else says it, as always, remember, God loves you. I love you. And ain't nothing you can do about it. We'll talk soon. Bye, y'all.